Do I get 20 back?
Dude, I don't know why you're so angry. It's a
I'm not angry.
hypothetical.
Nice try, though. I don't get
You're
angry.
Oh, you're pretty angry,
No,
right?
you can say that. You're pretty angry. I think you're pretty angry. Doesn't
Yeah,
mean
but
it's
I'm
real.
not the one showing behavioral characteristics
Yeah,
that
I
would be
think you are.
associated with that.
I think you're showing behavioral issues of somebody who's angry and in denial.
I said I'm not showing behavioral
I think you are.
characteristics that would
I
demonstrate
think you
that.
are.
Jelly,
But I think you are.
appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Corvette, I appreciate the crown. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, you can't give a reason, right? You're specifically like getting
Sure,
angry and talking
because
over
the
me.
fact that you keep trying to talk over me.
Well, I'm not the one talking over you. You're the one talking over me.
No, I pause, then I talk.
No, I've only talked after you finished. Now, again,
Actually,
I'm supposing that you are, appreciate
actually,
the ICU, thank you so much. I'm supposing that you are in a world in which, again, you are commanded by God, right? And this can be you existing in a time period in the past, right? Prior to the context
why
of
are you being
incarnation.
emotional about it?
Huh?
Why are you being emotional?
If you're not going to engage with anything, I can just go to the next person.
No, I'm just asking a question. Why are you being so emotional, Patrick? Is that your name, Patrick?
My name is Parker. You can see it
Sorry.
at the top left.
Parker. Sorry, my apologies. Why are you being so emotional just because I got your name wrong, Patrick?
No, I'm not being emotional.
Oh, sorry, Patrick. Don't get emotional because I get your name wrong.
So you're actually kind of showing characteristics that consider you emotional. You started calling me a different name, all because I'm calmly right now describing to you an issue
don't
under
think
your
you're
view,
being calm.
like literally just a hypothetical world.
I don't think you're being calm. I think you're being completely irrational.
I'm being irrational, says the one who believes in
Absolutely.
Christianity.
Says the one who doesn't believe in the evidence.
And what evidence is that? Robin, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Robin. Can we get a W, Robin, in the comment section? Thank you so much,
Listen to
Robin.
the answer, or just go off.
I was
with your comment?
thinking someone
Oh, no,
justice.
you're going off with your comment section.
No, I got a Cash App.
Yeah, you're going off your comment section instead of actually engaging in a conversation.
That wasn't the comment section. It was a Cash App.
Whatever. Instead of engaging in a conversation that you're having with somebody that's right here trying to talk with you, yeah?
Yeah, I said thank you because I'm running a debate show. You're so angry.
You're so angry. Why are you so angry? You're
I'm not
angry
at all.
God.
I'm
Yeah,
chilling,
no,
bro. I honestly think it's kind of
absolutely
funny.
you are.
I think it's
You're
kind of funny that the
absolutely
first
angry
person
at
I
God.
added
See,
on
I'm still
today
talking,
is
and then
raging.
You interrupted me. No, you're raging. You're interrupting me as I'm speaking again, like you just did.
Can we get some baby bottles in the chat,
Maybe
please?
count to five. Maybe count to five before you speak again. That way you know the
Deep
person
breaths,
is done
deep breaths,
speaking.
deep
Take a
breaths.
deep breath. Count to five. Yeah, you need to breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Maybe that'll help you, so you won't be so emotional. See, now
You
you're
know what I mean? Just like you got to
hyperventilating.
take a breath in.
Are you hyperventilating? You're having to take deep breaths on the
Thank you for the
screen.
hand art. Thank you so much.
Is that what your problem
Baby
is?
bottles
You're
in the chat
so
for the first
emotional.
guest up here.
Are you so angry at God that you're that emotional about it that you have to have
Can't be
temper
angry at something
tantrums
that
about
doesn't
it?
exist.
Well, obviously you are. Then if you don't think he exists, why are you spending so much time arguing against him and his existence?
Because people that believe in something that doesn't exist impact the society that I exist in.
Well, people that believe in something that doesn't exist impact the society that I believe in, but you don't see me going around saying you shouldn't do that.
Okay, so, right, I'm arguing this, right? You might not want to argue things, right? That's your own view, right? Under my view, it's better to argue these things,
Why?
right? To get people towards
Why?
accepting truth, being critical, right? Because that produces a
Why?
better society in which
Why?
people, right, are less likely to accept bullshit and more likely to accept things in which are going to be positive and beneficial.
Bullshit
for their
like
lives.
what? Like, for instance, can you give me a bullshit for instance?
Yeah, like random conspiracy theories with no evidence, like reptilians living underground controlling everything, like the election conspiracies.
Or like a Big Bang that happened 14 billion years ago, that kind of conspiracy.
Well, you know, something that we can observe, right? Cosmic background radiation, photons, and
Yeah,
the
you can't-
redshift.
there's no
but you're
way
too
that-
dense to look at the evidence.
No, I've looked at the evidence. There's no.
No,
way
you
to
haven't.
you can't. Yes, I have. And
Cap.
there's no, again.
Can we get some caps in the
Cap.
comments section?
Can we? Yeah, there you go. Relying on, instead of talking to the actual person, you're relying on your comments again. I'm sorry that your education system.
And let's get some baby bottles because he's so angry. We love
I'm
it.
sorry that your education system failed you, and you can't put anger on me, son. You keep trying.
Yeah.
but you-
What is your degree in?
It's actually in communications.
In communications. So why is that? Why would education be relevant if you have a communications degree?
I said I'm sorry that your education system failed you. I'm sorry.
I
that
don't
you're
think it
not
did.
able to- evidently, you can't listen long enough to
Appreciate the
hear
lover's
someone.
glasses. Thank you so much.
Are
Yeah,
you?
no, I listened. I engaged with what you said.
Really? What did I
The
say?
communications major didn't teach you how to engage legitimately in a conversation, did it?
Yeah, I have obviously yours didn't. So, what did
Well,
I
I
just
mean,
say?
I studied economics, so
What did
they
I
wouldn't
just
be
say?
teaching me that.
What did I just say? Or did you just wait for your turn to talk and relying on your audience again?
Oh, honestly, you're just so emotional at this point that I don't even care.
Nobody's emotional. You're the only
you
one
are.
that's getting emotional. You're having to rely on your audience and taking deep breaths. I'm sorry that you're so
No,
triggered.
I was saying that you should take a deep breath because you're really
Are you
clearly
that
like
triggered?
clearly,
Are you that
visibly,
triggered, Patrick?
and
Are you that
audibly
triggered,
angry.
Patrick? All right, Patrick. Are you that
Galen,
triggered?
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much.
Patrick, are you really that triggered?
Wait. Never mind. Wait, Kate. Okay, wait. Gyla? Yeah. Oh, that's
Wow,
what it
so
is.
you really
Gyla. I
can't-
got you. Gyla.
really
Thank you for the
can't-
$20. Thank you so
You
much.
really can't have a conversation, can you? You got to keep relying on your audience, keep going back to your little thank yous and this and that. You know, have a conversation, man.
Yeah, you know when you say
Are you
stuff
there?
like that, you're just gonna get people to send me more money, right?
Oh, I don't care. It doesn't really
Okay.
matter to me one way or another. I don't care what they
Well,
do.
you're the
for
one
you.
complaining about it.
I'm not complaining about it. I'm just pointing out a fact. I'm not complaining. It's
okay.
called pointing out a fact.
Oh my god, a person running a show thanked a person for sending them money. What a terrible guy. Oh my
I
god.
didn't say you were terrible for it either. There you go, trying to twist it again, but it doesn't work that way.
Okay,
Nice
so
try.
do you want to respond to my hypothetical, or are we just gonna meta convo this entire time?
Well, you can do either way you want to do it, kid.
All right, so if it was the case that you were, I appreciate the cowboy hat. Thank you so much. In this time period, right, when God did command this in 1 Samuel 15.
Yeah, I don't do
Appreciate the
hypotheticals.
cowboy hat. Thank you so much. Well, you did earlier. I asked you a
I don't
hypothetical
do
earlier, and you
hypotheticals.
answered it.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I
Right.
didn't.
The hypothetical I asked you was
No, I didn't.
what would you have felt
No, I
like if you
didn't.
didn't eat today?
No, I didn't.
That was a hypothetical that you
No, I
answered.
didn't. No, I didn't.
So now you're just gaslighting? Angela, thank you for the $6.66. Thank
Evidently.
you so much, Angela.
Evidently, Patrick, maybe.
Angela, again, thank you for the $6.66.
Oh, you think that's going to bother me, huh?
It is already.
Oh, is it? How is that? 666 doesn't bother me at all, kid. Not at all.
Not at all?
No, not at all.
So you
The
wouldn't
devil
mind
doesn't
if we
bother me
just
'cause I
spam it in
actually
the
know what
comment
it
section
means.
for the next few
Spam
minutes?
it all. Yeah, spam all the hate you want. Spam all the.
There's no
hail
hate we're
Satans you
spamming
want.
there. We're just...
Spam all the hail Satans, all the 666s. all that
Okay,
kind of
you're
crap that you
telling
want.
people to do
Spam
it.
it all you want.
You're telling people to do
Y'all
it.
can,
They're
y'all
going to
can
do it.
whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. That's the thing.
Hey,
You can
you're the one
deny
telling them to
God.
do it.
You can deny God all you want.
Okay.
That's exactly what you're doing, is throwing a little temper tantrum and denying God.
Me? I'm not throwing any temper tantrum.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what you're doing every day on the app.
How?
Thousands of people watching you. I'm
Yeah, do a
glad.
temper tantrum? What are you talking about?
Yeah, thousands. Of people
Desire,
watching
thank you for the
throw
$1.11. Saturn, thank you for the $5. Becky, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much, Becky.
Everybody give him that money, because that's all he serves.
That's all he serves.
He serves
right?
the almighty dollar.
No, what
serve the
I
almighty God.
serve is the benefit of people,
You
right? And
serve
that
the
means
almighty dollar.
dismantling
You serve the
incoherent belief
almighty
systems
dollar.
that
Quit lying.
plague
You serve
our
the
democratic
almighty
political
dollar. I was still
process,
speaking. You're
that
serving
plague
the
the
almighty
engagements
dollar.
we have between
Yep, you
people
serve
and the
almighty
care and
dollar. I
acceptance we
know,
have
and
for
it
them.
upsets you so much that you serve the almighty dollar, and that I pointed out that fact that you have to speak over it. It upsets you that much, doesn't it, there, Patrick?
No, Patrick's doing great.
Well, then why did it upset you so much you had to speak over me again?
Well, it didn't upset me. Through the power of Pisus, I was not upset.
Evidently it did.
Through the power of Pisus, I was not upset.
I don't know. You seem pretty mad to me.
I don't know. The power of Pisus gives me patience.
Oh. So what do you think you get that from?
Pisus.
Explain. Tell me about it.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Pishanity?
Yeah. Go ahead. Come
Marcy, thank you for the roses. Thank you so much.
Keep
The
fulfilling
possible, Pathu, Park, Puke, and Pawn. Have you heard of the possible?
Keep fulfilling prophecy. I love it. Keep going.
Fulfilling prophecy? Right. The only prophecy that was
you're
fulfilled
fulfilling
is by Christians. Appreciate the wind force. Thank you so much. So the Bible actually prophesizes.
You're literally fulfilling prophecy right now.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
Kevin,
you are.
thank you for the $6.66. Thank
Do
you
you
so
know
much. I
every single
appreciate it,
prophecy
Kevin.
there is in the Bible? So how do you know if you're fulfilling one or not if you don't know them all?
Yeah, so I'm saying that I'm not fulfilling a prophecy because, again, right? It's not a prophecy, right? These are claims written down in a book, right, about a possible future. Christina, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. A
That
prophecy
should be
entails
what
that
it
there
is.
is some hidden knowledge given there. Kevin,
yeah,
thank you for the
absolutely, there's hidden knowledge.
$6.66. Thank you so much, Kevin.
There is hidden knowledge, of course. But if it's hidden, it means that you would have to search it out. Yes.
Sure, you might have to.
willing?
You might have
Are
to
you actually
find it.
willing? Are you actually willing to search it out?
You think I haven't?
I know you
Hayden,
haven't.
thank you for the head mustache.
I
Thank
know you haven't. It's a fact you haven't.
I could defend your worldview better than you can.
No, because you don't know what my worldview is.
Yes, Christianity. That's your worldview.
No, I have never said that, have I?
You
haven't asked.
said that you're Christian. I asked you.
No,
That was like one of
no.
the first questions I asked
Actually,
you.
no, I didn't. I said I
You
was
did, and you
no,
also have
I didn't.
have in your profile picture
Actually,
a cross.
No, I didn't.
And it's
So
it says
again,
walk by faith,
no,
not
I
by
didn't.
sight.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't say Christian. I said I'm
You
a
did.
child
I
of
asked
God.
you, do you believe in
No,
Christianity?
I said I was a child of God, Patrick. Clean out your ears. You
I
got
appreciate the elephant. Thank you so much.
There you
No,
go. They
you're
gave you
literally
elephant
lying
ears,
right
so
now.
maybe you can hear better now because I
Hey,
never
dude.
said
Hey,
that.
dude, I'm just telling you, you're lying right now, and
Yeah, you're lying. I know.
You're engaging
You're
in
lying.
a sin.
You're engaging in a sin.
See, you don't even care about engaging in sins.
See,
You're doing
I
it right
don't.
now.
You're right. I don't. That's the thing. I'm set free. I don't care about engaging.
You don't
in
care about
sin.
engaging in sin.
You're
for
right.
real.
I don't. Absolutely. It's called being
For real,
set
Christians don't care about sinning.
free. Yeah.
Yo,
you're
George,
right.
thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so
living by
much,
what the
George.
book
I
says,
appreciate
dummy.
it.
Are you that dense? Most Christians don't live by what the book tells them to, dummy.
Actually, okay. Well, then you're just critiquing your own view, right?
No, I'm
Why
critiquing
isn't
other
Christ able
people's view
to
because it's a
convince people to
relationship,
follow him?
dumbass. Hey, dumbass, I'm talking.
Hey, what made you
Hey,
so
dumbass,
angry?
I'm talking.
He's so
Hey,
angry.
dumbass, I'm talking. No,
He's
I'm just
so
pointing out
angry.
a fact. You're an idiot. Shut
You're
the fuck
so,
up.
he's so
Let me talk.
angry. He's
Oh, I'm not
so angry, Chad.
You think? Oh,
Was it the
because I said
666s?
fuck? No, the fuck doesn't matter. Oh, you know what fuck
He's
actually
triggered.
means? So fuck actually means
Triggered.
fornication under the consent of the king.
W
You know
fornication.
You know what it means?
Hey, Justice.
You know what it
W
means?
W fornication. Can we get some
maybe
W's
you
for
can actually
fornication in
learn
the chat?
something if you'd shut the fuck up long enough.
Well, I'm just saying W fornication. Okay.
Yeah, I know. You love fornication. You know, yeah.
Absolutely. Fawn,
So do
thank you for
I.
the $6.66. Thank you.
So do I when it's done properly between a man and a
How
woman.
can you yeah, fornication is still a sin under your worldview regardless.
Yeah. Under my
So how
worldview,
can it be okay
you
then?
would have to know what
Adam,
my
thank you for the
worldview is,
$6.66. Thank
Hey,
you so much,
dumbass, You have
Adam.
to know what your name's now dumb.
Adam said you're so mad.
Adam can kiss my ass. It doesn't really matter what Adam thinks. All Adam's opinions.
Well, they're
are
there because
meaningless.
you just said it.
They're meaningless. Those opinions are meaningless.
It wasn't meaningless.
Yeah, absolutely. Fucking.
Wait, so
meaningless.
if those opinions are meaningless,
Means
so are
nothing.
yours.
Exactly.
Oh, your opinions are
I fucking-
meaningless.
Exactly. There's only one thing that matters, and that's the fucking truth, dumbass.
Yeah, which is not Christianity.
Yeah, it is the truth.
No, it's not.
There's only one truth. He is the truth.
Carrie, thank you so much for the
He is
galaxy. I
the
appreciate it.
truth.
Thank you so much. I have a question. Justice.
Jesus is the only
Justice.
truth. There's only
Justice.
one truth.
I have
and
a
that is
question,
Jesus
Justice.
Christ. He said it
Hey-
himself. Jesus
Hey,
is the
Justice.
truth.
Justice. Right.
Hey, dumbass, shut the fuck up.
Hey, I have
Or
a
kick me out.
question.
I don't care. Either way.
Is
You can reject the truth or
ethnic
fucking
cleansing
shut the fuck up
sometimes
and listen
justified?
to it. Can you shut the fuck up and listen to
Hey,
the truth?
Justice,
You
is
can't.
ethnic cleansing
You can-
sometimes justified?
I never said it was. Why are you?
No, I'm
changing
asking,
this?
is it ever justified?
I don't know. Do you think it's evil?
No, I think it's never justified, right? Do you think it's ever
evil?
justified?
Do you think it's evil?
Yes, ethnic cleansing is evil.
Oh.
Saturn, thank you for the dollar.
No,
Thank you so
if
much.
Ethnic cleansing is
I don't know if I can
evil,
call him
wait,
that.
wait. How is there? How do you think it's evil? Wait, explain this.
Why do I
love to
think
hear you.
ethnic
Yeah.
cleansing is evil?
Absolutely. Explain it.
Oh, well, you're
Based on
violating
your
the rights
worldview,
of
you can't be based
lots
on
of
your
people,
worldview, based
right?
on your worldview of evolution.
It is based on my
cannot
worldview.
be possible.
Yeah, Justice.
based
Under
on
my
your worldview.
worldview, it
Explain
is
it.
wrong to ethnically
Explain it.
cleanse a group of people.
Explain it.
Yeah,
Why?
that's my
Explain
worldview.
it. Explain why. Give me
It's
your
a
reason.
description of my psychological preferences
Oh,
because it
fine,
violates the
fine.
rights of human
According
sentient
to who?
beings.
According to
Under
who?
my view.
According to who? That's
Me.
your view. Your view is meaningless. You've already said it.
No. I don't believe that
Yes,
just because
yes,
I
you
hold a
did.
view, it's meaningless. Meaning
you
is going to
did.
be derivative of my values, of what I care about. So under my view, that statement wouldn't be meaningless because I'm the one that grants it meaning.
No, but if you're only a fucking organism that developed under evolution, your only thing would be survival. You wouldn't give a shit what they did to.
Oh, he got removed for community guidelines. We're going to go to the next person. I was waiting for that to happen, everyone. I was waiting for that to happen. Let's get the next person up here, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you do believe Christianity is true, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's run to 500,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Am I muted?
How old are you?
I'm 52.
Do you believe in Christianity?
Yes, I do.
If God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
So, if God, say that one more time again.
Yeah, if your God commands you to kill an infant or kill infants, would you do it?
No.
Okay, well, so you disobey God?
Well, after when Jesus came, he fulfilled the prophecy that we're all sinners and now we're forgiven. Before then, you had to obey, otherwise, you had to live a righteous. What if you sin once, you're gone.
Cody, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Yeah, but you understand that when God commands you to kill infants, those infants never sinned.
No, I agree.
So why did those infants deserve to die? Because in 1 Samuel 15:3, God commands the ethnic cleansing of the Amalekites and specifically commands them to kill infants.
Well, I know back then, it's probably hard to believe, but there was non-humans amongst us, just like there is today. That's what I believe.
What is a man?
What is a man? The man is the race. We're the race.
No, what is a man and what is a woman?
A woman is a man with a womb. Womb man. The definition of a man.
No. Okay, so no, dude. Okay, so do you think that humans, right, are men and women, right?
Yeah, but
Right,
we're
men and
talking
women are
about
human,
male
right?
and female, right?
Okay, if men and women are human, okay, well then how could, when God is commanding the killing of the Amalekites, could they possibly be, right, human, right, and also non-human? Are you saying then it's okay to kill them if they're a part of a particular species that is non-human, but is the exact same?
Well, if it's just like how like the Temple Mount is right and left, and God sits on the right. So anything on that side is God's, and that's including America too. So everything on the west from the Temple Mount. Now you got Islam that's trying to take over the right side of the, and they're already over here too. Nothing bad about Islam. I got a bunch of Islamic friends. I even practiced it early on before I became a Christian. But that's what all this war is about Islam's coming over and trying to dominate the world. Once they become a superpower, they'll enforce it on everybody. So we fight back eventually. That's what the Crusades were about. The encroachment on.
Wait, Crusades was literally them pushing it upon other people.
Yeah, but Islam approached all into the countries and was starting to dictate their laws on the Christians and persecuting the Christians. So we had to form the Crusades to push back. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a Christian around. We'd all get our heads cut off.
Wait, you understand Christians were killing people throughout the context of history, stoning them, killing them for being non-virgins, killing them for sinning, right, for engaging in quote-unquote blasphemy, right? Yeah. Like, you understand that Christians have historically oppressed people throughout the context of history. That wouldn't be specific to Islam.
Well, if you look at all three religions that came from the Abraham religion, before then...
Wait, here, can I just ask you these questions, right? Like, you believe that God, right, if he commanded you to kill infants, you wouldn't do it. You disobey God. So if you exist in this time, you would disobey him, even though you believe he is an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect being that created the universe.
I also believe in the devil. So if God commanded me to kill an infant without cause, and I'm a person that doesn't want to, but I am a lion though. But a sheep can lay right next to me and I won't hurt it. But I'm a lion. You know what I'm saying? So I will protect my family, whatever. And if that was an order, I don't know. I would think it would be coming from the devil.
Wait, so you're saying this comes from the devil? Okay, so wait, comes exactly to the question I would want to ask you. If God commands you to kill infants, how would you know whether or not it's God or the devil? And it sounds like you don't. So for the people in 1 Samuel 15:3, they were commanded by God to kill infants. They were commanded by God to ethnically cleanse the Amalekites. Under your worldview, they have no ability to differentiate between whether or not it's from God or from the devil, right? So couldn't you say that with any command from God, in which is specifically here like ambiguous? And if it is ambiguous, you're saying that's not predicated off the Bible, because this is proclaimed by God, commanded by God in the Bible. So your expectations now for what is good are independent of the Bible. They're predicated on your own intuitions. And if that's true, wouldn't you believe that if something commanded you to kill infants, right, that they wouldn't be good? Wouldn't you expect that they wouldn't be good? Wouldn't you expect that to be an evil God?
Well, God is both the negative and the positive. Jesus is the one who took it upon himself to save us. So God, I believe, is that holds both. You know what I'm saying? He created both, because you can't have a positive without a negative. You can't even plug a cord in the wall without having something grounded. It all works together. So that's what I think. Nature, God, everything follows.
Here, let me ask you a different question. Why should people go to prison for murder?
Well, sometimes you got to pull the weeds to have a good garden. Let the young flowers grow. Otherwise,
Is what's good predicated off of the Bible? So if someone sins, they ought to go to prison?
to me, I believe so. Something.
Okay, so if someone tells their kid...
I went to jail and I had to learn my lesson. I didn't want to go
If
back.
someone tells their kid that Santa Claus exists, should they go to prison?
Well, Santa Claus is a metaphor.
If someone tells their kids that Santa Claus exists, should they go to prison?
Should they go to prison? No, because I'm not.
But they lied. They sinned.
So you think that I should send people for believing? No, I'm
If
actually.
you predicate it off of whether or not it's a sin. So what I'm telling you is that you don't have a justification for sending people to prison who are murderers. Otherwise, you would send people who also have committed sins, right, to prison, like people who tell their kids Santa Claus exists. It seems like you don't have a method to differentiate the difference between them unless you use your own desires.
You're blanking it. All those decisions on just one thing. What I'm trying to say is there's a degree, and that's what we as a community decide what's good or bad for the community out in the public.
Yeah, so
square.
you don't think it should be predicated off of, right, your book, your Bible. Well, your Bible determines to be right and wrong. I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. You think it should be predicated off of what we believe is right and wrong.
Well, we follow God. God has to be involved in it.
Okay, so if you believe God has to be involved by it, then why don't you use the Bible to dictate what should or shouldn't be illegal?
Well, like I said, we down here as a community, because we have the hive minds. You know, I'm an individual thinker, but I also believe in the hive mind because I see it amongst all you guys. You guys all talk the same. Once the hive mind has its own personality, everybody becomes that personality.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I have an open mind. It sounds like you have a closed mind. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, no, it's completely the other way around. Okay, you're the one that is being presented problems with your belief system.
Well, well,
You've taken into account absolutely nothing. Okay,
well. You pull these. You know, the title of your show. I understand you want to stay on that topic. Um, you know, and that's probably one of your findings to prove the Bible wrong or whatnot. But I always look at it as metaphors too. Like, did you read the whole story?
can you name to me the first 4 books of the New Testament?
The New Testament? No.
No. So then why are you telling me to read the book and know the context if you don't even know what the Gospels books
Because
are?
I've been read. I started in Genesis. Now I'm moving around. So I just became brand new. You know what I'm saying? Like this.
So go read your book and then come up and defend it.
Well, I'm defending it. I'm trying to. Thought we had a
You're defending it
discussion.
before you even know the view.
I mean, you just have one question, and how am I supposed to defend that when I don't even know about that question?
Okay, so if you don't know how to
saying
defend it, why don't you hit the books?
I came on because it sounds like, I try to come on multiple shows prior.
Dude, your literal name of your account is Yeshua is King, right? Yet you can't even name and you have in your bio Jesus is Lord and Savior, but you can't name to me the books of the gospel. Be so
Yeah,
real,
well,
dude.
I'm new.
You don't
I'm
even
new.
know the books of the gospel, and you're following this. You dedicated your life to
You know
it. Come
how
on, bro.
you know how I came, because I wasn't seeking this. It found me and through my research. So if we want to talk about that to prove that God's real,
I don't know what
could
you mean
prove
by it found you. It
I
doesn't
could
have a
prove
mind of its own.
I could prove it through um you know to the microcosm. You know what I'm saying? I could prove God in the atom. I'm just saying this was.
Oh my gosh, no. Why is my microphone not working now? You said you can prove it to the microcosm?
I'm just saying everything's. If you look at nature and you see the cycles and patterns, and how when you first conceive a baby and the two cell the cell splits in two, you could prove God through all that stuff. I don't know why people haven't figured it out sooner.
Wait, so what? You can prove it
I'm,
through what? That doesn't make any sense.
all I'm saying is that I know I sound crazy because talking about that
You just said incoherent.
but I'm just saying God found me. I wasn't searching it.
Yeah.
I thought like you. I was like, you know, until I came to the realization, I was like, I asked the question, what is this place? Why are we here? What is, you tell me why we're here.
I have no clue, right? But just because I have no clue doesn't mean that it's a god.
But I'm just saying, you're intellectual. I could tell that you're highly intellectual, but I still believe that you're closed minded.
Yeah.
You already think you have
You're only saying I'm. It worked. You're only saying I'm closed-minded because you disagree with me and because I'm saying you're wrong. That's it.
Well, I know, but you're stuck on this one question, and I thought you really wanted to understand how people.
I'm not stuck on this one question. I can
Well,
give you
because
plenty of
made a
critiques
whole
of your worldview.
page. I run into your lives all the time, and I try to get in, but I sit there and listen for like an hour, and I can't get in. But I could tell you're highly educated or intellectual, and you read a lot. You're well read. I could tell. I'm not debating that. I'm just saying when I talk to people like you guys already think that you already know it.
I don't understand everything, but I promise you, dude, as it relates to this topic right now, I know a lot more than you about these problems. And that's why I'm trying to show you these particular problems. Again, I don't think I know everything. There are plenty of people out there that know significantly more than I do. I promise you that, right?
Well,
plenty of people out there. But right now, I'm just showing you something that you haven't seen yet.
yeah, and I'm trying to tell you the Old Testament, that was the laws. You know what I'm saying? And we already sinned. We all of us need to go to hell because all through our
What is hell?
the opposite of the positive.
So negative. So God should send us to a place where we get tortured?
Well, it's up to us. He's
So
not
torturing
sending
is good in that circumstance.
He's not sending us. We want to stay in the negative. We want to stay connected to all these lusts.
So I have a question. Is it good for God to torture babies?
Like I said, I don't believe in it.
Is it okay ever for God to torture babies?
Well, like I said, throughout my research, I was talking about the negative and positive, and God.
Is it good for
is
God
both.
to ever
I'm just saying
torture
that
babies?
I'm just saying God was jealous. He sounded kind of wicked through my research before. That's why I wasn't into Christianity at first.
Is it good for God to ever torture babies?
What I'm trying to say is there's a good and a bad.
Yeah, and I'm trying to hear an answer to my question. Is
Well-
it ever good for God to torture babies?
Well, because these are gotcha type of questions. These are like
This is just a yes or no question.
you're trying to use that to
Yeah, I'm bringing up a problem. And whether or not you want to call it a gotcha, this is a problem with your worldview. Is it ever good for God to torture babies?
Well, is it good for you to torture babies?
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So is it
You
ever
wouldn't
good
do
for
that,
God
but
to torture babies?
There are some people that will. Would you do it? No, I don't think you would. That's your morale. That's the positive you got. That's what I'm saying. It's all about bringing people to positive. Otherwise, people will just act up and go 0 to 100 and start hitting people.
Is
Because
it
they don't know
good
how-
ever if God were
I'm
to
just saying that
torture babies?
if we're made in this image, we have the possibility to either do good or bad.
Yeah, is it okay for God to, in any circumstance, torture a baby? Appreciate the sunglasses, thank you.
Well, I know one thing is, the sacrifices.
Okay, man, I'm gonna mute you until you answer the question. Okay, I'm sick of you not answering the question. I've respectfully asked you the question plenty of times. I'm going to continue to ask you the question. If you do not answer the question, I will mute you till you answer. If you don't answer after I do that, I will go on to the next person. Okay, don't ignore my question, man. Is it good in any circumstance for God to torture a baby?
No.
No. Okay. If God, do you believe God killed everyone in the flood?
Yes.
Okay. Were there babies that existed at the time?
Yes.
Is drowning a baby and suffocating it to death torturing it?
Not if they were human.
Not if they were human?
Hmm.
You think drowning and killing a baby that's human is not torturing it?
Well, I believe just like the 7 days, I believe that we're in the sixth, age. So there's like 6 ages and then the 7th rest. So all I'm saying is that I think AI been around towards the end of all these.
Here, let me just give you an example. If someone grabs their baby, dunks their baby's head, right, in a toilet, right, and unalives their baby, did they torture their baby?
Well, what do you think's going on right now with like people castrating themselves?
What, dude? That doesn't relate to anything I just asked you. Okay,
What I'm,
sorry.
I'm trying
Answer
to say
my question. Answer my
It was
question.
an evil time, and I understood why God wiped out everybody.
Dude, okay. Is that torture?
I understand your question. Yes, it is torture.
Okay. So God, when he drowned everyone on the planet, including babies, right? He tortured babies and you think God, if you were to have torched a baby, would be doing something evil. So it seems like your view is that God did something evil here.
Well, let me ask you a question that might answer that for you. What if you were God? Now, say you had a plan, and you could see what everybody's doing, and all of a sudden, just like what they're doing right now with this transhuman, is they're merging people and changing their DNA and messing with nature. Everything's just changing. All the stuff that you're reading about, like fairy tale novels, that they could have been real with the technology that they had to be able to mess with people's DNA, like the tree of life.
Not true.
So I'm thinking,
What are you saying?
what I'm trying to say is that I'm thinking AI's been around since the artificial mind. And I believe in that's the devil. Did I get muted?
No, sir. What the hell does that relate to any of my questions I was asking? Why are you?
What I'm
telling
trying
me
to
this?
say is if you
believe
were,
that
if
AI
you
is
were
the
God,
devil?
would you
Okay.
wipe out?
You
would you
vote?
wipe out-
How the hell do we let you vote?
What I'm trying to say is if you were God and you seen everybody going the direction they are, like just like today, that's how I see today. I see us going into I don't know what it is, a B system. That's what pretty much why I became a Christian, is because of this system that we're going into. And I'm thinking that's related to the past with Noah's flood.
Huh?
What I'm saying is that it depicts evil.
Sir, did I order a Yappuccino?
It depicts evil. And as we grow, and we don't even know how to take care of ourselves anymore. We don't know how to hunt. We don't know how to grow. I'm sure some people have a garden, but do they know how to take millions of people, take care of millions?
We
of people?
don't
No,
have
we
to know how
don't.
to do that. We
I know,
live in
but
a
what if
society where we
technology
can
is-
exchange with each other.
I'm just saying we're so dependent on technology.
We're dependent upon other
crazy.
humans. Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm just saying that with the Noah's flood, I would understand why he flooded us today.
You'd understand it?
Yeah, because I'm seeing.
Wait, so I have a question. Would you think it's good if God were to kill every person on the planet today?
What I'm saying is, you know what Babylon is? It's
Wait, no,
it's a
before you,
it's-
hey. Would you
Yeah.
think it's good for God to kill everyone on the planet today?
if the time's up and only the righteous go, because he doesn't want all this crazy stuff.
No. I'm saying, would it be justified for God to kill every living being and breathing being on the planet right now?
What I'm saying is he ain't going to kill anybody. They're going to kill themselves.
I'm asking you, that's not my question, dude. Would it be justified for God to literally kill every human on the planet?
Well, if you look as us like a embryo, we're gonna split into two cells, and that's a cycle, and it goes on to the micro or to the grand scheme of things. It's from as above, so below. If you want to know the universe, look at an atom.
Sir, what in the living hell? I'm asking you a question. Would it be justified if God were to literally kill every human being on the planet right now?
That's what I'm saying. He's not.
If God
gonna kill-
nuked the planet, would that be okay?
that's the evil in the world.
Would it be okay for God to nuke the whole planet?
God ain't gonna nuke the whole planet.
No,
I'm
would it
trying
be
to tell you.
good?
He won't do it. He's gonna
Okay,
split us.
you believe he won't do it because you have
He's gonna
expectations
split
for
us.
what you consider him. You have expectations for what you consider is bad, right?
What was the flood?
Yeah, no, I asked him this, right? This is where we are in the conversation, Dean. I asked him, is God torturing a baby always wrong? He said yes, right? I asked him, is God drowning babies torturing? He said yes, because I gave him a scenario where an adult puts their kid's head right in the toilet and drowns them. That would be torturing that kid, right? So he's committed to saying God, right, tortured babies, which means he did something wrong.
Okay, yeah. So I'm so sorry. If God were to torture a baby, why would that be wrong?
Are you asking me now?
Yeah.
So we got two yes now? Okay, so
We're actually like one and the same. Like Dean is identical to Parker. Parker's identical to Dean.
Yeah, it's
Right.
part of the Trinity.
Yeah.
oh yeah, you guys you guys talk like
Two people, one essence.
Yep.
yeah, I feel you. So what was the question again now?
The essence
Yeah.
being a skinny white boy on TikTok. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So if God were to torture a baby, why would that be wrong?
Why would it be wrong?
Yeah.
Well, if he I don't think God will torture a baby, but I'm just saying that I think it would be wrong
Yeah. Why? Why would that be wrong?
because it's immoral. I mean, I'm sure
Yeah.
you
What determines morality?
would you do it yourself? I mean, you have the morals not to be able to do that, right?
Of course, because I have like expectations for what is moral and immoral, right? Placed on
Yeah,
things
a
outside of the
compass.
context of the Bible. But see,
Right.
here's what I'm saying, right? You'd say if God were to do this, this would be immoral. But your apparent grounding for morality is in of itself that God, right? But what you're showing us when you say this action of his would be immoral is that you'd have expectations for what is good and bad outside of the context of the Bible, and this introduces us to the evidential problem of evil. So let me just ask you a question to hopefully prove the argument here. So if you were given God's powers for a day, you were all powerful and you were all knowing, what would you do? Would you snap your fingers and stop child rape? Maybe go back in time and stop the Holocaust? What would you change in the world?
Well, I believe that it all stems to keeping sex sacred. I think that's the root of all evil, and that's what brought us all into this where there's lust can be addictive to the point where you can lust after a kid. You can lust after like Ted Bundy, what he did. You know what I'm saying? He talked about how
I have a question. Did God make our sexual attractions?
no, that was the evil that came in the world, and
So you believe
came
we choose that, right?
and it came in through the woman.
Wait, so do you believe that? Do you believe that we choose that?
It's
That
It's a
topic
way
gets
of-
me banned a lot. Be careful.
like I said,
Okay,
it's a way, it's a metaphor of way of thinking.
Here, I'll just ask you this question: how did it come through the woman?
Well,
What do you mean by the woman?
Well, if you look at, because each one of us have a negative and a positive, because we're like a battery itself. What I'm trying to say is the feminine is the negative. That's the gravitational.
Feminine. Wait, why is feminine negative?
Because it's a negative to the positive. You have to have both.
Wait, do two negatives make a positive?
Why is feminine negative?
Maze,
What
thank
I'm-
you for the $6 and 66
So
cents
this-
on Venmo.
So if you look at if you look at a negative,
Maze, thank you
where-
for the
where it has
$6.66.
gravitational pull, it has static electricity, it has the and women.
Wanna ask
See,
me a
look at
question?
if you look at it, if women have the power of attraction, just like
Hey,
what
sir,
I
do
said.
two negatives make a positive?
That's why men are like the
Sir,
light.
do two negatives make a positive?
I'm just trying to just prove my point. I don't know why you're trying to trip me up here.
I'm just
I was
asking you a
trying to prove
question.
my point that he was asking about why women are negative.
Are we on the same planet?
Yeah, no. Why do you believe that women are negative? You just restate the point that they're negative. You just that's all you said. But answer Dean's question.
What
Thank you
I-
for the wind force. Thank you.
I really have a big point to make here.
Oh,
It's
go
really
ahead, go ahead.
important.
I'll let you do that, but I want to finish the why I said the negative. All right, go ahead.
I think
I'll
we
ask you
really-
right after. Don't worry.
Yeah, do two negatives make a positive?
The two negative, no.
Okay, then I don't know what sense of like positives and negatives you're referencing here. Like, what
I'm talking about a
of,
one single battery that has it has the Trinity in it. It's the negative, the positive, and the inertia.
are women's batteries with inertia? Wait, I'm getting him. I'm understanding him.
What I'm
Whatever.
trying to say is that each one of us have a negative and a positive. But
With the
since
inertia and the gravitational pull.
yeah, it's the same
I'm
as the
on it?
planet. We
Yeah.
have Yeah.
And the Trinity too, right?
The mind, body, and soul. Future,
The mind,
past,
body, and soul
present.
with the inertia on the planet with the future, past, and present. All right, women are obviously the negative and men are obviously the men, and we can understand this to be the case because of some interpolation of the planetary bodies, the
Yes.
Trinity, and inertia. And on the broader scale, this all just leads us to the conclusion that sexual immorality is the root of all sin.
Yeah, and I was just saying
I
that
got it
if we keep yes, and that's what I said. The Trinity, you know, the keep us up.
Dean, you can respond. I have no clue what's going on.
No, I'm following. I'm
Like,
tracking him.
I'm not following.
No, I understand
honestly, this is probably your fault that you're not following this conversation, Parker.
Probably.
Right? Obviously, like we all understand what this guy's saying. In fact, he has a good point here. He has a great point here.
Yeah,
So-
it makes total sense, right?
No, he's not making any sense. Not at all.
Yeah, so again, can you explain to me what you mean by like women are negative?
So
Parker's mind is not having.
Someone just
before
called
I
me the
said that,
Christian
like
whisperer.
I said, each person, man or woman, both have the negative and the positive. So we do have the ability to think masculine or the think feminine. So
You're
feminine,
not explaining to me why feminine is negative.
it's wholly divine. It's holy. I mean, the negative is just your aspect of saying it. You know, it could be bad. That's why I said the devil goes through the woman.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so
can be
much. I appreciate
bad.
it.
Because she can be bad. She's the host of all the.
And the man can't?
Yeah, the man can if he wants to tap into.
You said the host of
feminine.
abortions?
If he goes into the feminine and he embraces the more of the feminine, he will become emotional.
Wait,
And men
what makes
don't
you
know
associate
how
being
emotional.
feminine with being emotional? Appreciate the passion, Rose. Thank you.
Because they're the nurturers. They're the ones. If they kept their self-centered, they'll be able to raise and nurture
Men
children.
slam their desks, men punch holes in the walls, men commit violence at significantly higher rates predicated off of emotion. Men are literally
Thank you, Corgi.
like we can point to plenty of circumstances where they
Yep.
are literally more
Exactly.
emotional.
Yeah, can you give me like
I
one
agree
obvious?
100% what
Can
you
you give
said.
Can you give me one obvious example of women being more emotional than men in society?
Well, men can be emotional too if they gravitate towards that. That's
So
why
give
I
me
said,
one
no,
obvious example of women being more emotional than men in society.
I'm
Just give me
saying a
one
lot
obvious
of men, especially being raised by single mother homes, seeing
Do
different.
you see how
men
that's just
coming-
not responding to my question at all, sir?
I'm saying. I'm just giving you from my point of view because that's how I was raised. I
Can
was
you
raised
repeat
by-
my question?
Go ahead.
Give me one obvious example of women being more emotional than men.
I'll give you an example. The way we think, because a masculine thinks different from a feminine. So a feminine is more past based. They tend to embrace or like glorify anything from the past. That's why they're the keeper of the past. The masculine thinks more of the future. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we did that. Get up, brush that off. Let's go. We got things to do. That the women are more anybody who embraces the.
Sir, in what fucking world?
Well, you just look at anybody that's has a complaint against society. They're all based on past events, and they just.
So are you
embrace it,
saying
hold on to it.
it's feminine to progress in society?
That's not progressing by holding on to the past. The progression is
Wait, you understand
we-
that? You understand that?
if we have a common goal and we reach to it, that's progression.
You understand that acknowledging the past allows for you to act better in the future?
Right.
You know how I live
So
it?
I don't know how these are mutually exclusive, and I don't know how you identify that they exist higher in the
Because-
context of
because-
like, men compared to women.
Because I look at my compass and I look at how I think. I look at my past as a file cabinet of trials and errors of what I've done, and how can I obtain my goals, if for my experiences. That's how I look at the past. I don't look at it and be like, oh, I'm Native American.
I'm sorry. I don't even know what this.
You're
guy's
better
saying.
than me. You're better than me. You're better than me.
I don't know. I'm going
I
to
was
the next
literally,
person.
I was
I'm
literally
sorry.
just gonna say that.
I can't do it
literally
anymore,
just gonna
chat.
say-
I can't. I think he's just yappinating. Yo,
Oh my
how
gosh.
old are you?
Me?
Oh, you seem old enough. Are you gonna vote? I mean, do you believe in Christianity?
Wait, am I on the live right now? I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I do. I'm a Christian.
For sure. Yeah. So if God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
Of course not. But I do not, like the other man said, I don't believe that that is something God would. I believe.
Really? So
God
when
would
he
not-
commanded Saul to gather his men and like eradicate the infant Amalekites in 1 Samuel 15:3,
Now,
wasn't God?
I do want to.
Oh, you're cutting out.
Go into the other part of your house that had a better connection.
Yeah, Alyssa, you are cutting out. By the way.
So those were. Oh, I just lose signal in there. Those were. I believe those were the Nephilim. I'm sure you guys are pretty educated on it because you guys do these kind of debates a lot. But you know what I'm talking about when I say
Yeah.
the
So you're
Nephilim?
referencing.
Like,
Yeah. So you're referencing the Nephilim, right? And then I would just ask you the question: what is a man and what is a woman?
what do you mean by that? You're a man. I'm a woman.
Are they human?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
when 1 Samuel 15:3 says, "Put to death men, women, children, and infants," they're referencing human beings, right?
No, I don't believe so. I really
So
don't.
what's the
believe
definition
so.
of the word man?
I thought this was like a political thing for a second. It's a human male.
Okay, so let's just replace the word man with your definition
Okay,
of the word
reason why
man.
I think they're Nephilim is not because of.
Let's replace the word man in 1 Samuel 15:3 with your definition of the word man. So when it says put to death all men, it's saying put to death all adult human males?
But it is referring, it says all men of this. Now, I see exactly what you're saying. It's referring to a certain people group who, if you do research on their lineage comes from what you would call the Nephilim and what they called the Nephilim. And if you do research on like archaeological digs, there are different, like people want to say that it's like evolutionary stuff, but around the areas where those people were, there are things that you can find to support that. And I don't believe that the massacring of people.
Wait, did you know that Genesis tells us the lineage of Amalek and that it's all human?
Amalek?
Amalek, yeah, that's the Amalekites.
You mean Ahimelech?
No, Amalek.
That's the lineage of all of the
Christian
Amalekites.
subscription. Thank you so much, sunflowers.
Okay.
So this is listed in Genesis.
Can you give me the scripture?
Yeah, I got you. I'll pull it up right now while Dean talks to you.
Yeah. So here's the broader point of this. So I think it's going to be obvious that God could command you to unalive an infant. God did this to Abraham.
Now,
in
here's the thing.
context-
Can I say something about this? And I'm
Well,
sorry to cut you off.
I guess so.
I guess. Okay. So the thing is that I believe in the Lord because of his love. Like I believe that God is God because of a lot of scientific research that I think backs it up, first of all, and theological just things that make sense. But the reason that I choose to follow the God that I choose to follow is because he loves like no other religions God loves. I mean, you have all of the religions that only have one God and aren't polytheistic.
Can I interrupt you too?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Awesome. So if we had an all evil God, would you expect this God to only allow things in which would all things be considered evil or increase the amount of evil in the world?
If we had an all evil God, what?
If we had an all evil God, would we expect this God to only allow things that would increase evil in the world?
If we had an all evil God, we wouldn't be able to enjoy things at all.
No. Here's like what he's asking. He's like, if something is all evil and they're a god, right? When they take into account each decision they make, right, they're going to consult their standard of being all evil, right? Like, is this action all evil?
Right. Like if we had an all evil God, would we
lived in a good place and God could tamper with it and make it more evil? Because this is just so hard to wrap your mind around. Like, what's the
picture it this way? This is a purely hypothetical circumstance. This is not the Christian God I'm talking about. It's only
Don't use evil. Use like a different all greedy. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a purely hypothetical circumstance to convey a concept that I will later wrap into talking about the Christian God. So let's just imagine an alternate universe, one that we don't live in, one that's not real, and under your worldview, one that couldn't be real. And in this alternate universe, there was an all greedy God, right? Would we expect this all greedy God to only allow things that were all things considered greedy, or that increased the amount of greed in the universe? Or
No, this is going to irritate you, but here's the only thing that I'm confused about with this, because I want to fully get it. So I think that if we had an all greedy God, he wouldn't be capable of creating something good to then be greedy about.
That's irrelevant. Maybe he can't create something good because he
So
only does
what is
things or
he
only allows
greedy
things that are all things
Like,
considered
is there
good.
another person that's creating things for him to be greedy about?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'm just trying to convey a concept. Let me think about it in another way. I like the idea of an all evil God because I think it's like really clear. If there's an alternate universe where we had a God that was the
No. Don't even use God. You just use like a
Something
painter or something,
before.
right?
Okay.
Like a painter that is all what's a style of painting or something like that? All creative, right? Or all particular style of no, we'll do an artist, right? So talk about an artist that is all hip hop, right? Appreciate
Okay.
the subscription. Thank you so much. Each time they make a song, they're going to consult being right, in the hip hop lens, right? Or like a song related to hip hop every single time. It's not going to just be right like a rock song. It's going to always be hip hop because they're all hip hop, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So
okay.
similarly, right, if a god is all good, each action they engage in is going to be based upon something that would increase the amount of goodness or would be in relation to the standard of being all good.
Now increasing. Okay. Sorry. Continue. I think I'm.
Would you
zipping
agree
about
with that?
something.
Because if you agree with that, like I could continue my point here.
Okay. So I believe that if you have a hip hop artist, it's not like they're starting out with country and increasing the hip hop in it. They just make hip hop music.
We're supposing they're all hip hop, right?
So it's not like an increasing of anything. That's what I'm confused about. It's like they just.
Oh wait, actually, I see exactly what you mean, right? Because you're talking about the increasing. That's why goodness and evil are probably the easiest things. Or we could use greed, right?
That's
Talk
what-
about
that's
a
what the
painter.
argument of-
Oh no, we'll think about it this way: a greedy painter, right? An all greedy painter. Each time they make a painting, they're going to talk about whether or not it could increase their level of greed or increase how much money they could make, right?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
like a
so-
business owner being like
Yeah.
cutthroat thing.
Yeah, they're
Like,
all
agreed.
greedy though, which means that they don't divert away from that standard. So
Yeah.
each time they engage in action, it's to increase their level of greed or increase how much money they make. Similarly, if a being is all good, right, each action they engage in, they're going to try and increase the level of good in that action. Otherwise, they wouldn't engage in the action, right?
Yeah.
Like an all greedy painter wouldn't engage in the action if they weren't going to benefit from it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And like another way to put this that may be a little bit more understandable is that if we had, so this is another way to express why everything that God allows has to be something that should occur, right? So like God allows things for X, Y, or Z good reasons, right? Because he's all good. And it's because of those good reasons that he thinks it should occur, right? He doesn't allow things for no or bad reasons. Otherwise he would have made a mistake in allowing it because there's no reason for the allowed event, right? Then it shouldn't
Well, I
occur.
agree with
So,
that.
would
And
you
I know
agree?
that sounds really bad.
So wait, so does God permit things that are impermissible or allows
That are
things that
what?
shouldn't occur?
That are bad?
Would you say that God allows things in which all things considered should not occur?
Now, I don't believe that. I don't believe they should not occur. Now, hear me out. Hear me
So
out.
God allowed the Holocaust to occur. Do you think that the Holocaust, all things considered, should have occurred?
Oh, no, I think that there's justice. Now, hear me out, because I know this is going to be a back and forth until I said a no and a yes that you can cling on to. But I'm going to answer the first question first. So I do believe that. Can you just ask the first question again so I can
Yeah. So, what do
Follow.
we expect an all good God to use their primary motivation of goodness or to determine what they'd allow and not allow, and we'd expect them to only allow things that all things considered should occur? Do you agree with that?
So do I agree that an all good God would only allow for good things to happen?
All things, all
That's
things considered good things, right?
okay. Yeah, what we consider. So I believe that what we consider good, the reason that we even have a compass for what is right and wrong is because God instilled that law within us. Like people all understand.
I don't say
Good.
this is relevant to the given argument. I'm just asking you if you think this God would only allow things in which all things considered should occur.
It's more complicated than just a simple yes or no to me. Now,
Okay.
here's how I'm going to explain it. So I believe that, and this is where faith comes in. So I'm going to preface it because I know you're like, you know, but I do believe that an all good God does only good. And I do believe that there is things that he has allowed that earlier I had the question more clear in my mind. So yes, I do believe that God allows for things to happen that are against his nature. I believe that if he didn't allow that to happen, his plan wouldn't be perfected. I believe that what heaven is to everybody here, like what people create heaven to be, this place where you go and you play harps and you do absolutely nothing for the rest of eternity, but like worship, right? That is against everything that the Bible says about heaven. And what it says is that there will be an increase of our understanding of the war that's going on. So I believe that God wanted, and I'm not one to judge God. I believe in him. I believe that he wanted there to be something deeper, something to test us, something that we can then desire to overcome that can hurt us. And whatever that means, it means he allowed it, I do believe. But I think that it's so much more beautiful than we can comprehend.
Sure. We'll go over some like what I would consider absurdities that come from that, but I think this might be a little bit more understood. Let's run it this way, right? Do you think heaven is better than earth?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. God's gonna do what's best, right, for us and for himself, like for everyone. Okay. So what's best for everyone would be that we go to heaven, right?
Yeah.
So why doesn't God send every soul directly to heaven?
Okay, so I'm sure that you've heard this before because you all are very theological. That's the one thing that makes this difficult is because I know you've heard everything in the books, probably. But I believe that God doesn't send people to hell, but he's not going to force people to be with him. So the absence of God, if you deny God, like the first person did, the first person wasn't even human. It was an angel because humans weren't created yet. So that happened, right? And then so on and so forth. Everyone has had the desire to deny God. And when you deny God, that's the source of our life.
Wait,
that's
why
everything good that we can
ahead.
have.
Wait, here. I was gonna ask this. For example, do embryos that die, like in miscarriage or through like an abortion or something like that, do they go to heaven?
So this is another mystery that I can't say for sure because I don't want to be whatever it's called, like a
Heretic?
heretic. Yes, exactly. But I do believe from multiple things. One being that, you want to say something?
I could just ask you, do you think they go to hell?
No.
Okay, if you think that they don't go to hell, then the only other alternative is that they go to heaven,
And it's not
or that they
because-
cease to exist.
Or like
No.
purgatory.
No, there's no purgatory whatsoever in the Bible ever mentioned. But I would like to say that it's not like they just boom, like people who are innocent enough go to heaven. It's not about that. It's all about mercy. And I do believe that in the Bible, when it references Jesus going to hell for 3 days to preach, to save the souls, hell is out of time. Heaven is out of time. So that's unbound by time. It's so far out of our comprehension. Like 3 days wasn't 3 days, right? In that realm.
Oh, by
I
the
know.
way, there's a little bit of a ringing. It might be because your phone's on like the table or something. I'm not quite sure if that's true or not.
I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
I do apologize. Just people in the chat were mentioning it.
And I
Thank-
could,
Yeah, go ahead, Dean.
yeah, I wanted to give you a little bit of pushback on another point that you made. So you essentially said that we don't all just go straight to heaven because God doesn't want us to us to force us to love Him. That wouldn't be real love. He wants to give us the ability to deny Him, so it's real love, right?
Yeah.
So does God the Son have the ability to deny God the Father?
Oh, that's a complicated one. I don't believe so because they're the same. They're one and the same. It's mind, body, and spirit, and I'm sure you've heard that before, but it's
So
that
does
kind of
so is God the Son forced to love God the Father then?
no. You're not
No.
forced
So
to. I guess
so
people
it seems like
but
you could possess you could have a true loving relationship with God without possessing the ability to deny God. So if those two things are compatible, God could have made this true of humans and put us in the best possible version of reality, aka heaven. No
he
issue
didn't
here.
create the sun. He is. It's our mind, body, and spirit are just an example of a shadow of what the Trinity really is.
Sure.
so I
So,
think
we could
God-
use this example, right? Like embryos, right? If they were to go directly to heaven, because it seems like the only alternative would be for them to go to heaven here, if you were to say that, right? They would be in relationship with God without going to earth or without accepting Him through their own free will on earth. So either you would say they have a choice in heaven, right? Or they would just be able to exist in heaven the same degree as
well,
everyone else without
baby-
going to earth.
babies who are not born yet, embryos in the womb, have not stayed in the womb is not heaven, if that's what you're saying.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if they were to have died, they would go to heaven, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so if they were
That's
to have
not
died,
something we can definitively say, which is awful, but I do believe so. That's why you're
sure.
asking.
Sure. So, I mean, we can talk about both ways. I do think it's kind of an absurdity to say they go to hell, but you say that they go to heaven, right? Most Christians would say that they go to heaven. And what would happen if we do say that they go to heaven is that it would then make sense for us to be sent directly to heaven without going to earth, because it is the case that that would then mean that we would go into a better world because heaven's better than earth. And God can send us directly to heaven as He sent the embryos directly to heaven.
That was the plan. Every person's individual. And I do think that we can't. Here's the thing. When you start getting into us questioning the character of God based on what we think we would do better, it is a very difficult conversation because nobody can be God. And I would have to be God to know what He should do. That's why these questions are so easy to catch people up in. I've been noticing. It's just like,
Oh yeah. By the way, there still is the ring people are talking about in the comment section. But what's it called?
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
No. The point I'm making is that this would be better to God based upon this determination because we've already established that heaven is better than earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if heaven is better than earth and God can send us directly to heaven, if God does what's best for us, it would be entailed that we're in heaven. Like always, like that would always be true. And since we're not in heaven, that tells us that this God wouldn't exist.
Is the ringing gone away?
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry.
gone.
Okay, it is the table. What in the world do I do? Okay.
Holding it seems to get rid of it, but I know it's kind of annoying to like have to hold it the entire
It's a
time.
little bit, but it's fine for now. Let's maybe. Is this fine?
I'll let you know if it
on?
rings.
Okay.
Yeah, so do you know what I'm saying there? Right, like it would be just entailed that we're in heaven.
It would be okay. I'm sorry. Please. So you're saying it would be better for us to be in heaven. So why wouldn't God just send us straight to heaven?
I know I'm asking it in terms of a why wouldn't He, but really the point is that He would send us to heaven because you've already established that He does what's best for us and that it's better for us to be in heaven.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Do you see that?
So-
There's also like another lens we might be able to
Heaven has a
put this
better-
same issue in that will kind of get rid of all the jargon about, well, who gets to go to heaven and why and if that's possible. So it seems like we agree on the premise that if God is all good, He would do what's best for us. So let's talk about which world God would put us in. Which world is best for us? Is it a world with earthquakes that unalive 60,000 people a year? Or is it a world without earthquakes?
So can we go back to the heaven thing and then we'll go to this?
Yeah,
Because
if you have
I-
more to say on that, go for it.
I kind of feel it. So as far as the heaven thing, heaven is a better place, and I think God created a better place. And I know that you can say a bunch of statistics that make it sound really messed up. And you're right, things are messed up here. I think that God knows that hope is more important than being just happy. Like, the journey that we're going through is more important than just being happy all the time, which is what we assume heaven is. We don't know, because it's
So therefore, all things considered, we should go through this journey, right?
No,
This
here's what I'd
journey-
say. All things considered, you would say that heaven is worse than earth. And if heaven is worse than earth, well, then you're going to be sad that babies go to heaven rather than get reincarnated.
Yeah, or sad that babies go to heaven rather than going through the journey on earth, right?
Where did you think that I said heaven was worse?
Well, no, that'd be the logical entailment of what you just said, right?
No, I'm saying that a good God knows better. Okay. He knows that the journey that we're going through will make us appreciate things and enjoy things much fuller than just everything's perfect. I believe that if we just went to heaven, and I believe beyond heaven there will be greater things. It says that in the Bible. Why not just go straight to being whatever the top level is of our journey? But it keeps going up, is what the Bible says. And I think that the hope, the escalation is something he knows that there's far more reward in and joy.
Okay. Yeah, so a world
Yes.
with heaven and earth, a world with earth before heaven is better than a world with just heaven. So this is where Parker yields his conclusion that all things considered, right, heaven is going to be worse than the earth. But here's my question. So you'd say that all things considered, we should go through, right, the trials and tribulations on earth, right? It'd be bad if we didn't. It'd be worse, right?
She must be lagging. Oh, hello? She's lagging. Unfortunate. Everyone tap that screen. Let's run it up to 250,000 likes. Share the live as well. Do look at our Cash Apps and Venmos in the bio if you do want to support as well. We do hear you back.
Is it back on here? Because if it's going to be struggling, I will let somebody else have a turn. Is it
It
struggling?
seems like it's fine now. I'll let you know if it gets worse.
So yeah, would you say all things considered, a reality where we go to earth first is better than a reality where we go straight to heaven?
I think it's far more rewarding and that we will understand things better. And I do
So you
believe
do
that
think
beyond
it's better.
heaven, there's better things.
So
I
so
think the-
my friend,
I think that
So
having
my-
something better to look forward to. So I'm saying heaven is better. Heaven is better.
So could you just give me a clear answer on this? We have two versions of reality, one where we go to earth and then heaven, and one where we just go straight to heaven. Which one is more preferable?
Well, I think that sometimes I'd prefer just heaven. People always go through things, but I know that God's plans are greater. For us to come from earth and go to heaven, that's going to be more meaningful.
So it's more desirable. So all things considered, we should go to earth. So so then all things considered, everything in which happened on earth is should occur because the opposite of not going to earth first is less desirable. So like for instance, I had a friend named Andy that died of brain cancer. Right, my friend Andy should have died of brain cancer. All things
Of course
considered.
not.
Wait,
Of course.
so then it seems like going to Earth first actually isn't more desirable than going straight to heaven, given all the facts.
Oh my gosh! If I set my phone there, it's gonna ring again. My heart.
I could run you through like a version of like what is
So
called
you're
like an
saying that
evidential.
you're telling me that I said that everything bad on earth should happen.
Well, you said that God is going to put us in the best possible state of affairs. He's going to do what's best for us. And
No.
what's best for us is a version of reality where my friend Andy died of brain cancer instead of just going straight to heaven without going to earth first. So all things considered, my friend Andy should have died of brain cancer because any other version of reality is less preferential.
Now, I'm sorry because I know that I'm sorry that your friend died. But aside from that, because I don't want to make it's going to be difficult for me to talk to you about something so personal in such a dry way. So let's just make it more, hypothetical for the sake of the debate. But yes, I think that things of that sort are wrong. They are not supposed to happen. And that now this is in Genesis, and I know that you're going to find a lot of loopholes here, but I do believe that God created the world and it was good. And then sin entered the world because of people wanting to, not people, because of an angel going against the Lord and wanting to be God. And so he basically pulled away from God and entered sin into the world. And sin is the absence of the Lord and his will. That's what I believe. And I know that raises a lot of questions.
Yeah, here, I don't mean to pivot. I think this would be something maybe a little more understood. Why do you think, like, say, murder should be, like, illegal?
Well, the Bible says that, for one thing. It doesn't say illegal, obviously.
But it says, like, it's
what's the law?
immoral, right? But isn't lying immoral, right? Like, yeah, but also lying is immoral under your view, yet you don't believe people should go to prison for say, telling their kids that Santa Claus exists.
Now so it does say that bearing false witness against somebody is immoral. It says that if you go somewhere and you say, I saw that guy murder that guy, that's immoral. That is punishable, I do believe. Bearing false witness against your neighbor. Neighbor means anybody, and
like, for
that's
example, right,
says.
if you were to, like, lie about Santa Claus, say Santa Claus exists, right, to your kid, right, you'd be lying, you'd be sinning, right? Under your worldview, should that person go to prison?
That's not in the Ten Commandments.
Well, bearing false witness is wrong, right? If someone says that Santa Claus exists, that is bearing false witness.
Every word is very important. The context, everything. Bearing false witness against your neighbor is exactly what it says. Yes, I think that if I...
Oh, she got a call. You're going to have to swipe out of the app and swipe back in.
And
Oh, don't worry. Just swipe out of the app, go to your home screen, and then just swipe back in, and it should get rid of the
I was
echo.
getting a call.
Yeah, she's swiping out real quick.
There you
She
go.
should be good. There. Yeah, you're good now. Tyler, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you, Tyler. You should be good now.
So, okay. So, can you repeat that one more time so I have it fresh on my mind?
Dean, do you remember what I said? I
It's
kind of
still
forgot.
Yeah, so essentially here's the issue. So under the Christian worldview, I think me and Parker are considering a few facts here. So under the Christian worldview, it says murder is wrong. It also says lying is wrong. However, it also says that all sins are equal apart from blasphemy. So if you'd say that murder should be illegal because it's wrong, and the sin of lying is equal to the sin of murder, does this mean that lying should be illegal because it is wrong?
Okay, all right. So, I remember now. So, it doesn't say lying is evil, and it doesn't say that it's sin. I know that that's very controversial because people don't look into it further. It says bearing false witness against your neighbor in the Ten Commandments.
So
Bearing false witness against your neighbor.
Leviticus 19:11 says, "You shall not lie to one another." Jeremiah 48:10 says,
okay?
"Cursed is
Wait a
he who
minute.
does the Lord of the work deceitfully."
Are those
Revelations
we're talking
21.
about the Ten
Wait,
Commandments
yeah,
here.
we can talk about the Ten Commandments. Sure, like the bear false witness, right? What does that mean?
You're saying murder's in the Ten Commandments, bearing false witnesses in the... You shouldn't lie. Sure, that's great advice. People say that all the time. Is that saying that it's a punishable crime? No, the Ten Commandments were the law. So, lying against your neighbor, bearing false witness, basically, let's put it in a court context, saying, yeah, I saw that guy do that, and you're lying, that is a punishable offense, according to the Bible, which I believe.
That's what you're
And then-
doing when you say that Santa Claus exists, right? You're saying Santa Claus exists there, right? And
Santa Claus
that's
your
false
neighbor?
witness.
Are you saying that Santa Claus murdered someone, so Santa Claus is going to go to jail?
Well, when you or say you're bearing false witness, you're saying that you
Yes,
witnessed a particular event and you claimed something from the event that did not occur, which is also the case when you say that, like, Santa Claus, right, like did these gifts, right? That would be bearing false witness. You're telling someone something false about an event that you witnessed. That's bearing false witness by definition.
Right, and this is backed up
But is that- okay, you're
through
missing a lot.
scripture as well.
Is that
Like
against
like
your
I was saying, I was giving you a lot of verses that just straight up say don't lie, like Proverbs 12:22. Lying
those
lips
were
are an
not
abomination to the Lord. Right, so this all just like backs up like Parker's
Because
interpretation.
the Lord is cool. And this is true. if you are walking out of truth, it is not a good thing, right? But in the law that you're talking about, in the context that we're talking about the Ten Commandments. We're comparing two things in the Ten Commandments equally. We're talking about bearing false witness against your neighbor. Against your neighbor. That's putting someone in a bad place. You're taking another human being and lying about them to somebody, saying, I saw this, they did this. That's an entirely different thing than saying Santa Claus is real.
No. Let's break down what bearing false witness is. It's lying about a particular series of events that have occurred. Right, like
You need
again.
to talk about the whole thing, against your neighbor. Search it up and it says, bearing false witness against your neighbor.
Yeah, again, like for example, would you consider your child, right, your neighbor in this context?
Yes.
Yeah. So like you're bearing false witness to your child by saying that Santa Claus brought them gifts.
Do you think it harms them to say that? Do you think it's against them?
I don't think it's harmful, right? But we can talk about whether or not we think it's harmful later. But I don't think it is, right?
What's making it against
and my
them?
point, but the point I'm making is that it doesn't qualify harm.
So what makes it against them?
Yeah. So again, what makes it against them is that they're lying to that person. They're lying to that person, saying Santa Claus exists, right, when they don't exist.
So bearing false witness against somebody is not, the against somebody part doesn't mean to somebody. It doesn't mean that you're saying it to that person.
Isn't this just like a hyper-specific interpretation that you have?
No, it's a completely different definition. Lying
Sure.
against somebody, if you search it up, and maybe like you could even use there are different kind of websites that you can use to translate it right into the Hebrew and then use that Hebrew word to translate back into English. And when it's talking about that section, it's talking about against somebody. It makes so much sense. I don't understand. It's not saying like, oh, this food's delicious. I'm lying against you right now. Like that's not bearing false witness against somebody.
So if we were in Germany in the 1930s and 40s and we were harboring like Jewish people in our houses and we had like Nazi foot soldiers come to the door and I bared false witness against the Jewish people hiding in the attic and I said, no, this Jewish family is not hiding in the attic, but they actually were.
It's not against them. You're missing what against them means.
It's against the Nazis.
Okay.
Do you understand?
So if you were bearing false witness against the Nazis, you would have to say they did something that they didn't do, or you'd be putting them in a bad place.
Okay, here. We actually, let me frame it this way. We don't have to say that it's in the Ten Commandments, right? Because if you're going to talk about this, the reason that you grounded why murder should be illegal isn't just because it's the Ten Commandment, but because it's considered wrong under your Bible. If you're saying that only the Ten Commandments should be considered illegal, well, then I can give you things that you would then consider not illegal that you would clearly think like should be illegal, right? Like I can give you an example if you'd like.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
And
so
I want
go
to
ahead.
preface this by saying I don't think that the Ten Commandments are the only things that should be illegal.
Okay,
And I
so
never-
then like what should be illegal and what shouldn't be?
That's a loaded question. I can't give you every single thing that should be illegal.
Oh no, I'm just like asking in typicals, right? I'm obviously I'm not like everything because that would be a very long
Okay,
conversation.
I was like, what are you talking about right
Should
now?
blasphemy against the Holy Spirit be illegal?
No. No.
What?
Why? That's described as the worst sin in the Bible. There's nothing worse than blasphemy, not even murder. So if you're basing your morality off of the Bible, then you'd have to find blasphemy much worse than murder.
So if that were to be illegal, and I know that you know this, if that were to be illegal, I can't wrap my head around how you all don't understand how that's a silly question. Like, I think you're trying to catch me in something, but if that were to be illegal, then there would be no choice.
If murder were to be illegal, they'd have no choice to murder.
No, I'm saying there would be no choice to choose God.
I'm confused with that.
If we weren't
I mean, what do you believe hell is?
the absence of God.
Just the absence? Does it entail suffering?
Yes, that entails suffering.
Okay, if that entails suffering, your God is saying accept me or suffer, right? Is that free?
He's not even saying it. It's just logic. Like if the creator of our life didn't exist, what would we be? We would shrivel up.
You would just say we'd be non-existent, actually.
Exactly. So
So do you believe it's non-existence?
Now that's actually a really good question.
Because then you'd be an annihilationist.
No, I do not believe that it's non-existence. I do
So
believe
then,
I believe that whenever we reject the Lord, whenever we reject our creator, we've already been created, right? I believe that the absence of the one who created how we function, and this is something that I really don't know the full answer to, obviously, but nobody does. But I do believe that when you are away from your power source, to say, like you get what I'm saying, please try to like follow kind of what I'm saying. It would be insufferable. Like it would be every kind of torture that you could ever imagine. It is literally our life. Yeah.
but the issue with that is that God created the function of that reality. Think about it this way. The creator of Minecraft created every function of Minecraft. The creator of Minecraft made it so that you starve in Minecraft, that if you get below 3 hunger bars, that you start taking damage, right? Similarly, God made our bodies work that way as well, right? So every function that you just mentioned as it relates to that, the suffering that we would endure from not being around him, that's created by your God. Now, to me, that sounds like a manipulation tactic that your God is creating to make us solely dependent upon him, which would then indicate to me that this relationship is not free.
That it's not free? Okay, that last part, I don't want to get sidetracked off of where you want to go with this, but that last part, I don't understand how that makes you think that it's not free.
Yeah, so the reason why it would mean it's not free is because there's coercion involved.
Coercion by
God threatening you, right? If you don't accept these conditions that, like, if you don't follow what I say right here, well, then you're going to suffer.
Right. Like imagine this. Imagine you're in the middle of the woods and you're lost and you find me in the middle of the woods. And I have a nice proper suit on and I'm standing in front of 2 doors, right?
now. I would like to go back and here's the thing. I don't
I'm
want
just
to
giving you an
interrupt.
analogy to better understand his point.
I know,
That's
I
all.
know. His point is he's said many things that if I went through and answered things slowly, like one by one, then we could come to a conclusion. But if you say a bunch of things and then say yes, like yes or no, it's like I can't. All of that back there is not everything I'm agreeing to say. So the longer, like honestly, I wasn't as in tune just this second. So if we could go back.
Completely, totally fine. Like I'll give you I know we keep jumping around topics. It seems a little bit more clear. Actually, I'll do that after we finish the prison thing.
Okay,
Right, because we'll talk about starvation then. So as it relates to the context of prison, right? You said that the way that we identify what should be illegal is based upon what we consider wrong, right?
Based on what we consider wrong?
For you, under your view, I said we. I meant like you think it should be dependent upon what the Bible considers wrong, right?
I believe that the Bible it holds what we already consider to be wrong for the most part, because that's the law that's written in our hearts already by God when he created us. We understand. He created us with the understanding, and then in the Bible, it contains basically written out what we would already, for the most part, all agree with. Okay, yeah, that's wrong. Yeah, that's right. But he is the real law. Like God knows the law. But yes, it's not about like worshiping the Bible. It's that I believe that it is written in it. God's law, God's perfect law is written in the Bible.
Yeah, but like you think that, again, everything that should be illegal is written in the Bible, right?
Yes, I do not believe. Now, here's what I'm going to preface. I do not believe that if you find something that someone in the Bible says, oh, that's bad, I don't believe that that is something that you can take out. That is something that someone could take out of context and say, oh, they said that this is law here.
Okay, so just because something is bad doesn't mean it should be illegal?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, if it doesn't necessarily mean that it should be illegal if it's bad, well then under the Bible, right, are you saying only what should be illegal is based on the 10 Commandments, or what is it based on then? Because that seems unclear then.
So you would have to read the entire Bible. That's a really I mean, I don't want to say this because I know that you don't realize, but that's another really loaded question, because I would have to go through every verse. And if I read them with you, you would then also understand. You'd be like, okay, right there it's talking about something illegal. obviously something right there. It's talking about advice. It's just very obvious.
Are you just saying like if it's
So
included? in
she
God's
doesn't
moral
know
law?
it could be in the Bible. Okay, so this
No,
this
no, it is.
Go ahead.
Listen, I have read the entire Bible this past year and the year before. It's a 1-year Bible thing. It's really nice. It like makes it super easy. You just read it for like 5 minutes a day. Super nice.
Are you just
So
saying if something is like wrong in accordance with God's moral law, it should be illegal? But if something is wrong in accordance with like a tradition of a society, or like not prophesized, through divine intervention, it shouldn't be wrong or illegal?
if something is wrong according to God, that doesn't mean that it should be illegal. And here's why.
Tyler, think of the $6.66.
Because everything that can harm us is considered to some degree wrong to God because he doesn't want us to go through that pain. The law is there to help us learn to avoid things that will harm others or harm ourselves, right? And so if something's just wrong to God, that would mean that anything less than perfect should be punishable. Because obviously God is righteousness and he is justice and he is the opposite of wrong. So anything that's even slightly wrong would be illegal and therefore punishable.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think it seems like we're reducing down to a view here of like we don't fully know what should be considered illegal or like what the reason would be. It would just
So
be
can I
like
actually,
some specific
there's
fact in the
something
Bible.
really important, actually.
Go ahead.
So basically what I just hit on, and I'm going to give you guys a lot of food to ask questions about or like basically find things that I'm saying wrong probably here. But basically exactly what I said is why people cannot. So basically God is everything.
Thank you
that's-
so much. I appreciate you for the love.
Sorry. Yeah, that's nice. Oh my gosh, you guys are getting a lot of gifts. Basically, God is justice. He is everything that's good, and nothing that is bad can coexist with him. And that is just of his nature. It's not up to us. Now, aside from that, that is technically, that is what I'm saying. Like, that's what you mean whenever you say you think everyone who does wrong should go to hell. You're asking if that's punishable according to God. Now, I don't think that hell's a punishment. It's basically, if you don't do this, if you sin at all, and this is where all sin is equal. It's not equal like, oh, if you do that, it's the same, because you asked that earlier and I never got to it. So sin is equal as in everyone who sins falls short of being able to coexist with God. That's why he sacrificed himself for us in
I have
our
a question.
place. Yeah.
Yeah, if God sees a P380 grape in a child and can stop them, should God stop them?
I think that God, now here, I think that in general, yes. And I do think that
But
as
God
a
doesn't
law,
stop them, so God's doing something wrong?
if we're putting that on paper like that, yes, God would stop that. And he
Doesn't. He literally doesn't. Here, let me phrase it this way. If God
Okay.
saw a P380 grape in a child, could stop them, but didn't stop them, did God do something wrong?
Now, this is where it gets really complicated because you say something that's so heart-wrenching that it's hard to think theologically about it. But I'm going to make it theological again. Okay? I'm going to make it more so we can actually debate it, right?
Is your answer to this question no?
My answer is that free will
So,
allowed that person to do it, right?
so the answer is no. God didn't do something wrong by not stopping them. If a
No,
cop sees
God
a
calls that wrong. That action is wrong.
we're talking
that
about God
is-
not stopping them. If God
Do you
didn't
think it's
stop
right
them,
for
did
God
God
to
do
reach in
something
and
wrong?
control somebody? like-
Yeah,
Actually,
in a
yes.
way,
Like
yeah.
that's why we argue to put people in prison. Like there are certain people I think that we should be controlling and stopping from being able to do bad things.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I think we should put Jeffrey Dahmer in prison. Right.
Like for instance, let me just ask you this: if a cop saw a P380, well, Elisa, if a cop saw a P380 grape in a child, could stop them but didn't stop them, did the cop do something wrong?
If the cops saw them and didn't stop them, of course.
Wait, but I thought you just said it's not right to
Now,
reach
here's
in
the
and
thing. If
control
that
people.
cop was God, we would not. That's why it's okay. Okay, I'm just checking what time it is because there might be people trying
Yeah,
to
we're
say
just asking you, why do you hold a different standard for God than you do police officers?
Right.
because if God had to interfere with sin in that way, to that degree, you could keep leveling it up. Basically, if we're going to go down that road,
Yeah, no sin at
it
all.
would
None
only
of it.
be just, yeah, okay. If we were to go down that road, we
No sin.
want to fight the fight. We have to fight the fight. I don't know why. And we have to go against sinful things that hurt people.
Wait, why couldn't
Right?
God
If
just
God-
give us free will, but only allow us to choose between the good choices, so we could have free will and not be able to sin?
That is how it started. Yeah. That is
No,
actually
because
how
we
the
fell
earth
into
was.
sin. No, what I'm saying, why couldn't God like give us free will, but also just simply not give us the potential to sin? We just could not do
No.
wrong. We could only do good.
I don't know why.
We could
don't
ask it
know
this
why.
way. We could ask it this way. Like in heaven, is there free will?
And that's something else I don't know. Like, nobody knows that. If I were to say I would know that, you would know to just stop talking to me right now.
Was God forced to create us?
Was God forced? Of course not.
So God has free will. Can God choose to do evil?
Now, I think I heard somebody else answer this, and they answered right. It's against his nature. I don't know if he could, but
So
it's
the answer-
against.
Wait,
Who he
if you don't
is.
know, so you're saying, well, maybe God could choose to do evil. So then you would say that goodness is not an essential attribute of God.
The God that I know, the God that I believe in,
Is essentially
would
good.
not do that.
I'm asking you if he
essentially-
could at all. If he's essentially good, then he couldn't
Now,
choose to do evil.
theologically,
But yet you say God
I
has
can
free
never
will.
say
So having free will
like-
is compatible with simply not being able to choose evil.
Definitively that I can never say definitively. What? No. Oh, wait. They can give me gifts on here.
Yeah.
That's so nice. I didn't know that. That's really nice. Anyways, but yeah, I cannot say definitively that God could not do something wrong. I couldn't say that definitively, but the God that I am talking about, the God that I believe in, the God that we are discussing, cannot. The one that I'm talking about.
Yeah, awesome. But you also say that God has free will. So having free will
I
is
didn't say
compatible.
he has free will.
Yeah, you did. You said God freely chose to create. Does that imply
Okay.
free will?
I said that he chose to.
Was it freely?
Freely, like us? I
Could
think
he
that
have
this
done otherwise?
I believe that this is beyond our comprehensions. I don't think that it's freely like how we are like, oh, do I want to put my shoes on today? I think it's who he is. I think he's a higher power. I don't think he's a man walking around going, oh, I want to do this now. I want to do that now. Like that's how we can understand it. God puts the Bible in like a childlike way so that we can comprehend him.
Well,
You see what I'm-
if God is perfect and God doesn't have free will, not having free will is perfect. So we're actually imperfect because we have free will. Like you're saying that God is the most desirable state of affairs, right? Because he's perfection. And if God doesn't have free will, this means that not having free will is among the most desirable.
Dean,
set of
they could
attributes.
just say that there could be other characteristics in which are perfect, right? Like when they're saying that God is perfect, they're not saying that other things can be perfect.
I'm confused with the argument because if God has a set of attributes and all of these attributes are perfect, well, then we could just simply say the lack of free will in the context of God's character is going to be perfection, right? The most desirable state of affairs. And if we'd assume that that would be perfection, I don't understand why we'd say the exact opposite for humans, right? You assign badness. It's very bad for us not to have free will. But of anything, I'd say that we'd be closer to the most desirable state of affairs if our natures were designed in such a way where we could not choose to do evil, as it would be closer to the nature of God, and it would prevent unnecessary suffering.
So you're saying God could have created us gods.
No, it's not necessarily God, but like he could have created us morally perfect.
So, but how much more perfect is as perfect as you're talking about?
Again, perfect would just be like the highest, like maximal
he
state of
could possess
goodness,
to be equal to
Not
him.
possessing the potentiality to sin.
right?
So,
And or
are you
having a
asking
lack
me
of
that
desirable
God
characteristics.
didn't create us equal to him?
Wait, are the people in heaven equal to
That's a
God?
good
Because the people in
question,
heaven
though.
don't have the potentiality to sin.
So, and they do.
No, they don't. Heaven's
No,
described as
sorry,
perfect
I thought you
without
were
sin.
talking angels. They can deny God.
Yeah, not the
According-
people in heaven. Heaven's described as perfect. The people in heaven cannot sin, are the people in heaven like many gods? No, we still see a distinction. So we would still see a distinction between the people on earth and God, even if the people on earth did not possess the ability to sin.
So you're saying not closer to perfection, like where we don't have free will, because we will have free will in heaven.
Okay, so you just said free will is compatible with not being able to choose to sin. So yeah,
That's
we
what
have free
you're
will and we
saying.
won't be able to choose to sin.
I'm trying to go along with what you're saying. I've never said yes to that yet. I'm trying, what I just said was me trying to mirror what you're saying. So just ask one question, please.
Is free will compatible with only being able to choose between the good choices?
Only being able to choose. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like if there's no option to choose something bad, yes, it's compatible. Obviously, if you can choose to hug somebody, or if you can choose to just shake their hand, you're not choosing between something wrong and something good.
So then why did God design us with the ability to do bad?
I think he designed us with the ability to deny him for whatever reason.
Here, can I ask this? Do you believe in Noah's Ark?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, do you believe that when God flooded everyone, that took away our free will?
That it took away our free will?
Yeah, like the babies and everyone he killed, like, did that take away their free will?
Now you're using heart-wrenching things again. So
I apologize. I'll use a different context.
no,
like,
you don't have to. It's just, here's the thing. These lives are very difficult because what you're doing is I don't know you guys. I don't even know your religion. I don't know your worldviews. I don't know anything. You're taking people that you already know what you think they think. You're only asking questions, hardly answering, and you're using things that are more emotional based once in a while, not the full time. And I just don't enjoy arguing in that
Here's
way.
my take.
Okay, no, but just like what particular questions were we not answering?
Well, no, it's that the whole thing is set up, and it's not that you're avoiding answering questions. It's just this setup is very easy it's easier to set up a live and then attack people. But whenever I feel like something is a little bit like, okay, come on, of course this is going to sound bad. That's kind of that's nice. That is so nice. I can't believe that they can send me gifts. That is so nice. Oh my gosh, I've not went live in so long. But I'm just saying that, what was I saying? Basically, you're setting up things to where people on this end have no choice but to sound bad. A lot of the time.
Well, isn't this the
I just wanna
absurdity
get
that would be entailed by you being a Christian?
That's kind of
I
how like
think-
debates work, right? You can do that on like a Christian perspective, or you can do that under like an atheist perspective. Like,
Yeah, I'm
if
not
I was
saying you
running
get
a
to get
theist
around it.
worldview, I could get atheists to concede on some pretty terrible things.
Right.
Yeah,
like
that's
the whole point of us running these debates and having these conversations is to expose the reality that if you accept the Christian God, right, you necessarily have to accept literally all these bad things. That's the point of it, right?
Well,
Our point is to show that it is either impossible for the Christian God to exist in some cases, it depends upon your conception of them, or in other cases to show that it's not probable that this God exists. Right, and that's exactly what we're doing here. Like, let me just ask you this question. If you had all the same abilities as God for 24 hours, what would you change about the world?
You're telling me that I'm God? Oh my gosh.
You're not God, you just have all the same abilities as
No,
him.
you're saying, I mean, this is a hypothetical that's very, like, no human should sound good at.
Just think of you like a Superman.
And by the way, I just want you to know what I said earlier. That was not I want to say this real quick. What I was talking about earlier, that was no scrutiny to you guys live whatsoever. It was just because you said another thing about babies being killed, and I wanted to clear up because in my head I'm going, oh my gosh, how could anyone sound good against, like in this box right here, no one can.
Sure, I understand. Here, let me clarify my question because I don't think it got truly answered. Dean, I'll let you ask right after. I just wanted to make sure I get this answered. So, like, when God drowns everyone on the planet, does that take away their free will?
To live?
No, like, does it take away their free will? Like, God drowns them. Does that take away their free will?
let's think about this more than just like their free will to live. Because yes, it takes away their ability to live. But other than that,
No, but does it take away from their ability to choose? If it doesn't take away from their ability to choose, why couldn't God have flooded the Nazis prior to the Holocaust?
He could have, and I don't know why. That
Could have.
is
So it seems like if he didn't when he could have, and without getting rid of free will, it means like it would then mean that the Holocaust is preferable to occur rather than to not have occurred.
so. May I ask you a question? Because I understand the point you made. This is kind of I understand what you're saying. That is a rhetorical question, kind of. I think everyone understands the point you made. So, in that case, from the question you're asking, I want to know: do you think in this hypothetical that, or in this world, that if there was a God, that he should do everything to stop everything bad from ever happening? And that's actually, I'm not asking that as a loaded question or do you think that?
Yeah,
if there-
as much as they possibly can.
well, obviously God would be able to do it infinitely. So if there is a God, you believe that he shouldn't allow us to go through anything that is less than perfect.
Yeah.
That's where a lot of people, struggle to accept like the idea of God. That makes people struggle with this because we want good for people, obviously. So
That would just be established by God being perfectly rational, by God being perfect, right? So God's only going to act reasonably given the fact that he's perfect. So God couldn't possibly do something that's antithetical to that, right?
I think we're taking perfect into our own human concept. I think that God's
I'm solely defined under God's notion because it's flawless to God, right?
flawless.
Like I don't care about sex before marriage, or God does. That's why he thinks our world is imperfect.
I'm just confused in what
never
sense
said
God
that.
is truly good.
He does say it's actually sinful.
Yeah, he says sex before marriage is sinful, but he never says it's the stem of all evil. Ever.
Oh, I never said it was the stem of all evil.
Okay. I thought you said something like that just now. But no, God doesn't put as much weight as Christians do on that. Of course, it does make us fall short of the glory of God, but because all sin is equal in that
Well,
way.
all I was saying is that entails that our world's imperfect because there's a flaw.
Yeah,
he
it
thinks
is.
that that's a flaw.
It is a little thing.
Wait, our imperfect worlds or imperfect existence is less desirable than a perfect existence?
To us, in our limited understanding of his full plan, yes.
No, to God.
To God, no, because apparently,
This is imperfect to God. So how could an imperfect existence be more desirable than a perfect existence if an imperfect existence includes either a lack of desirable characteristics or undesirable characteristics?
No. Okay, so let's define what we're talking about as imperfect. God's plan or the earth as it is right now?
Just existence as it is.
So the earth as it is right now. Yes, existence as in the universe. So I do believe that the world is imperfect right now. And I believe that for whatever reason, God allowed that to happen.
Does God prefer it? Does God prefer the state of reality as it is? Does God think the state of reality as it is the best state of reality that can
God
be?
prefers for us to understand.
Okay. So you're saying God thinks that a bunch of these evils are impermissible. So why does God permit them? Well, I feel like you just respond, humans have free will. But
No,
we've kind of
respond. Can I respond?
Yeah.
I believe that he permits them because, and I can't truly speak for God, but this is what I believe. I believe that he permits them because there is more glory to be found in understanding a life without him, but not fully having to experience.
For some greater good. God allows him for some greater good.
Okay, yes, for some greater good, but that's just to cut me off. I do believe that he has a divine plan that we will be able to understand glory far more and appreciate it in a way we could never.
Okay, yeah, you're saying that God has a plan, and all of the sin and evil in the world as it is necessary for that plan's fulfillment, right?
Yes, I am saying that. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. So this means that all the sin in the world as it exists now is all things considered good, because it all things considered should occur for God's greater plan. So
It's not all good. Of course not.
wait, it's all things, of course. Well, if it wasn't all things considered good, if it all things considered shouldn't occur, well, then God wouldn't be allowing him for his greater plan.
No, what I'm saying is that when you have experienced, so basically on this earth,
Look,
is
I'm gonna ask you this way: the evil on the earth, is it necessary or not necessary for God's greater plan?
it is necessary for us to experience the fullness.
That's
of-
great. That's not the question that I asked you. With all due respect,
Okay, yes. Yeah, it is necessary.
it's
But-
necessary for God's greater plan, so it should occur for God's
but you're
greater plan.
going to. Okay, so should it occur for God's greater plan? Yes.
Right? Yes, it should. So all things considered, it should occur.
Here's where you're
And-
gonna. Here's
I'm locking in right now. So you just said it should occur. So a world in which it does not occur is not as good, right? Because it all things considered should occur. Another way of saying what should occur is what is good. Something is good if it should occur. Something is bad if it shouldn't occur. If you disagree with this, please give me. Okay, you do. Give me an example of something that is either good that shouldn't occur or something that is bad that should occur.
Okay, so I'm going to go back. This is why I was going to keep talking, because I didn't want you to go on pinpoint something that wasn't, that I would have to go back and say the exact same thing again.
So what have I said that you disagree with?
What?
What have I said that you disagree with?
so
Let's stay locked in here.
So you said that for some, you said for something to be, I don't want to quote you and then have to how about, okay. So you said that something happening, you asked me if something being wrong, just tell me again what
Okay.
you think I disagreed with.
So
because
I said this.
go back
I
and
said
look.
this. So I asked you why all this evil exists in the world, and you said it's because God has some greater plan. So then I asked you if all the evil in which exists in the world is necessary for God's greater plan, and you said yes. Right. So then the
Now-
reduction
okay,
of this
that's
is that it
fair.
should occur.
Okay, so you said, okay, is it necessary for God's greater plan, so should it occur, right? So I believe that it should not occur.
So it's not necessary for God's greater plan.
It is, okay, I believe that it occurring is harmful and
Could you
sad.
please tell me if it's necessary for God's greater plan?
It is.
So then, given all the facts about God's greater plan, it should occur.
Okay, so it should occur as in it's not like it should occur in every
We're
situation.
talking about all things considered here. Given all the facts we know, it should occur to achieve God's greater plan, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, another way of saying what should occur is saying that it's good, right?
Now,
It'd be bad
that's where I get it. That's where,
wait. So, would you agree with these
Can I-
definitions of goodness
can
and
I-
badness? Something
you
is
just said
good if it should
something.
occur, and something is bad if it shouldn't occur.
No.
No.
No,
So, can
it's-
you give me an example of either something that
Yes,
is good
I
that
do.
shouldn't occur, or something that is bad that should occur?
Okay, so the example is this earth. I mean, things have gone bad, right? Right? Us, me. I'm not God. That's not something that's okay. You don't get to be perfect,
What's
right?
the relevance of this? I don't understand. I'm leading you through an argument, and I don't see you objecting a premise I
You
hear.
don't get to be perfect. That
What's
is
the
something
relevance?
that is something that you would say is bad. You don't get to be perfect. That's bad.
Here,
But it's necessary for your understanding.
Okay, listen. I'm going to give you an example. So when we say that something is all things considered good or that it should occur because it's necessary, right? We wouldn't say that it shouldn't occur. That makes no sense. Like, for instance, right? For you to get vaccinated to COVID-19, right? It's necessary that you experience the pain of the needle going in your arm. So we'd say all things considered, the pain experienced by you when you get the needle stuck in your arm should have occurred, right? Right or wrong?
Right.
Right. So all things considered, if something that you may consider bad in some irrelevant sense, if all things considered should occur in the sense that it's necessary, we'd say that it's good, right?
Yes.
Yes. So, given the fact that you said all of the evil that exists on earth is necessary for God's greater plan, and because it's necessary for God's greater plan and all things considered should occur, we'd therefore say it all things considered is good. Yes or no?
Can I ask you?
Wait, yes or no? Do you accept my conclusion?
So your conclusion was that all things considered, everything on earth is good?
Yes.
That's happening?
So do you accept that conclusion? So you reject that conclusion. So I feel like I gave you a valid argument. Valid
May I
meaning
ask you a
if the
question?
premises were true,
May I
it
ask
would
you a
logically entail the conclusion. Not yet.
May I ask
So
you a
you
question?
said that the conclusion is false. Which premise of my argument do you reject? Because I ran you through the individual premises individually, and you accepted
I want to ask
them
you one
all.
question out of your 5 or 3, okay? Have you ever had something bad happen and you go, and Just think about it, truly, okay? Because we're getting so convoluted in our minds, like in this run of series of questions. Have you ever had something that you're like, oh dang, that was bad, but thank goodness it happened. That actually was necessary. Like it seemed bad in the moment, but then looking back on it, it was necessary. Like a breakup, something like that. You understand this. People understand this.
You're
No,
just
I
saying like
wouldn't-
something. So okay, so obviously, like we'd give an example of like vaccination. Like we want our kids to get vaccinated, even though it's going to hurt them. Right, in the short term, it's going to be better for them. In the long term, it produces immunity for them. So, in a certain sense, we can understand things that are bad for things that are good if it's necessary. But what we're arguing here that it's unnecessary for God. God doesn't require, right, these types of things like suffering, evil, and bad things happening in order to achieve goodness. Right? Not only do you believe that his existence alone prior to the state of creation was good, but you also believe that he can achieve heaven for humans without them necessarily going through exorbitant amounts of pain on earth, right? Like zygotes, right, that are flushed out of our systems and die, right, go directly to heaven. Okay, they never experience pain, suffering, or anything on earth to learn from or to gain anything from under your view, but yet they still get the goodness of heaven. So it seems like good, under your view, logically speaking, can be achieved without bad.
I mean, my argument
So you're
was like
saying-
accepting her the fact that she said it was necessary, and then showing her how that would reduce to the conclusion that it's all things considered good. But she didn't get that. But go ahead, yo.
That all things considered. What I'm saying is that, okay, what I'm saying is that I believe that bad things, yes, like you said, bad things, I'm going to go one by one. Bad things do need to happen so that we can understand. I think that God created beauty, and we can all agree as people just spectating things. There are many stories written where horrible things have to happen to then observe the beauty of things. And I think that we can understand it on a minuscule level, like why bad things need to happen. But God understands it far more. And he
So
wouldn't.
yeah, all things considered, the Holocaust needed to happen. It was necessary for the
I
greater
never
plan.
agree with that, and you're gonna say something that's
Yes,
so.
you did. Yes, you did, bro. I'm so sorry. I'm just getting a bit fed up. You did say that. I asked you if all the evil in the world was necessary for God's greater plan, and you said yes. Is the Holocaust the evil in the world? Yeah. Therefore, it's necessary for God's greater plan. It needed to happen for God's greater plan. It should have occurred for God's greater plan. And if something should happen, it means that that thing is all things considered good. This is the logical deduction of your argument. I'm trying to be nice here, but we've been talking to you for a while now, and you can't ignore the logical implications of the position in which you've been proponing. In order for you to say that the Holocaust didn't need to occur and that it was unnecessary, will lead you right back into Parker's issue, right, with us getting sent straight to heaven, and it will reject, right, a lot of the information that you've given us about your conception of God. So let's just start off on this base, right? Is the evil in the world necessary for God's greater plan? If you say yes, we'll go down, like an aesthetics route. If you say no, that'll just run you right into Parker's argument about heaven. So which one is it?
It's loading. So yes, I do believe, for whatever reason that I don't understand, that those things are a part of God's plan.
Awesome. So yes, you do say it should occur. So when we say something is good, we're
Spoof,
saying.
thank you for the $2.
So when we say something is good, all we're saying is it should happen. When we're saying something is not good, all we're saying is it shouldn't happen. That's how we understand normative ethics. And if you, do you agree with this conception of goodness and badness?
I do not.
Okay, so you don't agree with this conception of goodness and badness.
you're saying
So I want to see if
or
your
with-
conception of goodness and badness is meaningfully different than mine. So I will ask you.
be honest right now.
I'm asking you a question. Can you give me an example of something that is good that shouldn't happen?
Something that's good that shouldn't happen. Well, we're talking, okay. All right, here we go. So what it is, what I was going to say when I was going to say that I was going to be honest, I'll say it right after this. But I think that we are talking on a very small scale. Like you can say that something is good because it feels good in the moment, right? On a very
No,
small
that's a different sense of goodness. You'd say that, but you'd say that they're wrong. So tell me, give me an example of something that's good that shouldn't happen.
Addison Lakers.
Okay, you're going on a trail. Allow me to go on a trail too. All right. So here's what I'm saying. If something feels good in the moment, let's say, okay, try to be like, okay, so let's say that we have a very short compared to the way that we can comprehend things as it is. Like let's say we have this ability to comprehend. We can kind of like assume like, okay, if I do this now, I'm going to regret it later, right? But right now it feels really good. Okay? You understand what I'm saying?
No.
So you're saying something that has long-term negative implications that we might be able to not fully comprehend currently, but yet we're willing to accept, like, say, pleasure right now, right? Because we're not willing to acknowledge the bads of later on. I don't see how this is relevant.
None of this is relevant. Please, I asked you a question. Give me an example of something that is truly good that shouldn't happen.
Get your point.
Can you okay, Elisa, I'm going to be honest. Can you or can you not give me an example of something that is truly good that shouldn't happen?
An example right now.
Okay, please give it to me.
Okay. So what I'm saying, and I'm proving a point. That's the thing. If you just want exactly what answers you want, this isn't a debate. Okay. So the point is that what I believe is that to our limited experience, we can say, oh, that's bad because it hurts right now. But if we had the full capacity of God, we would be able to see the divine plan and see that later is good.
Dude,
you see what I'm saying?
Dude, I'm asking you if you agree with me on my conceptions of goodness and badness.
Here's what it would then be, is that you think that what we observe is on earth, right? There are bad things happening, but they aren't truly bad. All things considered, it's good in accordance with God's plan.
Yes. And here's one thing, okay? One thing. Now, please. I've not been wanting to get off the live because it feels like if I drop off, it'll be. So, whenever I got lost there for a second, at one point I like swiped and then I saw someone saying she's not even listening and I was like, oh my gosh, like I'm kind of getting a little less into the debate right now. And I do want to let other people have turns, but.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
Bye. Yeah, if you're done, sure. But, okay, all right. Unless you want to respond to what I just said.
Okay, say it one
And
more
then push
time.
the hand art, thank you. Yeah, so you said that all things considered, it would have been good then in accordance with God's plan. And I was just kind of saying that elucidates further kind of Dean's point in saying that if you were like, that if God allows for everything to happen in the world, that all things considered, it's permissible, right, or good under God's view for him to have allowed it.
Okay, so those are very contradicting because it's not permissible. God created wrong to be wrong and unpermissible, right? That's what I believe. And then I believe that...
Wait, no, you misunderstood my point. I'm saying permissible for God to allow it.
I guess so, yeah, it's permissible. Anything God does is permissible. He's God. No one can unpermiss him. If God was evil, we couldn't do anything about it. Anyway, that's like a completely deeper thing if you like.
Okay, so I'll give you this example, right? Let's say parents have children, right? They can prevent them from starving, right? But they choose to not prevent them from starving, right? Did they do something wrong?
Yes, it is wrong.
Okay, God can prevent the 3.6 million children from starving to death every year, but the 3.6 million children starve to death every year without God preventing it, given that he could have. Or did he do something wrong?
Okay. Do you think that God should control everything till it's perfect? That's where
not necessarily, right? We could just say that God could prevent one less kid from starving, or could prevent one less, right, tummy ache, right? Or one less person, right, dying overall. That's all I have to reduce you down to. It's not even...
If I ask you the contradicting, like the combative question to your question, both ways, we can't comprehend it. Both ways. You can't comprehend a way that it would be good for God to take full control of us and make us do what's right. And I can't comprehend why God would allow bad things to happen. So we are both at a standstill here. And I think it's a good place. Just, this is going around now. And I see other people wanting to get on and I feel like they're getting annoyed. And honestly, for you guys live, like, I don't
We talk with people for hours every time. It's fun. We do this with plenty of other people. If you want to leave, that's completely up to you. But the point I'm making is that it's permissible for God to allow these things again. So you would say it's permissible for God to allow these children to starve to death. And I could also just cite the fact that God made our bodies work in such a way in which we require food.
We do require food, yeah.
Yeah, like God's the one that coded our reality to work that way.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so
think
then
it's-
so then ultimately speaking, that would essentially just be that because God caused these children to starve to death, that would mean that it's good.
It
Right.
doesn't cause. That's the thing. Every time that you say something like this, we go back in a circle.
So yeah,
I think-
and I'll explain why he caused it, right? The reason why he caused it is because, right, he made our bodies work in such a way in which they require food to continue on. Like, for example, the person who coded Minecraft made it insofar as that if you do not eat food in Minecraft, that your character will starve to death, right? So the owner of the game is responsible for you starving to death if you do not eat food.
Analogy already.
What's up?
We did this analogy already. I think that it's a good place to have both have the understanding that your side and my side both are like, if God could reach into earth and literally make everything perfect, that wouldn't be, I could argue, anyone can argue that that would not be good. And anyone can
So
argue.
when you say make everything perfect, you're relating to the context of free will. The reason why this is a different conversation is because this is something God caused himself and it doesn't relate to free will. Like if we were to get rid of the context of child starvation, then that wouldn't get rid of free will or change free will by any means.
So you're asking why God caused the earth to allow people to deny him in the beginning?
No. Why did God cause our bodies to work in such a way in which if we do not eat food that we starve to death? Why did God cause like what we consider natural disasters like earthquakes, tornadoes, all those types of things? These are storms, you would say, generated by God creating the world this way rather than creating it a different way, right? And I would say, well, God seems to have caused these, so wouldn't we say that's bad?
Say this. I'm just going to say this because I'm going to get off. God created all of us, and he loves all of us, and he is beyond our comprehension, and I believe that with all my heart. And I'm going to get off of here because there's so many people that are like getting fed up with me going in loops. So I'm going to let you guys let some people on.
Sure. All right. Appreciate you coming up.
All right.
Have a good day. Have a good day. All right, y'all. Let's go to the next person. Please only send a guest request if you believe in Christianity. Let's get to the next person real quick. We got Man. I'll let you debate Man.
Hey guys!
What's up,
What's up, man?
Oh man, guys, they're putting on a show. Y'all better like the live. Let's get to 200K likes. But let's talk about it. So the Christian God commanded you to unalive infants. What'd you do? Are we speaking about Abraham and Isaac?
Well, I'm specifically talking about 1 Samuel 15:3.
1 Samuel 15:3.
Yeah, we could reference 1 Samuel 15:3, the flood. It is what it is. God has commanded the death of infants prior.
Okay,
So it seems that he could do it again. So if God commanded you to unalive an infant, would you do it?
No, he wouldn't command me to do that.
Like we would suppose, like if you were in this time period, right? And
Yeah,
God commanded you in that time period, would you do it?
I mean, he wouldn't command me to do it. Sure, he would be testing me if he were to do it, but I wouldn't be actually unaliving an infant.
We're gonna assume
Please.
that you were one of like Saul's men that God commanded to go like ethnically cleanse the Amalekites, including the infants. We're just gonna assume that you were a part of a group of people that God did command to unalive an infant.
A
Would you do it?
religious war?
I mean, it wasn't. A
Is
war,
that
it was a
fair?
genocide.
You know what the Amalekites did?
And does that justify killing infants?
I mean, do you know if the infants like were actually feeling pain?
Wait, do you think abortion's wrong?
I'm inconclusive when it comes to that.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, I am. But that's not the problem. That's not the problem. What I'm saying is,
he's so
you're
gas.
assuming that this loving God wasn't able to just bring him up to heaven just before it happened. Is that also possible?
Probably
Yeah,
after
yeah.
it happened.
Yeah. So
Okay, so why
you
do we
agree
assume the
that
verse?
you agree that that's not likely, correct?
No, I agree. It is likely. It's very plausible.
So it's very
According to his
plausible.
nature, yes, that-
You agree
Wait, if
it's
God-
very plausible that God, right, prior to them being killed, after he commanded them to have been killed, right, would have sent them directly to heaven. Well, then I can just ask you this question. Wouldn't
Mm-hmm.
it be bad for the person he commanded then? Because there's trauma that person has to go through when God could have just snapped them into heaven.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think anybody acquired trauma from this experience. The Amalekites were
Dude,
Wait,
I have a
think
question.
of the
If
you had to
$6
kill an
66
infant-
cents.
Hold up, the
If you had to
Amalekites were
unalive
very-
an infant, would it traumatize?
Wait, hold
you?
up. No, I'm gonna tell you why. So the Amalekites are very terrible people. They did really bad things. They
Yeah,
unalived their
including
own
the infants.
babies. They sacrificed their own
Wait,
babies.
you'd be unaliving their
they
babies.
Raped, huh?
Yeah, you're saying that them unaliving their own babies is a terrible bad thing. Well, God commanded them, Saul and
Yeah,
his,
but I don't-
and his
I don't
men to
actually-
unalive
God
their
commanded
babies.
the same thing, and that's not wrong.
Yeah, and you could say
No,
that was a
that's not what I'm
sacrifice to their
saying.
God and their command.
But that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is. You're literally saying the terrible
I'm
thing was
just
what they did was
saying,
unaliving and sacrificing their own
but I'm
infants.
saying I don't
But that is
believe
exactly what
these
God commanded.
babies were probably unalive. I'm assuming, according to his nature, these babies went up to heaven just before anything happened.
Wait. If he could just send the babies straight to heaven before it happened, then why did he command his men to unalive the babies? Seems like it seems
Show
like
me.
very unnecessary.
You said 1 Samuel what?
1 Samuel.
1 Samuel 15:3. And again, if it was the case that they were sent to heaven right before these types of things, right, prior to this, well, then we could just ask the question, if babies are sent directly to heaven, right, and zygotes are sent directly to heaven, then you don't require earth in order to get to heaven. Is heaven better than earth?
Yes.
Yeah, so God can send us to heaven, right, before, without sending us to earth, right? Heaven is better than earth. God does what's best for us. Therefore, we would be in heaven, not on earth.
All right.
And if
So I
God were to
wouldn't
put us on
necessarily
earth with
compare
heaven
the
being more
two.
desirable, we'd
Yeah, I wouldn't
see
compare
the
the
issue
two
that God would be
because
causing unnecessary suffering.
yeah, I wouldn't compare the two because one, this baby is being sent to heaven out of its own consent. Like he or she doesn't have a choice, and whether or not they want to stay on earth.
Its own
correct?
consent, but doesn't have a choice. Can you
No, I
please
said they don't
clarify
have a
that to me?
choice on whether or not they get to stay on earth. Yes or no?
They do not get a choice. So I would
Okay, so I
agree they
wouldn't
didn't
even make
have
this an
choice.
analogy when we're
We
speaking
wouldn't
about
have a
people that
choice if
actually
we were.
do walk
We
on
wouldn't have.
earth.
We wouldn't have a choice if we
Wait,
were
man,
certain.
my
Wait.
point is that God could have just sent our souls directly to heaven without sending us to earth. So outside of the context of our choice.
Yeah,
And Sean,
I
thank you for
mean,
the $6.66.
he could have, but the what's called the state of affairs wouldn't be the same. So sure,
Would
we
they
see
be worse or
babies,
better?
huh?
Would it
Wait,
be,
but no. You already said that heaven is better than earth, and you agreed with me that God can send us directly to heaven.
Yeah,
So
but
then that would just be entailed that, right, if God sends us to the best place he could, right, that we would be in heaven. I don't see
Yes.
what premise you're disputing.
So what I'm saying is that the reason why we can't say, even though I acknowledge that heaven is better than earth, given the state of affairs that need to be put in place for the people that are able to walk on earth, we need to create a relationship. So you need to understand that these babies couldn't create a relationship, so therefore they're blameless. So they go to heaven. But the people that
Wait.
can
Wait,
create
that's
a
actually
relationship,
my point,
they're not
man.
blameless.
That's my point. Souls
Yeah.
before creation are blameless. They haven't done anything yet. God can send them directly to heaven. Okay? Heaven's better than earth. If God can send them to a better place, right? And always sends them to the best place he could, it's entailed that we're in the better place.
right? Like
No.
instead of us ever.
What premise are you disputing? You're not telling me what premise.
That we're in the better place. We know through.
Well,
through
I
the Bible
agree.
that
We're not in the better place. That was a part of the hypothetical, is that there's a better place, heaven. So again, it would be entailed that we're in heaven, not on earth. What premise do you dispute?
Yeah. Do you want the premises to be like?
Yeah, give me the
laid
premises
out to
again,
you?
my bad.
So like
Yeah, go ahead.
So premise number one.
Yeah.
God will put us in the most desirable state of affairs. Yes or no?
Yes, I would say we are in the most desirable state of affairs.
Oh, wait, is heaven a more desirable state of affairs than earth?
No, it's Earth isn't, but heaven is. But how are you defining state of affairs?
Wait. So you said we're in the most desirable state of affairs, but we're not in heaven, and then you just said heaven was more desirable. You've contradicted yourself.
Yeah, so I'm saying that the best possible world is Earth to bring these perfect state of affairs into fruition. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but we already proved Earth is unnecessary because we gave you a particular
But Earth
circumstance
is
in which.
necessary biblically.
No. We gave you a circumstance where a zygote went directly to heaven.
Yeah, but the zygote isn't the cause for their demise.
Are you saying that like heaven is the most desirable state of affairs predicated on the existence of earth?
I would say heaven is the best possible world outside of this because we need to experience Earth first because it has a dichotomy.
You
Yeah,
don't
I'm-
need to experience it first because zygotes, without experiencing it, go directly to
But
heaven.
that wasn't their choice. It's not the same.
I know. A soul, if it was sent directly to heaven, it wouldn't be their choice either.
Wait, but that would just be so. If we're just going to send people to heaven without them actually creating a relationship with God, what's the point? The whole point for you to enter.
Wait,
to
you already
heaven,
indicated God did this. That's the
Yeah,
whole
he
point I'm
does this
making is
because
that there
these
is no
children don't
point
have
of
choices.
Earth. Wait, man, you just ran into my point. There is no point to send us to Earth if it is the case that there's a better place God could have sent us to if God's goal is to put us in the best place he could.
No, his goal is to get us in the best place, which is heaven, through a relationship. Now, if a child doesn't have the opportunity to create this relationship, he is blameless. Therefore, he goes to heaven. But the people that do have the opportunity to create a relationship, they have to do so. To
Ryan,
get
thank
to
you for the $5. Thank you so
Can
much.
I ask you a question?
So then
Yeah,
why
go
wouldn't
ahead.
he desire reincarnation?
Wait, reincarnation.
Yeah, you're essentially committed to reincarnation then. Because you're
Oh,
saying
until you
that
get it right.
Yeah, essentially.
I mean, this is kind of hard because when we look at hell, there's so many theories on how people understand hell, the one thing we do know for a fact is that it's a state of mind and it's eternal separation from God. That's what we do know for a fact. We don't know anything more than that. So there could be like there's certain ideas like there's redemptions. I forgot where the theory is called, but like some
Nowhere in
church fathers-
Christianity does it support reincarnation. Okay,
No,
but
I'm not
it's
saying
you're
reincarnation.
committed to it here because
Wait.
you would say that Earth
never said reincarnation,
plus
Parker.
Earth to heaven is better than just heaven alone. So then God would prefer them to be reincarnated to have Earth and heaven rather than just heaven alone.
Wait, when did I say reincarnation though?
But that's what's entailed given what we just established.
Not
And it's not
necessarily.
biblical.
Is there any more desirable state of affairs than the one that we're in?
How are you defining state of affairs?
Everything in which exists.
Yes, there is a more desirable state of affairs if that's how you define it. It'll be heaven.
Okay. Is it possible for a soul to go straight to heaven without going to earth first?
Not if they can help it. No.
So it's not possible. So fetuses and zygotes.
No, I said not if you can
go
help
to
it. You missed that part.
heaven. Not if you can help it. So if
So
you
if
can't
a
help
child
it,
doesn't have the opportunity to create a
so
relationship with
if
God,
you can't
then yeah, he
I'm
goes-
talking about souls.
Yeah,
So-
souls, exactly. So they didn't have the opportunity to create a relationship with God. So there you go. But where somebody that does have the
So it's
opportunity,
possible. So it's possible for a fresh soul.
But
but
is
it's
it- there's
not
Wait,
yet-
but they would have an opportunity
This
because they
analogy
could
is
wait
terrible
they would
because-
have an opportunity because they could be reincarnated.
Wait,
See,
no.
that's why you're committed to it.
well, the Bible doesn't speak on reincarnation, so I'm not going to speak on it.
Exactly my point is that you're committed to something that you can't establish biblically. Do you
How much
understand my
related to
point?
reincarnation? I never spoke about reincarnation.
Brian, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Dude, I never said you did. I told you that you would be committed to this because you said that if they can, right, have a chance to go through go through earth first, well, then it should be the case that happens. That's
No.
what would commit you to reincarnation because instead of God sending them directly to heaven, God should send them to earth first.
Wait,
make sense?
reincarnation is just coming back as something else. Why would he need to do that?
Yeah,
if he's
come back
sending
as
these-
another human.
Yeah, why would he need to do that if he's sending these blameless souls that had no part in whether or not they lived or unalived back onto Earth? It seems pointless. It seems
Wait, so if
counterproductive.
it seems pointless to do it to them, then it would seem pointless to do it to any soul.
No, but the condition is these babies didn't have a choice.
And the
When you are
souls
on
didn't have a
Earth and
choice
you are
either.
Actually conceived, you
But
have
the
a
souls
choice.
didn't have a
you're born
choice
with-
either. Did you choose to be conceived?
But they were born.
Man, did you
Babies
choose
were
to be
not born.
conceived? I don't know. I don't remember choosing.
Okay, no, then they didn't. You don't choose to be conceived, but the thing is, these people
Okay.
came into fruition. They existed, like they're actually walking the earth. So that means they had the opportunity to create a relationship. These babies that you're speaking of did not. It's not the same. This is a poor analogy.
So why can't
There-
God?
there's a
Neither
condition-
of them chose
there's a
to
way-
go
you're
into
forgetting
existence.
there's a
Why
condition-
couldn't-
And
Why-
this doesn't
Wait, but
respond to the
Dean-
whole
Dean
point of
Parker,
reincarnation.
But
Like,
there's
what?
there's a condition to these babies going to heaven, and it's because of whatever circumstance they had to endure. Like it's not just just go to heaven. No, there's a circumstance for this.
Wait, why couldn't God
Everybody
just
doesn't
make it
have the
so-
same circumstance.
Why
if
couldn't
you're on
God-
Earth, bro, you have the opportunity. This baby
Why-
does not have the opportunity.
why
So now you're
couldn't-
saying
why
well,
couldn't-
which follows is reincarnation. but it
Respectfully,
doesn't.
man,
It
you're
seems-
yapping.
Bro, why couldn't
How
God
is he
just
yapping?
Why
I just showed you multiple times,
why couldn't
right?
God
And I can do it again.
This is that condition is special to babies, not to everybody. There's
Wait, it's
conditions that
special. Wait,
babies
couldn't
go
it be
straight to
special to
heaven.
souls too? Why can't that
No,
be
it
applicable to
isn't.
souls?
No, it isn't. It isn't.
Why couldn't that be
I
applicable?
don't know where you
to
get this
souls?
idea from.
Why you're saying it can't be applicable to souls? Can you give me the contradiction?
So it can't be applicable to souls because we understand that the whole point of Earth is to create this dichotomy of good and evil, the potential of the good and the potential of evil, so that we can create a relationship, a loving relationship that doesn't force us into anything we don't want to do. So if someone is able to do so, that's how it should be done. But if you're not able to do so, these babies, aka
they are able to do so through reincarnation. That's why you're committed to
it
it.
seems counterproductive to just allow them to be unalived and then bring them back to Earth, so that there's another chance they might be unalived. Why not just bring them to heaven?
Why don't you just send them to heaven right away?
That's what I just said.
Oh wait, okay, then that would just run you into the problem of heaven. You just ran right into the
There's no
contradiction.
problem with heaven.
Yes, there is. I just explained it to you, right? If you said that it would have been better for God to have just sent them directly to heaven, well, then why don't you apply that
Because
to
of
every
the
soul?
condition.
Why does that condition change whether or not they should be sent directly to heaven?
Okay, the condition changes. I already said this earlier, but I'll say it again. The condition changes because this baby did not have the opportunity to create a relationship. Therefore, he or she goes straight to heaven.
Why couldn't
But for
God
the
just take
people-
away all of our
If they
abilities
were
that-
just a soul and they weren't created, so I'm sorry, Dean.
good.
If they were a soul and they weren't created yet, they wouldn't have that choice yet. I've already established this.
So are you
multiple
telling
times.
people to just get ABs because it sends kids to heaven?
That's a different argument? I don't
I mean,
know
that's
why
what
you're
that's
bringing
what that's
that
what
up.
entails what you're saying. You're making it seem as though like
I mean, you could make
babies
that
go to
argument,
heaven,
but that's a
let's
separate
unalive
argument.
all babies.
You could make that argument, but it's a separate argument. That's not the argument I'm making.
So
The argument I'm making is that God, before putting anyone on earth or anyone in creation, should have sent us directly to heaven, because at that point in which we were souls, we had no choices. Right? I've already said this multiple times, so I'm gonna let Dean take over because I
I've
want him
already
to be
answered
able to
your
say
question.
that.
I'm saying there's conditions.
No, you didn't.
You don't accept the condition.
No, you just yapped.
No, you don't accept the condition. I wish you understood.
I don't
that
know what
fully.
condition you even are talking
I
about.
said the condition is that this child did not have a choice on whether or not it was born.
Bro,
or
why
And
couldn't
how do I
God
respond
just?
to that?
He could, but that's not what happens. So
You
let's
just
speak
said
about
that's
what's
not what
happening.
happens. That's not a response. Go for it,
So
Dean.
let's speak about what's happening. The condition that allows babies to go straight to heaven is because they didn't have the chance or opportunity to create a relationship. You have the opportunity to create a relationship. Therefore, you are unexcused. How is that
When
the
you're a
same?
soul, not when you're in a not when you're not when you're a soul prior to creation.
But
Okay, you
you're
have no
going to
choice
be
at that time.
born.
How many man? How many times do I have to tell you the same thing? This isn't rocket science. This is not a
Wait,
difficult
Parker,
concept.
Parker, God has omniscience. He knows when you're going to be born and when you're not going to be born. The people that are not born go to heaven. The people that are born have this opportunity to create a relationship. It's not the same. This
Wait, no,
analogy
but
says-
God, if God can send them directly to heaven because they weren't
Why
born,
would you do
He
that?
could have done that with every other soul.
why would he do that? He's no better.
Why would he? Why would he
be
do that
no
in the?
better than the people
Why
that
would
are
he?
alive
Why
in
would
the
he?
baby.
Why would he do that in the circumstance in which the zygotes are flush? Why wouldn't he just reincarnate them?
But he's no better than the people that are unalive in the babies if he takes away that opportunity for them to live. That's the whole point of life. It's a
Okay,
gift.
this is what I mean. He's yapping. Dean, go for it, man.
How is yapping? You
So
have
why-
not yet.
I've already
you have not
explained
yet
it to you. You didn't understand it.
I've already
I'll
explained
explain
to
it
you why
again
it's not
after Dean gives
analogous.
his. I'll explain it again after Dean runs
I've
his
already explained
argument.
to you why it's not analogous. But go ahead, Dean.
Well, you're just.
So why couldn't God just take away all of our ability to choose a free and open relationship with Him by sending us straight to heaven before we were humans?
Yeah, so that would be
souls.
controlling, and God doesn't control people.
Wait, so you're saying if we couldn't choose, or if we didn't have the ability to choose other than to be in a relationship with God, that would be controlling and bad?
Yes, that would be bad.
Okay.
Because God
Can
wants
God-
God
can
wants a
God-
genuine
can-
relationship with you, Dean. He
can-
doesn't
can-
want you
can God
to feel
dis-
forced because you know He exists for a fact.
Can God the Son choose to stop loving God the Father?
No,
So that's controlling and bad then, right?
they're the same being.
Wait, but with distinct identities, right?
That's fine.
So God the Son
Distinct
can't-
persons.
So God the Son can't stop loving God the Father. So is
Because
that
they're-
like a
they're
controlling and
perfect.
bad relationship between them?
They're perfect.
Wait, that's not what I'm asking. Is it like
I don't know how
controlling
this is
and bad?
analogous.
Is it controlling and bad that God the Son can't choose to stop loving God the Father? Is it or is it genuine love between them?
It is genuine, but because
Okay,
they're perfect.
so
it
even
wouldn't-
though God the Son can't choose to stop loving God the Father, it's still a genuine relationship. So even if we weren't able to choose to not be like to love God,
mean,
it
you
would
said
be a
again,
genuine
sorry.
relationship. So yeah, you're essentially saying if we weren't able to choose to not be in a relationship with God, it wouldn't be a genuine relationship. But God the Son can't choose to not be in a relationship with God the Father, but it is a genuine relationship. So that's a contradiction.
Are you perfect? Are you perfect union with the Godhead?
Well, I mean, essentially, if it were to be the case that He sent us straight to heaven, right, that would be in perfect union. Yes.
No. That's not how it works. You're not God.
is.
You're not in perfect union with God. Therefore, you cannot make an analogy.
What is a
trying to
perfect
compare
union?
the love between the Godhead to you. It's not the same.
What is a perfect union?
When we're speaking about the Godhead,
What is a perfect union, sir?
when we're speaking about the Godhead, yes or no?
Dude, I don't even. What the fuck is that? Just
The
tell me what
Godhead
a
is the
perfect
Trinity.
union is.
Godhead
So-
is the Trinity. Are we speaking about the Trinity, or are we speaking about in general?
In general, what's a perfect union?
Oh yeah, so when God dwells within His creation, we'd
So what
say
does that
that would
mean?
be perfect union. So what we seen in the Garden of Eden.
Oh, so what we saw in the Garden of Eden was a perfect union. So yeah, we
Yeah.
would see that same perfect union if God were to send us all straight to heaven first.
But the condition to God sending us straight to heaven would be because you didn't have the opportunity to create a relationship.
But we've already went over it. Well, we would have a relationship with God, and it would be a genuine loving one even if we couldn't choose otherwise. And the reason that I
Wait, no,
say
it wouldn't
this
be-
is
oh, it
because
wouldn't be
this is
genuine.
exactly the relationship that we see between God the Son and God the Father.
Wait, but it wouldn't be genuine though.
Well, yes, it was.
If you
say
have
that
the
the relationship
opportunity-
you
if
say
you
that
have
the
the-
relationship between God the Son and God the Father is genuine, even though they don't
Because
have the
they're
opportunity
perfect.
to stop loving each other.
'Cause
Because
they're
they're perfect. Well, yeah, and essentially in this aspect, humans would be perfect as well. Because
Would-
you said, do you accept that Adam and Eve were perfect when they were first created?
No, I don't.
So a perfect creator made an imperfect creation?
I would say he made them good, so
No,
it could allow for the dichotomy.
did the God the creator make a perfect creation or an imperfect creation?
An imperfect creation, he made them good.
Okay, so if I'm a perfect painter and I paint something that's imperfect, am I still a perfect painter?
Yes.
Dude, please be so fucking for real. If I'm a perfect speller
I'm
and I get
obviously
an
joking, joking, but I don't think it's the same. To be honest.
Okay, wait. So you think
So, like,
I wouldn't
the-
be a
the-
perfect
a
creator?
painting-
So therefore,
I'm
God's
actually
not a
joking.
perfect
But the
creator.
painting-
No, because
No,
if you're a
Dean, it's not
perfect
the same.
painter, your
It's not the
paintings
same.
must be perfect as well. If you're a perfect
no,
speller,
that's not true.
you must get 100%
If you
on your
say
spelling
it's
So,
not the
for-
same because
when we
he's
speak
God,
about-
I'm gonna cry.
No,
Please.
it's not the same.
Now,
because
so now
when we
tell
speak
me,
about-
if we have
when
a perfect creator, would we expect their creation to be perfect?
No, so I'm gonna tell
No,
you
we
why.
wouldn't. Wait,
No,
no,
I'm
this
tell
is
you why,
crazy.
because-
This is crazy.
Yeah, we
Okay,
wouldn't
answer my
because
question. If I was a
when
perfect
you-
speller and I got a 99% on a spelling
not the
test, would I
same.
still be a perfect speller?
Can I explain to you why it's not the same?
Yes.
Okay, so when we speak about God creating things, the reason why it wasn't perfect because we need a dichotomy of good and potential evil. Without that dichotomy, you can't have a perfect relationship. You can't even grow into having a perfect relationship.
Wait,
if you don't
really?
have the
Because you
opportunity
said that God
to
the
choose.
Son, you said God the Son.
You're not
right?
perfect.
He can't potentially do
You're
evil.
not perfect.
Wait 1 second. Does God the Father and God the Son have a perfect relationship?
Yes, because they're perfect.
Can God the Son or God the Father potentially do evil?
They could, but they choose not to.
Wait, really? Wait, really? So God so goodness isn't an essential attribute of God as he.
I mean, it
can
depends if you look
choose
at
to do evil?
energy, essence, distinction, or
Wait, no. Answer my
ADS.
question. Answer my question.
I mean, I said
goodness
it
an essential
depends.
attribute of God?
Yeah, it depends if you look at energy, essence, distinction, or
I'm asking you what you
ADS.
think.
I don't
I'm
know
asking
what
you
I
you think.
stand on that yet either.
Is God necessarily good?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so he can't choose to do bad as he necessarily does the good in all possible worlds. So no, Jesus doesn't have the potential to choose to do bad. And he has a perfect relationship with the Father. Therefore, you can have a perfect
Because he's
relationship with God
perfect.
without the potentiality to choose to do bad.
No, you can't because you're not a perfect being.
Wait, why couldn't God create us perfect?
Because that dichotomy
Which is?
between good and evil.
Okay, so then wait. So you're
So
saying that was
we- so I
necessary.
just acknowledge-
So why
I
was
said-
why was the dichotomy necessary?
To create a perfect relationship or a healthy relationship.
So the dichotomy of being able to choose evil is necessary for a perfect relationship.
potential evil,
So
potential
because
evil.
this isn't
Wait,
true
potential evil.
of God the Son and God the
Potential
Father,
evil.
they don't have a
Potential
perfect
evil.
relationship. Yeah, and because this dichotomy isn't true of God the Son and God the Father,
Yeah, but
they don't have a
us,
perfect
we're
relationship.
We're not perfect beings.
Yeah, and I'm asking you why God couldn't create us to be perfect, and you said because this dichotomy was necessary for a perfect relationship, but I'm demonstrating to you how that dichotomy is not necessary for a perfect relationship.
But Dean,
given
it's
God
not the
Son and God
same. We
Father.
are the created.
And
God
what's the
cannot-
relevant distinction?
It's not a relevant
So
distinction.
why is this
because we are
dichotomy
not
necessary in the
God.
context of creation, but not necessary in the context of the
God would
creator?
have to possess all these things, Dean.
Nikki, thank you for the
What's the-
galaxy. I
I'm
appreciate
not
it. Thank you
hearing
so
a
much.
relevant
Are
distinction.
humans necessarily good?
I'm not hearing a relevant distinction.
Yeah, I just gave it to you. I said they're unmoved mover. They're uncaused cause.
appreciate
How's that the same as a human being that's created?
Well, we're particularly examining what is required or what is necessary in order to have a perfect relationship with God. And you're making the assertion that it is necessary to have the ability to choose to do evil or the potentiality
Potential
to sin.
evil, yes.
So what I'm particularly demonstrating to you is this is not true. As you would say, there's a perfect relationship between God the Father and God the Son. Meanwhile, neither of them have the potential to choose to do evil. And you're saying that there's some type of distinction between the perfect
Between God
relationship
and
that
a
is
human? Yes.
So answer this question. What is the distinction between the perfect relationship that does not
Yeah.
require the ability to choose to sin
So
in the
the
context of God?
perfect
I'm going to go ahead and
relationship-
finish. What is the distinction between the perfect relationship experience between God the Father and God the Son that doesn't require the potential to sin, but there is a perfect relationship between God and his creation that requires the potential to sin?
Okay, so again, God is God, and we are created by God. So
You're not giving me the distinction. You're naming off the
no,
categories.
the
Imagine if I
distinction
asked
is
you
that
what the
we're
difference.
defined- No, the
Imagine if I
distinction is
asked
that-
you what the difference was
Wait, I'm
between a
about
man and a
to tell
woman,
but
and you said
if
one's a
let me
man and the
speak-
other's a woman.
Wait, Dean, if you let me to speak, I could probably answer.
Let's hear it.
I appreciate it. Anyways, thank you so much, Alexis. So we would say that this happens because he is divine. Humans and the created things are not divine. That's the distinction. You're not divine, so you can't possess any of those things. You can. We learn in our theology that we can partake in the divine, but we're never going to be divine. That's the distinction.
Wait, so because,
No, I am
and I wish
divine.
you would know this because
so because we're not divine,
very
we
evident in our
can't have a
theology.
relationship. So because
Well, I
we're
gave
not
you the
divine,
distinction. If you don't accept it, then that's fine.
so
That's
you're
what
saying
it is.
because we're so calm down. You're saying because we're not divine, we can't have a relationship with God.
I
unless
never
we have
said
the
that.
potential to sin.
Never said that.
Okay, so then why can't we have a perfect relationship without God without the potential to sin?
Because we are not divine. Therefore,
Okay,
we
so
would
that is
need,
what you said.
we would need for this dichotomy of good and potential evil to exist to create
Yeah,
this
why is that needed?
healthy relationship. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit were uncreated. Okay.
Yeah, why is that needed for a healthy relationship?
Koala,
Because
thank
we're
you
the
for the whale
created
diving.
beings.
W
We're
Koala
not
in the chat
eternal.
right now. Let's fucking go. Thank you, Koala. Tap that screen over. Let's get
okay.
500,000 likes, by the way.
We're the creation, Dean.
Yeah, but why does that make it necessary? You can't give
Because
me a
we're not
reason.
divine. We're not.
I know,
We're not.
but
cosmic. We're
I
not
understand
eternal.
we're not divine, but why does it make it necessary that
And
we
guess
need
what
the
gives?
potential to sin in order to have a relationship with God?
Because it gives you the option to either choose him or not choose him.
Okay.
Can
so
can God
if-
not choose himself?
What?
Can God not choose himself?
Can God choose himself? I don't
Okay,
think.
no,
what
that's
is,
not what
what
I
does that?
asked.
That
I'll
doesn't
say it
make
again.
any
I'll
sense.
say it again. Maybe you misheard me. I said, can God not choose himself?
I don't think that question makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly because he is the uncaused cause. He's the unmoved mover. He's always been
Okay.
here. He's
So
eternal.
are you saying that it's like
this analogy
required for free will?
Wait, this analogy isn't making any sense because we have to
Wait.
choose God.
Well,
God
okay,
doesn't
so we have to
himself.
choose him. So we have to have free will, right?
Yes, we have
So
to have
Can
free
you
will.
define
God has-
free will for me?
The ability to choose.
The ability to choose. So I would say that this definition of free will is compatibilistic, which would be which could be compatible with the idea that we could only choose to do good, right? Like for instance, you'd say that God has free will, but yet God can only choose good. So it seems like you could have free will and only
Because
choose
he's
good.
divine, bro.
So wait, could we have had free will while only being able to choose between the good options?
No, because we're not divine.
Wait, do the people in heaven have free will?
Yes.
Do they only have the ability to choose between the good options?
Yes, because
Are
but
they
that's
divine?
because
Are they
well, that's
divine?
be- no, they're not divine, but that's because
Okay,
they've
so it
already-
seems like you could have free
Wait,
will
no, no,
and
no,
only be
Dean,
able to
Dean,
choose
Dean,
between the good
no,
options
no,
while not
no.
being divine.
No, but that's
What?
because the end goal is heaven. So after you already gone through this relationship and you already gone through the dichotomy of good and evil and you chose God, when you get to heaven, there's no need for you to not choose God because you've already gone through the trials and tribulations.
Wait, but
What would be the
earlier you
point?
said that the fetuses
What
go
would
to
be the
heaven.
point?
They don't
Well,
choose
that's
God,
because
and
you
they
have a
don't
lack
have the
of
ability to sin.
You have a lack of an understanding of a theology. So
Wait,
the
no,
reason
you
why
have a lack
people
of
go to
understanding
heaven-
logical consistency.
Wait, no,
because
it's-
here's the
but-
fucking
but the
fact.
heaven
I
is
want to
the
ask
end
you a
goal.
question. Are
But heaven
these
is the end
three
goal.
things compatible? Are these three things
But heaven
compatible?
is the end goal.
I'm asking you a question.
Dean.
I'm asking you a question. Can you not be divine and possess free will and only be able to choose the good? Yes or no?
you're not listening to my point.
I'm asking you a question.
Web, thank you for the $20 on
You-
Cash
you-
App. W Web in the comment
Why should
section
I
right now.
engage
Thank you
with
so
you?
much, Web.
Why
Hey,
should I engage with your
answer my
if you're not going to answer my question?
It's a yes or no.
Wait, why should I engage with your question? You're not going to answer my question.
Yeah, ask your question. Then I'll get it
Okay.
out of the way so I can ask mine.
So is the end goal not heaven?
In accordance with your worldview, the end goal is heaven. So now please
Okay.
answer my question.
So if we're speaking of the end goal is heaven, then everything you've done prior to get to heaven will lead you to God. Therefore, when you get to heaven, why would you not continue to choose God?
Okay, well, you already said that the fetuses don't choose God on earth, but yet they still
Because
go
they
to
didn't
heaven.
have a choice.
Yeah, so
They didn't have
would
the
you say that
opportunity
having
to have
free
that
will is
relationship.
compatible
That's
with only
why
being able to
Parker
choose
brought
good?
up-
I have
that's why
a
Parker brought
question.
up reincarnation.
And now answer my question. And if you're not divine, is it possible that you could have free will and only choose the good options?
Not before you create a relationship. No.
Okay, so what do you mean here? Create a
I just
relationship,
explained to you
what
that the end goal is heaven. Therefore, when you've already gone through everything, you're going to choose
what do the
God.
fetuses
because-
go through?
Huh?
What does the dead fetuses go through?
But those dead fetuses didn't have a choice.
Okay, so you can have free will and only be
No,
able
but
to
that's
choose
the
the good
condition.
without choosing a relationship with God.
That's a condition.
Wait, but you see here that they can do it. So it's possible to have
no,
a
no, no,
relationship
no.
with
But
God,
it's possible
have free will, and
given
only
that
being able to choose the
condition.
good.
No, it's possible given that condition.
Okay, so
And
why is
one-
it not possible
and
not
one, we
given that
also
condition?
understand our
What's the
theology that
relevant
babies are
distinction?
innocent.
What's the
Wait.
relevant distinction?
Yeah, I got you. So we understand in our theology that babies are innocent before a certain age. So
This isn't necessary. I'm asking you why that's a relevant
wait,
distinction.
I just gave you the distinction.
No, you didn't.
You just said, why is this a condition?
Okay,
well,
I have
it's
a-
a
I have a
condition
question.
because they are blameless. They are innocent. That's the condition.
Dean just
Bro,
got age restricted, man.
I'll come back.
Yeah, just come back on another account.
I'll wait for him.
Oh, wait, I can ask you a different question in the meantime.
Okay, go
This
ahead.
is not related to what you guys were just talking about, but
Gotcha.
why do you think murder should be illegal?
Because God says so.
Because God says so? Like, because God says it's wrong?
Yeah.
Yo, Brandon, thank you so much for the chasing the dream.
Hey,
I
appreciate
appreciate
the
it, Brandon.
roses.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So it's because God says it's wrong. Okay, so does God say it's wrong to lie?
I'd like to continue my
Yes, he
conversation
does.
with him.
Yeah, you can do that. I'll continue this later.
Word. Yeah. So
Yeah, God
here's,
does say it's
here's
wrong to lie.
essentially the attributes that we're looking into here, right?
All right, let's get
so,
it.
So we're trying to determine if you could have free will and only choose between the good options. So I first asked you if this was true of God, and you said yes. So then I was like, well, why can't this be true of us? And then you said, well, because we're not divine. So then I
Okay.
asked you if this was true of the non-divine humans in heaven, and you said yes. Then I was like, why can't this be true of us? And I wasn't sure of your answer to that.
Okay, I got you. So the distinction would be that one, heaven is the end goal. So the reason why you're always going to want to choose God is because you had the opportunity not to choose God on earth, and you ultimately ended up choosing God. So that's why you're in heaven. Why would you not want to continue to choose God after you've already gone through all those things?
Okay. So
And
would
I
you
made
say
the-
it's logically possible to not choose God in heaven?
No, it is. It is. I think it is possible to not choose God in heaven. But what's the point?
Wait, what's the point? Is because then it wouldn't be perfect, as there exists the potentiality to sin in heaven. Like, for instance, if God had the potentiality to sin, would God still be perfect?
Again, I think if you're looking at it from energy essence distinction or ADS, those are two different. I give you two different answers, which I don't know enough about yet. I'm still studying about that. But from what I do know, I would say that he can't perform
Not-
evil.
That's not the question that I asked. If God had the potential to sin,
Yeah, he wouldn't be perfect.
what is okay? So because there exists the potential for sin in heaven, heaven's not perfect.
Let me see.
Cooked.
No, I'm not cooked. I'm trying to understand because God isn't actually in heaven. His presence is in heaven. He's outside of creation.
Okay.
Heaven
that's
is
fine.
created. So
Yeah.
if we're saying that, I would still say that heaven is perfect.
So you could be perfect with the potential to sin?
I think. No, you can't be perfect with the potential to sin, but the thing is, when we're speaking about heaven, you wouldn't want to sin.
Well, we're not talking about what people would actually do. We're talking about what people have the potential to do.
I actually don't know, to be honest.
So
I
you
mean,
don't,
how I've understood it is that people don't choose to sin because they've already gone through the trials and tribulations because the end goal is heaven. So, like, if you had the opportunity to do any of that stuff, you might as well just not have accepted God.
Wait, so I
But
mean,
the fact that you
again,
did choose God is why.
fleshed out zygotes didn't go through trials and tribulations.
Yeah, but the condition is that they're blameless and they didn't have a choice.
but like,
Not
man,
sin.
do you see the issue here? Because you said that people have the potential to sin in heaven. So, I mean, are you talking about like logical potentiality or like metaphysical potentiality here?
Oh, actually, I think I do know what it is. So, like, because when we seen Lucifer rebel, that was in heaven, correct?
I mean, I don't know if that was in heaven. You could.
Yeah,
inform
it
me.
was in heaven. So the thing is, the reason why it can work is because God isn't in creation; He's outside of creation. So yeah,
Okay, so I mean, if you're just gonna say that there's the potential for sin in heaven, well, then why would you call heaven perfect? Because I thought we agreed that perfection would entail like no potentiality for imperfection, right? Because in the context of God, you said that God wouldn't be perfect if he had the potential to sin.
heaven is created.
Yeah, but I don't think that's really relevant here. I mean,
I think
earlier
it
you
is. I
said
think it is relevant because
no, earlier you said that humans were imperfect when they were created for the pure reason that they only had
For
the
the cuddle
potential
with you, I
to sin.
appreciate pomegranate.
yeah,
So if you, in other
But-
words, regardless if you're the creator or creation, if you have the potential to sin, you're not perfect. And since there exists the potential for sin in heaven, heaven's not perfect.
yeah, I would say that heaven is the next possible or the best possible world, in the sense like this is the end goal,
Just not
because it is a created. Huh?
But just not perfect.
I actually don't know, to be honest. But I would
Okay.
say because it is created, I don't know how that would work.
Okay,
I feel
so
like this you'd have to get deeper into like the theology.
So let's talk about this. Do you think that God like had to create? Did he necessarily create?
No, he wanted to.
Okay, yeah. So is God perfectly rational, meaning he will always do what is most reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay. So did God have a reason to create over not to create anything? Thank you so much for the
Yeah, he
the money, man.
he had a choice, but he chose to create.
Okay. Wait, no, I'm asking you if God had a reason to create over to not create.
Yes, I guess he had a reason, because why else would he do it?
Okay, so it would be unreasonable for God not to create, right?
How does that follow?
Because God had a reason to create rather
No,
than
that only
not to
follows if
create.
you're saying it's necessary. That doesn't
No,
follow.
no, we haven't established that yet. So you said
Yeah,
God
you
had a
can't say that
reason.
if you're not establishing that it's necessary. It
What?
doesn't follow. It doesn't follow if you don't establish that it's necessary. You can't say that it was unreasonable for him not to create. It doesn't follow.
It would follow from the idea that God had a reason to create over not to create.
Yeah, but you would have to clarify that prior to saying what you just said. You'd have to say that is creation necessary.
Wait, this isn't like born from the idea that let me run it through you again. So you think God is perfectly rational, right?
Okay.
So this means you think God only does what is most reasonable to do, right? And you think that God had a reason to create rather than not to create. And if God only does what is most reasonable to do, and God had a reason to create over not to create, this would mean that God could only create.
I just don't think that follows.
So what premise do you reject here?
That he needed to create just because he's
That's the
reasonable.
conclusion, though, man.
No, because you're saying he needs to create just because he's a reasonable God. He still has a choice. He could not want to create, or he could want to
Okay.
create.
I think
That's
I think I gave you a valid argument. I'll go ahead and repeat the premise.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree.
Just tell me which premise you reject. So the premise number one is God is perfectly reasonable,
Okay.
rational. He will only do what is most reasonable. Do you accept or reject that?
I accept that.
Anything. I appreciate you for the money again. Thank you so much. All right. The second premise is God had a reason to create over not creating. Do you accept or reject that?
God had a reason to create over not creating. Yes.
Okay. So then what would follow from these two premises? Because God had a reason to create, and he only does what is most reasonable, he could only create. Do you accept that?
When you say only, that like it seems like he doesn't have a choice and that creation is necessary. Do you believe that?
Yeah, this is essentially saying that creation is necessary.
Yeah, but I don't think that follows. I don't think because
Okay,
you
could
want
you
to
like
say that
so
God
what
is
inference are you
reasonable.
rejecting here?
I'm rejecting the conclusion because I don't think that the two premises actually follow to this conclusion.
Yeah, so what's the inference? Could you show me how the argument isn't valid?
Yeah, so again, God can want to do something. That doesn't mean he only wants to do something.
Wait, so would you say that like God, well, I specifically asked you if God had a reason to create over not to create. You could have said that God had a reason to create, but he also had a reason not to create, and he just chose to create. But I'm specifically asking
then
you
that's
if
what I
God
would
had
be
a reason
saying.
to create over not to create.
Yeah, he had a reason to create and a reason not to create. That's why he chose to create.
Okay, but God didn't have a preference to create over not to create. It was just random.
Yeah, I guess.
What would be the reason if not preference?
Wait, say it again.
What would be the reason if not a preference?
I mean, isn't a reason a preference?
Yeah, in this sense, the only reason would be a preference. So essentially what Dean is saying is, did God prefer to create rather than to not create? If you accept the idea that God preferred to create rather than to not create, well, then that tells you that, again, existence of God plus creation is more desirable than God existing alone, right?
Right. Nikki, I appreciate you for the galaxy. So like the reduction of this is that God had to create because God always does what's good and it was good to create. God always does what is most reasonable and it was reasonable to create. And in order for you not to accept the conclusions formed from this argument, you'd have to reject that God plus creation is better than God existing alone. So in order for you not to yield a contradiction in doing so, you'd have to say that essentially God's creation was random as he did not have a preference for one state of affairs over another.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I would say that just because God decided to create that necessarily entails that this is a part of his perfected nature. I don't think that's what that means at all.
So I'm
When we
telling
speak
you
about
your
God
two
being
conclusions
perfect,
here.
we're speaking about him being perfect within himself.
So
God
there's two conclusions here. This isn't one of them. The first conclusion is that God necessarily created because creating was good and creating was reasonable. The second conclusion is that God created randomly because God plus creation is not more desirable.
I changed
than
the first
God
premise.
existing alone. What's that?
I'll change the first premise to what you said earlier about he had the choice to not create, or he had a reason to not create, he had a reason to create.
Yeah, so then you just essentially say that God's creation is random because God didn't have a preference for creating over a preference for not creating.
Wait, if I say you have a reason to create and you have a reason not to create, how does that entail that it's random?
Yeah, because God has no preference for one state.
What if the
of
reason to
creating
create
over
was
another.
higher or better than the reason not to create?
Then God would have a reason for
Better
creating
means
over not
preference.
creating. Yeah.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, Nikki. I appreciate
Well,
it.
that's,
Thank
that's
you.
fine.
Yeah. So then that was the second premise of my argument that entailed the conclusion that God necessarily created.
I just don't know how necessarily.
Because he always does what is good. He always does what is most
It's
reasonable.
logically impossible for him to not create. That's essentially the idea.
Yeah. Because it was good for God to create because God plus creation is more preferential than God existing alone. And God always does what's good. God always does what's most reasonable.
Thank you for the internet.
And in no possible world can God do otherwise. So that is where we'd get the necessity for God to create.
Wait, why do you say no possible world he could do otherwise?
I mean, does God ever do bad in any possible world?
Wait, is not creating bad?
Yeah, if he has a reason to create over not to create.
This is interesting. I've never heard of this. So if God decides not to create, that means that that decision that he made is bad if he prefers to create?
Given the idea that God plus creation is better than God existing alone. If you
Wait,
reject
but
that premise, then it's not.
I don't accept God plus creation is better.
Yeah, so then you'd say they're just as preferential as one another?
Yeah, which then means it's random.
Yep.
Because he's indifferent. Like if you were offered $50 or $50, you'd be random in which $50 you select. You're right. There wouldn't be you wouldn't prefer one $50 over the other $50. They're the same.
Wait, but how is that the same as not creating and creating?
Because if they're both just as valuable to each other and he's indifferent to them, well, it's random whether or not he stays God existing alone or God plus creation. So that would contradict the idea that God intended and wanted to create this world.
Okay, so you're
Selena,
telling me-
thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, Selena. Let's get a W, Selena, in that chat. Thank you so much for the love.
that'd be freaking Selena. But so you're saying because God prefers to create, that means that it necessitates his being, therefore creation.
Wait, no. You said God is indifferent to creating because you said that he doesn't prefer God plus creation over his existence alone.
I mean, I didn't say. I was just running down. I was running another idea. See.
Oh
what
yeah, because
conclusion
you don't know which one you want to select yet. No, that's fine. That's totally legitimate. What I would say is that either way you go down, you're kind of screwed. That's why we consider it a problem of perfection. Because like it runs you into the problem of divine paralysis, right? Either God wouldn't have a reason to create, right, rather than to not create, which makes it random.
But when we, 'cause you're saying
Or if he desires to create one over the other.
yeah,
right.
when you're speaking about divine paralysis, we're speaking about his being.
Yeah, divine paralysis would be through either the context of it being indifferent, through perfect and perfect, saying both creation is perfect and the existence of God alone is perfect. That would mean he's indifferent. That would be random. Whereas the other way would be if you consider it less desirable for God to create rather than to not create, well, then that would just mean he wouldn't do so because there would be that would contradict his desires.
Right. Like for instance, when we're talking about the two state of affairs being both as desirable as the other one. So over here we have $100, and over here we have $100. How are you gonna decide which $100 you want?
That's not the same.
What's up?
How
That
is
is
two different
perfectly
$100 bills the
analogous.
same as creating?
Because he's
not-
indifferent. The same value to you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're random in which one you'd select as they both pose the exact same value to you.
Yeah, like the money is actually probably
Oh,
the
okay,
best
I see
example.
what you're saying.
Because
Okay.
like $100 bill provides the value of $100 to you. Another $100
Delphina, thank you for the
bill-
$5. Thank you so much.
Another
I see what you're saying, but I
another
don't think
$100
it's the
bill
same.
provides the value of $100 to you. And then to create provides a value level of 10 to God. To not create provides a value level of 10 to God. If God were to have any listen, we'll do little tick marks. If God would have any reason, right, to value creation over no creation, it would mean that there's a higher level of value associated with creation than no creation. If God had any reason to create over not creating, creating is going to have more value than not creating, right? And if creating has any more value than not creating, then this means that God must create because he always does what is good. He always does what is reasonable. He always does what is rational. In the same way, it would be irrational for you to accept a $10 bill over a $100 bill. It would be irrational for God to not create over to create. So therefore, you must believe that they have the same amount of value. And if they have the same amount of value, and
Wait,
God can't desire one more than the other.
yeah. So if
Creation
we
was
bring
random.
up omniscience, I feel like this solves that problem. If we're saying that, okay, God, if we're saying that God, I don't agree with this. I would have to learn more how to refute this. But if we were to say that God is good plus, or no, you said that God plus creation is perfect.
Well, you can consider both perfect, right? It depends on your view, right? It depends on the view, right? We're just telling you the different ways it goes down if you have this view rather than the other one.
Okay, so
Sounds like
perfect.
you don't really have a view on it yet, so you wouldn't know which one you're going down. We think there's
Yeah.
a problem posed either way, either an absurdity or a contradiction.
I mean, I could come back and after I learn a little bit more about this, but let's say it's the solution is omniscience, and we're saying that God plus creation is good. Wouldn't he already been experiencing this all at once?
So if God plus creation is good, you're saying it's more desirable than if he were to not create it.
Because it wouldn't have affected his nature because he would have been experiencing all this at once. He
We're
would have
not
seen
saying it
the-
affects his nature. What we're saying is that he decided to create rather than to not create.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means God plus creation more desirable than God alone.
Sure.
Okay, so if God plus creation is more desirable than God alone, right? One, not only does that mean that God has to necessarily create, because it is the case that he brings about the best possible state, right? So it's logically contradictory
Oh,
for
okay,
him
I
to not
see what you're
create,
saying. Okay, I see.
right? Which then gets rid of the idea of libertarian free will for your God.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, which also, yeah, that poses issues as well.
Yeah.
If there's compatibilist notion of free will, that means God essentially could have made the conditions of our world different, even considering that we have free will, which means that the Holocaust should have occurred under your view, right, in the way in which it did, right? Because God could have made Hitler act differently while retaining free will.
Yeah. And additionally here, just about God only doing what is most desirable. Does God desire to send really good people to heaven?
Yeah, he desires to send the righteous to heaven. Yeah.
Could God send a really good person to hell?
When we speak about good, we know that according to our theology, works without faith is dead. So, sure, if you did really good things,
A good
on
a good
earth,
person in God's eyes. In God's
yeah, no,
eyes.
you wouldn't be considered a good person in God's eyes if you did not accept Him. All your works.
yeah.
No one's considered good in God's eyes.
Yeah, you're right, but I'm saying your works would be dead because you didn't accept Him. You didn't have faith.
No, we're saying could God send someone that did accept him and did all the good works to hell?
No.
Right. So God can't do things that aren't desirable to do. And since it isn't desirable to not create, God can't do it.
Yeah,
That's kind
yeah.
of the whole point.
Yeah,
like,
God can't desire things undesirable. That would just be contradictory, right?
yeah, it's fine. I don't know how you saying that changes anything.
God creates in all possible worlds. God necessarily creates.
Yeah, I'd have to learn
that's
more.
what we showed you. It yields.
Yeah,
the
no, I get what
absurdity.
you're saying. I get what you're saying. I would have to learn more about like the refutation for this.
For sure.
I don't think you're right. I don't think y'all are right. I don't think it really follows, but I don't know how to articulate why it doesn't follow. So
Sure,
I
man.
definitely.
All right. Well, you can always come up. We'll look out for you, man.
I think Parker, y'all have a great rest today.
You
Have
as
a good
well,
one, man. I'm actually going to go ahead and drop as well.
All right, for sure, bro. I'll talk to you later, man.
Hell yeah, bro. I appreciate you for letting me up for co-host.
Of course, bro.
Peace.
Have a good night, bro. All right, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do believe in Christianity, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? All right, let's
Oh,
get this.
can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Yep, 31.
For sure. Will you, do you believe Christianity is true?
Not Christianity, the religion, Christianity, the relationship between you and Christ.
Sure. You believe Jesus is God, right? And you believe that we should follow him and you worship him?
Yes, I do. God and Christ are one. Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, the Trinity, yes.
Sure, sure. So I have a question, right? Is God logically identical to God?
Is God logically identical to God? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like are things logically identical to themselves? Parker is logically identical to Parker. A turtle is logically identical to a turtle.
Oh, so you're saying one is
Like
one.
the one turtle.
You're
Right,
saying
that one
you're saying
turtle is
one thing
logically
is one
identical.
thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So they're logically identical. Okay. So which means they cannot be distinct, right?
Say that to me one more time. I was connecting my AirPods. Sorry.
Which means they cannot be distinct, right?
I missed the part right before you said so that they can't be distinct.
Yeah. So if they are logically identical, they cannot be distinct.
If you're talking about in terms of physical matter, in terms of this world, outside of the divine, yes.
I don't know what you're saying there, right? You're saying something can be logically identical but distinct?
Yes. If it is divine.
That's incoherent. Okay. So what does it mean for something to be logically identical?
Well, so I think we have to attack the root of the argument there, which is logically identical is great when you're applying scientific things to things that are of this world, that are matter and energy, but it is not the case when you do anything with divine.
So you're just
trying
saying
to
it's not
apply
logical?
physical rules. No, you're trying to apply physical, worldly logic onto something that is divine, which does not track.
So you're saying that your conceptions of theology here are not logical,
No, in what way?
right? Because you're saying that our use of logic, right, is something that we can't use in this context,
No,
something
I'm
that's
saying that
wrong to
human
use.
beings. I'm saying that human being logic is inherently limited.
Okay, so what you're saying is that we don't fully understand this, right? When we say that something is the same but distinct, right, that makes sense somehow. So in this sense, you could say that I have brown hair and I also do not have brown hair?
I'm not sure where that statement tracks of that argument.
I'm logically identical to myself. I said Parker has brown hair, and then Parker does not have brown hair at the same time.
Well, unless Parker, so Parker as his
Same
physical
Parker.
human
It's
self.
me. It's me.
Yeah,
I'm just
I
referencing
understand
myself.
that. I understand that's what you're doing. I get it. I'm saying if Parker's referencing Parker, and Parker's a human being, then if he observes himself to have brown hair, then he does have brown hair.
Yeah. So like the point I'm making with this is that it is the case that, or actually, I don't really understand your response. Can you just actually clarify that first?
Yeah. So when you're talking about can a physical worldly being compare itself to itself and say, if I am this, then I am this at the same time. So you're saying, okay, my name's Parker, I have brown hair. My name's Parker, I have brown hair. Yes, you, a human being, Parker, have brown hair. Correct. That is logical.
How about I ask it this way, right? God is 100% God, right?
Yes, he is.
That means every attribute that God has exists in God. The same.
Well, there's God, there's the Word of God, and there's the Spirit of God.
Is that an answer to my question?
Yeah, I think you're distinguishing it as three different things when they're three pieces of the same whole.
Oh, okay. So are you like holding to partialism or modalism?
I'm holding to the fact that God is three pieces in the Trinity all at once.
So are they three pieces of a whole, or are they each holy God?
They're each holy God.
So each are holy God. They're both all fully God. So can something in which is a holy God be different from something that is holy God? Like fully.
No, they're not different because they're the same. They're all a part of one.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that God can be equivalent, but also not equivalent to itself?
Okay, and see so that's why I kind of wanted to come up, because you can use the words equivalent and all these other things, but at the end of the day, that is a very logical implementation on a logical thing based on only your understanding of the physical, only this world. So if you could say logically, can Parker be three pieces of himself and be totally split up and then him at the same time? No, you're a limited physical human being with a physical body and a physical mind, carnal mind at that. You seem very intelligent, not saying that, that's not the issue. It seems like you've done a lot of studying and that's great. But these are logics applied, again, physical to the non-physical, scientific to the spiritual.
Can a squared circle exist? That's non-physical, right? I'm talking about something conceptual here.
Can a squared circle exist?
Yeah.
No, because God has made it so.
No, because it is the case that you can't have corners and no corners, right?
Right, but who
That's a
passed down that
contradiction.
logic?
Okay, so are you saying that there was a point in which God created logic?
Yes.
Okay,
Logic,
so-
all logic, all
so let me ask you this
truth, all
question.
knowledge comes from God first.
Sure.
When he
So-
created everything.
Sure. So prior to the context of creation, right, of logic, could God make atheism true?
Could God, what do you mean make atheism true? Because the subject of atheism means that there is not a God.
Yeah. Could God make it atheism true simultaneously to his existence?
How could something that does not exist where something does exist?
You understand my point, right? There was logic prior to logic.
No,
just
there
used
was
logic
there was
to
there was
dispute
never.
that. Hold
Here's
up,
the thing.
you just hold up. Let me please finish. You just disputed that by saying, "Oh, that's illogical," right? But we're talking about prior to logic existing because you said logic was created. Therefore, there was a state prior to logic,
Okay.
where God existed
So-
without it.
Right, I hear what you're saying. So you got me on thinking about like 6 different things. So, yes, what I should have said was, so I'll admit, what I should have said was that God didn't just create logic. Logic has always been in existence because God himself is logic and it has always been in existence. And it wasn't just created. There are things in the universe that have gone since then, which means, yes, all the way back to when God, which is forever. So there's no all the way back, even so, even there is a false statement. For all of time, logic has existed. For all of time, there's been a perfect knowledge.
Yes.
That knowledge that a square cannot be a circle, knowledge that 2 + 2 = 2, or sorry, 2 + 2
but
=
that
4,
entails
not
an
5.
issue for you. That entails an issue for you because then all of these attributes of God are then held to the laws of logic. And if all of the attributes of God are held to the laws of logic, right, you can't accept this idea that all of the Trinity are logically identical and distinct. Because again, if they're all fully God, they're logically identical, right? Something that's fully God is logically identical to something that's fully God, right? Okay, but then you also say that there's a distinction. One's human, the other one's not. And Brandon, thank you for the $45 on Venmo. Thank you for the 25 and the 20. Fucking W Brandon in the chat. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. That's actually insane. W Brandon in the chat. Thank you so much. Go ahead, man. I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
Oh, no, I didn't. I wasn't saying anything. You were saying something and then somebody donated to you, so I didn't get the full gist of it.
Oh, of like what I said earlier?
Yes.
I kinda
Oh,
forgot.
no, no, you did. You did finish it. I'm sorry. So I was thinking about it. So again, right there, in the limitus of human logic, and a logic that is a theory, which is what you're using, there's a theory that says, oh, well, it can't be this because logic says this. My logic, my human logic says this. So just as you would say it imposes an issue upon me, it imposes an issue upon you in a self-reflection that has to say, do you think that you are perfect and all-knowing and have the absolute perfection of knowledge?
No, I'm not making the claim that I'm like perfect, right?
Okay.
Epistemically.
Right. So then you understand that even your logic, right, is just as open in the grand scheme of
No.
things.
You're
for dislogic
conflating.
as mine.
No. You're conflating knowledge for logic. Okay, I might not have all of knowledge, right? But I do understand logic. Similarly, like I'm going to understand that 1 = 1 and that 1 can't possibly equal 2. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you. I
Right.
understand
so you
that,
have
right?
fractions of knowledge.
Yeah, and with those fractions of knowledge, however you want to reference it, I can identify that it's illogical for your God to have the property that it's fully God and then also not fully God by saying that it's distinct.
Can you prove that?
Yeah. So the Father, right, is non-human, correct?
Correct. God is a spiritual being. Yes.
Yes. The Son is human, correct?
The Son is 100% God and 100% human all at the same time.
So
When he was on
God,
Earth, which
so,
is not anymore.
So to clarify, right? One has been human, the other one has not.
What do you mean?
One has been human, the other one has not.
If God became man, came down to sacrifice himself for the sins of this world, which he did, in the form of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, or if you want to call him Yeshua HaMashiach, you can do that. Then yes, he became human. So God has become human before. Yes.
Did the Holy Spirit become human?
Nope. Because if you'll read the scriptures,
so
what
there you
happened
go.
is that the
Holy Spirit's fully God, yet it never was human.
Hold on, the Holy
Jesus
Spirit
was
becomes
fully God, yet
inside
was
of
human.
you.
Yeah, I'll
Hold
let
on.
the Holy Spirit come inside me.
The Holy Spirit is what is the counselor that has to come after Christ. So yes, the Holy Spirit, and the reason you can achieve that spiritual perfection that the last guy was talking about is because if you decrease yourself and increase in the Holy Spirit, that's what moves your soul into there's a whole thing about it. That's what moves your soul into the ability to say, okay, because of Christ's sacrifice and my commitments to the commandments and everything that has been handed down, that is how you're going to get into heaven. Not just because you want to or because it's necessarily inherently, there's a choice. Your choice is either you believe in God or you do not believe in God. And this is another aspect to free choice that I wanted to talk about with you guys earlier, was when you are born, you have the absolute innate ability to choose God or not God. Okay? And
Wait,
how
what
do
was
you
the
know
original
that?
point I was just making? Because I want to do that before we go into this extra issue.
Okay.
What was the point I was just making?
You were saying that the Holy Spirit, because he was not, because the Holy Spirit was not a part of God that became fully human.
No, listen. Yeah, so you're saying Holy Spirit's fully God, right? Holy Spirit being fully God, right, never was human. Jesus being fully God was human, okay? You can't say that they are logically identical. They're both fully God, right? But then also say that they don't have the same characteristics. So they're equivalent, but also not equivalent. Does that make sense?
They're equivalent, but they're not equivalent. When the three in this Trinity have done different things at different points. I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah, so again, what you're saying is that, right, they are equivalent, but not equivalent. You're saying they are all fully God. Fully God is equivalent to fully God, right?
They are all a part of God, yes.
Okay, if
None of them are evil, none of them have sin.
No. Are they fully God or are they part God?
They're the three parts that make up God.
Okay, so that's different. That's a different view. That's heresy. That's not the view that you were mentioning earlier, that they are fully God.
They are one. They are one.
Wait, so all three of them
one.
make up one, or all three of them
Correct.
individually each are the one God?
Oh no, not individual. No, there's no individual. No.
Okay.
I'm trying to
So
tell
then
you,
they're
if you're
parts
looking
of God.
at it as a diagram, there is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Those are three names, right? All three of those things are fully God at all times and are outside of the realm, okay? Outside of
let me
the
clarify.
limitations of this world.
Sure. Let me clarify then. The Father existing alone is not God.
What do you mean the Father existing alone is not God?
The conclusion of this statement is that the Father existing alone is not God. Because if it is a part God, right, then it existing alone is not fully God. So then you would just end with a statement that the Father existing alone is not fully God. So the Father alone is not God.
Uh, you're gonna have to run that by me one more time.
Yeah. So if you say that they're all part of God and they're not fully God, right? Well, then the conclusion of that statement is that the Father existing alone is not God.
Well, okay, so so that's kind of what I was thinking. I needed you to clarify. That's fine. Okay, so God existing Himself always had the Word and the Spirit inside of Him. So they're all 100% God. It's all God. Okay, all at the same time.
Here's
Always
where
has been.
you
Always
just
will
went
be.
back on your view. So you went from saying they are each part of God to now they're each fully God, which I already showed how this yielded a contradiction because it
No,
would be
there
the
are three
case.
names. Three names.
Okay, so it's like if I were to call myself Matt, Parker, and Danny. So then it sounds
If a human being
God
did
is.
that, then yeah, it would make sense. But they're not humans.
It sounds like God is DID. Then he has dissociative identity disorder.
No, he does not.
Okay,
And
then why is he
careful,
going
man.
by different
Listen,
names?
I know I'm trying to help you out, man, but blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, don't do it. Okay? Not because I'm telling you to, because
If you
it's
think this is
dangerous,
blasphemy, I
dangerous
don't
turf.
care. I don't care, man. Like respectfully, bro, I don't believe that.
Listen,
I
dude,
don't
I'm
believe
not-
that your God exists.
I'm not judging you.
Respectfully, dude, I don't believe your God exists, so I'm not scared.
I'm very sorry for that. And I
Sure.
pray for you. Okay, well, I love you anyway, and I pray for you.
You can say
You're a
that. You can
brother,
say
you're
that without
being
believing
made
in
the
Christianity.
image and
Though.
likeness of God. No, you can't, because
No,
if
well,
you
you
believe
said
in
the
anything
second part
else, that's
after.
a falsehood.
You said the second part after I said that first part. Like that you could say that without God.
What?
You said the part about God after, but I was saying you can say like I love you
What,
without.
that you're made in the image and likeness of God?
No, I was saying that you can say you love me without believing in God.
You can say it, but without God, love does not exist.
Okay, that's
It's not,
incoherent.
it sounds like it's not incoherent. It sounds like you believe in the everything is matter and
give me the
energy, or just a chemical reaction.
No. Answer this question. Give me the contradiction with atheism and love. What's the contradiction?
If you're absent of God, you are absent of what love actually is, because
Why
love
would I
was
accept
created
that?
by God.
Why would I accept that
Because
premise?
you're not the creator.
Wait, no, that's just like an inference I'm not gonna accept, right? Why would I accept that inference?
Because it's not just an inference; it's a fact.
No, it's an inference, right?
God is love. The devil is
You're
opposite of love.
inferring that the only way in which you can have love is through the context in which your God exists. And I just simply do not accept that
Correct.
premise. I'm asking what's the argument for the premise?
The argument is that if God does not exist, then everything is matter and energy, and therefore everything in this world is simply by, oh well, and I'm not saying that I believe in this. I'm giving this as an example. Then you could say everything is relative. Like, oh yeah, you want to go out and unalive somebody? That's fine. You want to not go out and unalive somebody? That's fine
that's
too.
not what moral subjectivism is, by the way. So like if I believe that morals are subjective, that doesn't mean that like I would then be like, oh, my desires are indifferent to like murdering people. That's not the view at all. It would just be that it's indexed to my desires or my preferences. And actually you hold to this view as well, because right, I can ask you this question. What's true about morality? Is that dependent upon God or independent of God?
Morality is dependent on the fact that God made what true morality is. That's why you have a conscience. Sir.
So
You have a conscience. It's written
Blake,
on your soul.
Blake, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Blake. That then commits you to believing that it's subjective because it's dependent upon a subject, like God.
But it's not subjective, as in it's a random given chance. It's a set.
That's not what
fact.
subjective means. So subjective means true dependent upon a stance, right? You just described to me that it was true dependent upon God's stance. Therefore, it's compatible with anti-realism, like moral anti-realism, or believing that morals are subjective.
Yes, if you believe that love can exist without a creator, then that is I submit to you is incorrect. Because if you truly believe that, you can't explain it, because all that you are.
You can't say because you can't
in the
explain it,
other
it means
view-
it doesn't exist, right? Just
Yeah,
because
in the other
someone can't
view-
explain it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. That's an argument from ignorance, one.
No, in
and
the
two,
other
I can't
view-
explain the existence of love.
No, well, if you explain it as your matter and energy, and you're just neurons firing off in your brain, you have been deceived.
That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and you just saying I'm deceived doesn't mean I'm wrong. That just means that you disagree with me. Okay?
If you're deceived, that you don't. If you're deceived, and that doesn't mean
Blake,
you're wrong.
Blake,
they
you
mean
believe in
the same thing.
Christianity. I can claim you're deceived.
But
Okay,
we
what's
know
your
that-
argument? You literally are you're in a cult. Okay, unironically, a bigger cult. That's all it is. Okay, if you're going to talk
it's not
about
a cult,
deception,
man.
I could talk about how the fact that your cult, right, is deceptive.
Not a cult.
It is. It's a bigger cult. That's all it is.
It's not a bigger cult.
Give me the
Nobody's,
distinction. Give me the distinction between Christianity and a cult, and you're just going to tell me size. Okay.
No, I'm not going to tell you size. I'm going to say that in Christianity, we don't commit mass suicide or anything crazy that a cult.
Wait,
would.
by the way, not all cults do that. One, two, the entirety of Jesus' resurrection is about him dying for you. That's literally sewer slide. He intentfully
not
intentionally
suicide.
unalived himself, right? For your
He did not
sins.
kill himself. He chose to
He
give
literally
himself
did.
up for our sins.
Wait, so he
He
specifically
did not nail the nails in his hands and feet, and he didn't stab himself in the side.
so someone who jumps off a bridge because they didn't cause fall damage to themselves, does that mean that they literally didn't sewer slide?
If you jump off of a bridge,
If they
that's very
intentionally jump
different,
off of
sir,
a
than
bridge,
somebody
yes.
nailing you to a cross and stabbing you.
Wait, no, but he intentfully engaged in actions that would put him in a circumstance in which he literally had those nails in his arms. He knew all this would happen. Maze, thank
He
you for
did.
the $6.66. Colty. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I just said he did. Yes, he knew exactly what would happen because it had to happen.
So can you define what's what self-unaliving is?
You yourself taking actions on you or yourself to unalive yourself. Only you.
Yeah, so
If
like
somebody else unalives you with a spear or nails, that is not the same as self-unaliving.
Okay, do you think that someone can self-unalive themselves by getting police to unalive them? Like they specifically provoke police insofar as that they
No.
unalive them intentfully?
No, because
So-
human
so
beings, those
you
police
don't think-
officers can choose whether to unalive them or not.
Yeah, okay, so you don't think that you can have sewer slide by cop. You think that just is a that makes no sense.
There's another human being that is that is unaliving you.
Yeah,
They
so
have a choice
so
whether to do that or not.
wait, so if I ask someone to euthanize me, right? Because I'm in lots of pain, right? Was that sewer slide under your view?
Say that again.
If I ask someone to euthanize me because I'm in lots of pain, is that sewer slide? Huh?
Not in the context of my argument. No.
And do you realize how incoherent that is?
Somebody again is choosing to accept your money to end your life.
No, like you literally said euthanize me. Please euthanize me. Right? And then they fill out the documents to do it. Right? Under my view, that's clearly
But still, it's not self-inflicted. If
that's-
another being
that's
is involved,
literally
it is
self-deletion.
Not self-inflicted.
it was
It's not self-inflicted if you're not alone.
It was self-inflicted because they intentfully told them to do this to them, right? And they consented to it. That's literally self-deletion. Okay, by definition. So, do you agree that a physician-assisted self-deletion exists?
In the context in which you're explaining it, I do not, I guess. No.
Yeah, and I think that's obviously a bit of an absurd reductio, right? That you just think that isn't self-deletion.
It is.
You also don't think
unaliving.
it's self-deletion for someone to self-unalive by cops, right? Literally provoke them so that the cops would
You are
unalive
forcing
them
a
on
choice out
purpose,
of them, and they are
intentionally.
choosing to do it.
Yeah, and I think that's obviously absurd.
All right. I mean,
Like, here, I'll ask you this question. All right, do you think that kamikaze pilots engaged in self-deletion?
yes, they did.
And why is that?
because they, under the controls of their own, now I'm talking about the ones, if there's like a 2-person cockpit, if you're trying to lead me into that, then the first person who is actually controlling the controls is committing suicide. The person that's in the cockpit behind him is being killed because of the other guy's choice.
No, but I asked you how. Like, why is it?
How what? Because he is in full control. There's nothing else but him making that happen. He is choosing to dive bomb into a ship.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like, so God could have chose for these things to not unalive him, right? So God specifically making that choice.
That's what makes it a sacrifice and not self-unaliving.
Wait,
Yes, he did. He had a choice.
Tell me,
he said, if I so chose, I could have legions of angels come down here.
So wait,
and
if
pull me
it
out
was
of
a
this, but I'm choosing not to.
Wait, so if it was okay, if it's a sacrifice, then it's sewer slide, right? You're committed to believing it's sewer slide then.
Did every Mayan sacrifice make it a suicide, or did they?
They. So if you intentfully sacrifice yourself, like if you intentfully sacrifice your life,
it's called self-sacrifice. It's not called sewer slide.
Yeah, if you intentfully self-sacrifice, I believe that's literally sewer slide.
Right, but you, again, understanding the context of what he did, he wasn't just doing it just to say, you know what, I'm tired of being alive.
Sure, no, I'm not disputing that, right? But you'd say the same thing.
Sins.
Yeah, and you'd do the same thing for a kamikaze pilot. Like a kamikaze pilot was doing it for what their perceived notion of a greater good was.
Okay, but a kamikaze pilot, okay, so let's take that argument. A kamikaze pilot is a human being who was told by a government to do something or don't come back. Okay, so I think that's a very, very intellectually dishonest comparison.
Wait. That's not true in all circumstances. I can give you a circumstance where it is the case where they weren't forced, right? Where they chose to do it themselves. Right?
It was within their culture to do so.
Okay.
And their orders to do so.
Okay, so I don't see how that responds to my point here.
Because Christ didn't do it to be a part of a culture or because a government told him to.
I never said that. I said the motivating reason is their perceived notion of a greater good. So their perceived notion is that way because of their culture, but it's still the case that they have a perceived notion of a greater good there.
Right, but we know that it is wrong and it is evil because their perceived notion of what they're doing is they're using themselves to kill others for the sake of winning a human war.
Okay, so kind of similarly how, like, when God commands, right, like people to kill the Amalekites, right, he's commanding that type of war, right? Would you, if God commanded you, would you kill the infants?
So this is a good question. So this is where you guys kind of were when I first originally tried to come in here. You're saying that in a flat sense of saying, oh, you know what? Nope, it's death by anybody, including infants. It's wrong. Well, what you have to understand is, and whether you agree with it or not, this is what comes down to the pride behind it. Okay, that we think that we know best what we have observed in this world. Because we say so, because we're the masters, and you think that you have a better inherent understanding of the world and what morals are more than God, right?
Respectfully, this is not answering my question.
I'm just giving.
I understand you
I'm
think you're
getting
giving
to it.
extra
I'm getting to
context,
it.
but like,
Okay? There's a preface.
Can't you like
No,
answer
it's a preface.
Can
It's
you?
not extra context.
Hey, typically speaking, we answer the questions and then we give our explanations of things.
Okay. Well, in the context of the Old Testament, where the reason that is happening is so that God can give those people the land that he promised because those people were all inherently evil? Yes.
So you would kill the Amalekite infants after God commanded you, insofar as that the Israelites could colonize that land.
Yep.
And you see that to be good?
I see it to be good in context, my friend. Again, so now I'm going to explain it. I'm not just saying yes just for no reason.
So it's good in this context in which God commands the ethnic cleansing of people in order for there to be, right, colonization of that land, right? So
It is explained in the
isn't that
Torah.
Isn't that
No, it's explained
technically,
in the Torah.
hey,
What
isn't
would
that
happen if you let them alive? It,
isn't
they
that
would
technically
corrupt you.
stealing land? God commanded them to steal the land of the Amalekites.
Well, I don't know how it's stealing land if all the land is God's in the first place.
Well, couldn't I just say that, like, I go into someone's house and I say that I own this land, right? Does that mean that I can just go and take it and say that, oh, I never stole it because I own the land in the first place?
If the land is your land and you're the literal creator of the universe, yeah, I guess you could.
Okay, so yeah, so here I'll give you
So
this.
saying anything different, right? Saying anything different than that, saying if you're the creator of the universe, that you don't have the choice to do as you will, okay?
Yeah, like,
That is intellectually against God and blasphemic
okay,
in and of itself.
yeah, well, that's
Because you're saying
ridiculous.
you know better
No,
than God.
no, I'll explain why that's ridiculous, right? If my kid is in my house, right, does that mean I can murder them?
Say that one
I
more
made
time.
them, right? They live in my house under my rules, right? Does that make it okay for me to murder them? No, Blake, it doesn't. Okay, so regardless of whether or not it's your
No,
creation
hold on.
and your
I'm
house,
not done saying
that
it.
doesn't mean
If it is
that
your
it's
creation in your
justified
house,
for you to slaughter them.
okay, if you're a human being and you have a baby that you can say you created, although God obviously created the baby, right? No, you yourself do not have the right as a human being to do something. If God commands something, God is all perfect, all right, and all just. He doesn't make mistakes. There's a reason behind why these things are done. And just because you do
So,
not
so you're just saying
understand it
everything God
does
commands
not
is good,
mean,
right? This is divine command theory. So
yes,
we can run to that here in a second, right? As it relates to the context of divine command theory, right? You would say anything in which God commands is good, right? If God commands you to kill babies, right, every Wednesday and eat them, would you do it?
he doesn't do that.
No, but would that be good if he did? Because you said anything that God commands is good. So if God commanded that, would that be good?
One second.
Would it be good, Blake? Every Wednesday, you got to eat an infant. Eat an infant
You're
Wednesdays.
imposing something that doesn't exist to edify your argument. That's not a commandment. That's
Blake,
not how it works.
Blake, I never said
But
that
if
that was
in the
a current
context,
commandment.
of what you're trying to say, if God commanded something and said you're to keep this commandment forever, even though God is not going to command you to unalive or eat babies, because he never did, not even in the Old Testament, okay? Then in a different world, so yes, we can make up crazy fake stories in a parallel universe that doesn't exist, that's a total fabrication. In that universe, yeah, I guess it would be okay. But that's not this universe.
So in that universe, it would be good for God to command you to eat babies every Wednesday. And you would do it if God commanded you.
Again, you might as well be saying in the land of Nod, wink and blink and a nod, took a boat ride. You're using an explanation that does not exist and has never existed. So if you're saying you want to sit in La La Land, so not this world or this universe,
Hey, dude,
and
this
say
isn't
in that
La La-
world,
dude. What you're not
but
understanding
that's
is
where
this
you're at.
isn't. No. What you're
You're
Hey,
accusing God
hey.
of doing something that he does not done,
Yeah, I'm not
that
saying.
he would never do.
Hey, dude,
So
I
because
never
God
made the
would never
claim.
say that.
Blake.
So listen. So because God would never say that, no, I wouldn't do it.
I never made the claim that God specifically did this himself. I'm asking you in a hypothetical world, right? If God were to command this, would it be good? Because you said that anything in which God commands is good. So anything would include anything in which is logically possible. I don't have to point to a particular circumstance in which it did happen. I just have to point to the fact that it's possible, right? And if your God can command something like this, well, then it sounds like under your worldview, right, it would be good if you were to command it because of your notion of divine command theory. That's what I'm saying specifically. Like if God commanded to keep women, right, as spoils of war, right, keep the non-virgin women, right, for yourselves, right, do you think that that would be good and would you do it? Blake, you gotta unmute. You gotta click the microphone in the bottom left.
I've literally been talking for a minute, so that is unfortunate. Anyways, so I'm gonna again. Here's
You
the
didn't hear a
preface.
single thing I said, did you?
No, I heard what you said. You just couldn't hear me.
Yeah.
I was talking. So again,
You
preface
were
to
talking.
this-
I was literally talking that whole time. So if you were talking, I promise you didn't hear everything I said.
Yes, I did. You said keeping women as a spoil of war if they're not virgins. Okay, and I said if you're
No, if they are
reeling back to the-
virgins, they are virgins. You keep.
Oh, I
them
thought you said
that's
aren't
what Deuteronomy says.
Okay,
Right? If
yeah,
God commanded you to do this, would
Deuteronomy,
you
yeah.
do it?
Yeah. So here's
Yeah?
the thing again. No, I said here's the thing. I'm saying yeah, I heard what you said. I said, and I'm going to preface this. I thought we were living in this world, not a mystical, made-up one. So I thought we were arguing fact. So that's why I'm having a little issue with saying, oh, well, what if this happened? Well, it hasn't happened. So it's illogical and then void. So
That doesn't.
that's
That
what I'm
doesn't
gonna
mean
say
it's
about that.
illogical, Blake. For example, did you eat today?
Yes, I did.
What would you have felt like if you didn't eat?
Hungry.
Yeah, so you can understand a hypothetical reality and you can explain what it would have been like if it was that particular world. That's all I'm doing, right? I'm demonstrating something conceptually.
Eating a meal and talking about unaliving and eating babies every Wednesday are not the same.
If you just say that they're not the same, what you're not understanding is what I'm comparing specifically, right? You're not understanding the notion of a hypothetical, okay?
I'm understanding.
What
it,
am
but
I
you can't
comparing,
use a
Blake?
hypothetical to justify your argument because it's not fact. It did not happen.
Blake, right? You're not understanding the concept, right? You understood the hypothetical in the scenario in which I said, what would you have felt like if you did not eat, right? That made sense to you. That concept was clear. But in this scenario, you're not willing to accept the context of the conversation because it makes you look bad, okay?
It doesn't make me look bad. There's
It does
so
make you
that's the
look
problem
bad.
with what you're. Here's the thing that the problem is what you're doing. So I'm gonna make a statement here. Is that my friend? You are using these things, and you're potentially, not always, but potentially turning people away from the Lord. Okay, I'm trying to get through to
Based.
you so that you do not have to do that. Okay, because I promise you, if you do that and you do not repent, there is going to be an eternal punishment about it. And I'm not telling you, oh, only love God because of hell. Only love God because you're afraid to go to hell. Nope, that's not
Fire
the message at all.
insurance. Fire insurance.
Yeah, fire insurance is not the message. That may be what
That's what you just told
preachers
me.
who were taught by. No. What I'm telling you is that
how
that
about
is
you
a very real
prepent?
reality.
How about you prepent? Get paved by Jesus. Okay, he wants to pave you. Accept Jesus into your heart.
I guess you're just saying words that avoid a TikTok ban, but I don't know what you said. But
No. Accept Jesus. Accept Jesus.
I'm talking about Jesus Christ. You have to accept him into
Yeah,
your
accept
heart.
Jesus. You should accept Jesus into your heart. He just wants to pave you.
No, again, see now there's the
How is
manifestation.
that any different
here
from
it
these
comes.
two claims?
Because one is true, one is
Yeah,
a
but you
goading
can't
answer.
establish the truth of Christianity. Right?
You
I'm
can.
not-
There's a book about it, which is historically
Yeah,
backed up by
there's the
over
Bible.
5,000 Greek manuscripts, which makes it the
you
most
mean- yeah, so
historically accurate
what are
account
those-
of any book ever.
Blake, those manuscripts are copies of copies, right? Things in which you can't even point
It's
to the
corrupted
original.
theory. Here we go.
Listen, Blake, you can't even point to the original document. Okay, if I were to
Yes,
write
you
something,
can.
no, you can't. You do not have
Yes,
the
you can.
original.
That's intellectually dishonest. Yes, you can. We have them.
You want to bet? You
Yes,
think,
I do.
Wait. So you think we have the original manuscripts?
We have multiple manuscripts. We also have pieces of letters and all
I'm
kinds of
asking
things.
you the
Yes, we do.
question: do we have the original manuscripts?
Well, seeing as the original manuscripts are documents that have to be gathered together, I'm not sure what you mean.
This is pretty clear. Do we have the original manuscripts? That's not a hard question to answer. Okay? No, we do not have the original manuscripts. Okay? If you believe that we have the original manuscripts,
We
I
have
will
the
bet
Torah
you.
that was before Jesus was even born. The Dead Sea Scrolls. Come on, you don't believe this, man.
No, I'm talking about the original manuscripts of the New Testament. You don't have shit.
Yes, we do.
Okay, bet.
What do you mean?
Bet.
Okay, go Google it.
How much? How
Google
much
it.
money?
$1.
No, I'm serious. Like, actually.
Yeah, listen, here's the thing. I actually redact my dollar on top of that because I'm not actually permitted to gamble. That was a good bait. You really got under me there. I commend you there. You made me crack under the spirit that is manifesting in you right now, brother.
That wasn't the goal, actually. Right, the goal wasn't to get you to gamble to sin. That wasn't my goal.
Well,
there.
yeah, that
My
wasn't
goal-
your goal, but there's a spiritual world that you don't even know that's happening to you, which makes you think these things that you think, which is the goal.
Okay, Blake, I'm sorry, but this just sounds like Star Wars to me. Okay.
Star Wars, okay, the Bible and the Torah.
Yeah, the
are
Bible
Star
is
Wars.
yes. Star Wars,
That's an
DC, and
argument.
Marvel comics. Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know anyone who's shooting lasers out of their hands or fighting aliens, but okay.
Well, you know, people who are walking on water, turning water into wine, and raising from the dead like a zombie. So.
Yep, you're comparing the divine to Hollywood fiction or not fiction.
Well, it's pretty similar, isn't it?
No, it's not because there are
it's very,
things that
it's
happen
very
in this
similar.
world.
It's very similar.
No, it's not. It's not. Jesus was a real being. We have proof. We have his
Yeah,
words
and
his life.
Marvel
He's a
and
historical
Marvel
being.
in Marvel movies, New York City
Yeah.
is a real city, right? Tom
Okay.
Holland is a real person, right?
Tom Holland.
Robert
yeah,
Downey
he's not
Jr.
Tom
is a
Holland.
real
He's
person.
Spider-Man. He's
they're
Iron
real
Man,
people.
But they're not. They're playing
They are real
that
people.
they aren't.
Okay, so again, I could say, right, this idea that Jesus is God is a character in which he'd be playing, not reality.
Okay, well, you go ahead and find me someone who can heal the sick, cure the blind,
I don't believe he did
make
that.
the lame walk. Well, it's a
Blake,
historical
I don't
fact.
believe he
People
did
saw
that. It is not
He's
historical.
resurrected.
Blake,
Yes,
it is
it
not.
is.
It
It
is
is.
not.
It's in the
It is not.
manuscripts.
It is not historical fact that he has done miracles. That is a complete lie.
How is it not a historical fact?
Sierra,
Tell
thank
me
you for
what
the
makes
dollar.
a
I appreciate it.
historical
And no,
fact.
I did not get the money from Mr. Unstoppable. What's up?
Define a historical fact for me.
Yeah, it's going to be something that is established by historians, most historians in the field. To be
Okay,
true.
well, those books and all those manuscripts came from historians. So what's your next argument?
No, historians do not mostly indicate that miracles have occurred. They do not indicate that. Okay, Blake. I'm sorry, but your claims are inaccurate. He left. Are you serious, bro? Why did he leave, bro? That's so fucking crazy, bro. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you do believe in Christianity, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get to the next person. If you want to support me as well, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Plus, you can click on my link tree in my bio if you'd like to do so if you can't find my Venmo or Cash App. But yeah, I appreciate everyone as well. Tap that screen. Let's run it to 500,000 likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you believe that Christianity is true?
No, and I just want to apologize in advance. I just wanted to make an argument real quick on.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. I am just looking for people who do believe Christianity is true. I apologize, man. If you want to make an argument, you should join the Discord, man. The Discord is where people run arguments all the time. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Everyone comment in the comment section. It helps boost it out to more people. I do appreciate everyone doing so. We're building up the algorithm. It seems like we are getting some push out, at least. Some push outs. So that's great. Keep tapping that screen and sharing the live, y'all. It really, really helps me, everyone. It really, really helps me, especially in these moments. As well as you can check out the videos that I have posted as well. That is also great. We're going to get to the next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 30.
For sure. Do you believe Christianity is true?
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. If God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
No, but can you give me 2 minutes? I just need to move rooms. Is that all right?
Move rooms, just send a guest request back if it's going to
Actually, no, it's fine. No, it's fine. That's fine. No, hold on. No, so what's the question?
Yeah, if God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it?
No, but why would God command that?
Well, in 1 Samuel 15:3, he commanded, right, people to kill the Amalekites, right, which included men, women, children, and infants.
Okay, let me tell you something that you've probably never heard before. God has never actually killed anyone in his entire life. Believe it or not.
Do you believe in the flood?
Yep.
What did he do in the flood?
God did not send the flood. So,
Sir, what does the Bible say?
yeah, so the Bible says, let me explain. Hold on. I've got a bit of a stammer, so I stammer a bit. But
Don't
let me
worry.
explain. When people read the Bible, most people read it literally. So when they read God sent the flood, they conclude, yep, God sent the flood. That's it. It's right there in the Bible. But what a lot of people don't realize and understand is the context of which the Bible was written. People don't realize that people during the Old Testament times wrote about what happened in the Old Testament, but they were spiritually dead people. And they didn't know that there was a being called Satan that existed. So whenever something supernatural happened beyond the realms of normal human function, they attributed it to God. So whenever they wrote about these historical facts, they wrote about the flood, big flood, all of that. So they thought, okay, so what caused the flood? It has to be, what? Who else but God can send a massive flood to destroy the world? It has to be God. And then they write, God sent the flood. That's the truth. And I promise you, you can take it from me. Just someone who studied the Bible, I've learned it in depth and I've read the context and understood it. A lot of people don't know that. Even prominent pastors with thousands of people in their churches do not know that truth. So God did not send the flood. It was actually Satan. But they didn't know that Satan existed. So they attributed it to God. Does that make sense?
No.
Why?
Right. And the reason why that doesn't make sense is because it is the case that it quite literally claims, right, that you should, right? I mean, not that you should, that they are going to flood the earth and that he specifically sent the water, right, in the Bible. I don't know what context can justify otherwise.
Yeah. So
Right? Like
what?
what context says that him saying that him permitting the water to do this, him actually causing the water to do this, would not actually mean that he caused that.
That's what I'm saying. Remember, people who wrote the Old Testament were living during that time. So what I'm saying is that they wrote it from their purview, from the way that they understood it to happen. So they believed that it was God. But what I'm telling you is that when you read the whole Testament, you will realize that there's hardly any mention of Satan at all. And you realize that the Israelites did not know that there was a being called Satan. That's my point. So that's a big thing here, because there's other things in the Bible where it says God sent the fire from heaven. But it wasn't God. It was Satan. The reason why it was Satan...
Jews don't believe in Satan, one, by the way.
Yeah, because the premise of the entirety of Christianity has to include Satan, because Satan's the one that coerced Adam and Eve to eat the fruit, which, by the way, is not an actual fruit, but I'll digress. And if I get into that, but Christianity would not exist if, not Christianity, but the premise is that Satan existed, which is what is part of why the faith is a thing. Does that make sense?
So as it relates to this, did God tell Noah to make an ark?
Well, God would have known that the flood was coming. God didn't send the flood, but he would have known that it was coming. So God would have given Noah the heads up, look, this is coming. And then Noah would have been like, all right, I'm gonna make a boat to
Okay,
save
so
everyone.
for example, right? It says in the Bible, for 7 days from now, I will bring rain down on the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and so I will wipe out from the face of the earth every being that I have made.
I repeat,
Complete
once
success.
again.
I don't see how any context could say
People,
that this is God not explicitly saying that he did it himself.
because you're reading it literally. I've explained that.
Any way you read this, I don't see how a non-literal way of reading this would demonstrate the idea that he didn't cause this.
Okay, let me break it down a bit. If the person who wrote the book, who wrote about the flood, you would agree was alive during the Old Testament times, right? Yeah. So,
They
when
said
you're
Yahweh. The Hebrew says Yahweh.
yeah. So those books were written by human beings, and the human beings at that time would have a perspective of how they saw it. And if they don't know that there's a being called Satan, who in the Bible, in the New Testament, it says the enemy comes only to kill, steal, and destroy. So Jesus tells the people in the New Testament that the enemy comes only to kill, steal, and destroy. And then Jesus says, "But I have come."
Do you hold to Mosaic authorship?
Wait, hold on. I'm almost done. And then Jesus says, "But I have come to give you life and life more abundant." So what Jesus is saying there is that Jesus only comes to give life, and the devil only comes to destroy. So the Bible also says in another place
So then
that
wouldn't you expect that if someone commanded someone to kill another one, right, that means that it comes from Satan?
say again.
If someone kills one to kill another, or commands one to kill another, that's from Satan, not from God.
No, not necessarily. It can be from the human being themselves.
But like if it's
what?
hold up.
Yeah.
If someone is commanding you to kill someone else, it's not from God.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so 1 Samuel 15:3, that's not from God.
What does it say?
It says, now go here, I'll pull it up.
Yeah.
Like specifically. Right. 1 Samuel 15:3 says, now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women,
Yeah.
children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys.
It's not God, and
That's explicitly God commanding them to kill the Amalekites.
But once again, I've explained Old Testament. They did not know that there was a being called Satan. So
Wait, you're saying that's actually Satan, it's not God.
Yes.
Wait,
That's what I'm saying.
that's actually a critique that I posit to Christians. How do you know this isn't Satan rather than God? So I'm actually really interested to hear that this is a view that people actually hold, right? So if it is truly Satan and not God, yet he's proclaiming to be God, right? How do you know Jesus isn't Satan?
So because so the premise. Do you know what? I'll just say that's a good question. I've not heard that one, but how you know is because it's clear, as I explained in that scripture, that Jesus says, "I've come to give life," and with God, we've acknowledged
Satan
that.
deceives, though, right? So
Pardon?
couldn't Satan be playing a good person to get you to believe that he's God?
That's what he
But
did.
he's
in the
doing
old,
it for an evil intention.
That's what he did. Well, exactly my point. That's what he did in the Old Testament.
Wait, so couldn't he do that with Jesus as well?
You could, but then if you look at the life of Jesus, if you look at the life of Jesus, you read about him, all he did was heal. All he did was
Well, think about it this way. A serial killer in their life could always do charity, could always do good things in front of people, right? But they're doing that to deceive you into thinking that they're a good person.
Okay, then.
Does that make sense?
So then if you want to go down that route, then would you say that, are you saying that Jesus is actually Satan?
I'm not making the positive claim that Jesus is Satan. I'm saying, how do you know that Jesus is not Satan? Because if you don't know the difference between Jesus and Satan, when you follow commands from God or commands from the Bible, you are just as likely to follow Satan as you are to follow God, under your own view.
Because how you know is because any outcome that comes from God is a positive outcome, and that reaffirms what I was talking
That
about.
assumption comes from the Bible. That assumption comes from influences that could be Satan. So this doesn't get you around the idea that it could possibly be Satan, because what you believe could be the fruits of God, right, are ultimately from this Bible that could be influenced by him.
Yeah, let me finish the point. So remember that we talked about it was actually Satan that sent the flood. What happened in the flood? People died. You remember when the fire came from heaven and killed those prophets of Baal? That was from Satan. People died. You remember when the earth was opened up and people got swallowed? People died. My point is, everything that associates with death, we know, as I've explained, comes from Satan. So how you distinguish them is that did Jesus ever kill anyone in his earthly life? No. Did Jesus do anything bad to hurt other people? No.
Wait, so everyone that wants to kill is from Satan?
Yes.
Okay. Does Satan want to kill?
Yeah.
Isn't that from God then? Because God made a person that wants to kill.
No. Yeah, but God gave angels free will, just as human beings did. So God is not in control.
Wait, here, I'll ask you this question. In heaven, is there free will?
Oh, that's another thing. Another thing that a lot of people don't know and realize is that heaven is not a geographical real place.
Oh, heaven's not real?
No. Heaven is not a location.
Isn't heaven described in the Bible as a location?
Yeah, but once again, remember, it's written by people who have dead spirits.
Well, then wait. So then here's my question. Every single book in the Bible is written by human, right? Written by humans. Yeah. So everything in the context of the Bible is corrupted, right? So why should you accept any of it?
No, so our first premise by saying mainly the Old Testament is written by people who are spiritually dead.
Yeah, but everyone is spiritually dead under your worldview who's a human. So again, why would you accept any of the Bible given it all comes from humans? Why would you accept your own revelation or your own perception of revelation given that comes from someone who's spiritually dead? So any perception of God, any perception of truth and reality comes from a spiritually dead individual under your view.
Okay, so let me explain. So the Old Testament, like I said, written by people who are spiritually dead. And then when Jesus came, you remember that Jesus had 12 disciples. Did you know that Jesus himself, obviously, because he was there on earth, taught the 12 disciples how to correctly interpret the event in the Old Testament. So what he did is he taught them how the Old Testament should be taught. And then that's where the New Testament stuff came from. So that should answer your questions. They were taught directly from God. So then
this is an assumption it is God, though. You don't know if it is or it is not. Because you would think Satan wants you to turn you away from God, right?
Sure.
So he'll portray himself as an angel of light to get you to turn away from God.
But then I've explained that
like he did it in the Bible. So the Old Testament was this way. How do you know that the New Testament wouldn't? And it seems like you're just saying faith. And if you're just saying faith, you're just as likely to follow Satan as you are to follow God.
No, but then I've explained the clear distinction is that anything involving Satan is death. So that's how you know the difference. Satan involves death, the fire, the flood. So then wait. So then anything that involves Jesus Christ is life. So then when you are taught, whatever you're taught leads to life and leads to better outcomes for you and other people is from God. That's my point. So that's how you know Satan will not coerce anyone into doing the right thing. Do you understand? Satan will coerce people.
What's right to Satan isn't right to God, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so Satan does what's right under his view, but that's wrong to us or wrong to God. So then my point with this would be that your perception of what is good here or what the fruits are, if it is influenced by Satan, because we were supposing that if Jesus was Satan, right, well then your perception here just would be evil, right, under God's view. So you thinking that it's good, or Jesus did this, therefore he's good, that still doesn't get you around this problem, because your perception of what is good is predicated fully on the Bible. If your perception of what is good it dictates what is good outside of that context, well then you have certain expectations for what you consider good, what you consider evil. And it sounds like you basically can reject anything in the context of the Old Testament to be your God. And then that brings you into, how do you know which is God and which is not? And that just brings you back into this whole circle of the question begging arguments. But I think we're not really getting anywhere here.
Okay, well, I'll ask you this. If there's an outcome that leads to, for example, someone has cancer, and then they believe what God said about healing and that he can heal you, and they get healed, is that clearly from God or is that from Satan?
If they get healed, right, I wouldn't attribute this to God or Satan.
So who would you attribute
I
it to?
would attribute it to either the doctors or random chance.
Right, but then you're speaking from a purview of not believing in God. I'm talking about if you are believing in God, then the good outcome.
Sure, but I would expect it to be based upon that, like what I consider good. But what I consider good isn't the same as what your God considers good. And then that also, what I just said, poses problems for you, right? Because you wouldn't expect, say, like a good parent to allow their children to starve, yet we see children starving in the world, and your God allows it, right? Like, yeah, there are certain expectations for your God that wouldn't hold up with our reality.
But the thing is, you're saying that God allows it, and clearly the reason why you think that's because you don't understand the Bible or truly know the nature of God and why things are the way that they are. The reason why that happens is because when Adam and Eve sinned, they corrupted the world, and whenever their children coming out, believe this or not, when there's children, it's the responsibility of the parents to look after the children. And if the parents so choose to neglect the children, God cannot come in and intervene and help that child when the parents...
No, but God made their biology in such a way in which if they do not eat food, that they starve to death. So ultimately, right, God is partially responsible for this occurring.
But another thing that you don't fully understand, the need for human beings to eat to survive came after Adam and Eve sinned. Do you know that? That's what happened.
I understand you think it came after original sin, but the fact that it's a consequence from original sin would have been programmed into this reality by your God.
But that's to eat. Eating to survive, like I mentioned, happened after Adam and Eve. So actually the fault is of Adam and Eve, not of God, because they're the ones that sinned. When Adam and Eve sinned, the reason why they sinned...
but like the consequence isn't dependent upon Adam and Eve's choice for what the consequence would have been. It's dependent upon what particularly God created as a consequence for this particular action they engaged in. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but if they didn't sin, they wouldn't have to eat to live.
Yeah, again, but if God didn't make it so that if they sinned, it caused them to need to eat to live, that issue wouldn't have happened in the first place.
But he didn't. He didn't cause...
I understand that he didn't do that, but the point I'm making is that this is also a choice that God made. So in the same way that you grant responsibility for humans, you can grant responsibility for God there.
No, I don't agree with that, because if Adam and Eve were the ones that sinned, they brought disease, death, and destruction into the world, then that cannot be attributed to God. The reason why God allowed, I want to mention, because it's another thing that people don't understand. The reason why God allowed Adam and Eve to have that choice to go against him is because remember when God said...
Can I ask you a separate question, actually? This is one we can reference. Do you care about the free will of a pedophile to rape children?
Do I care about...
Like, is it preferable to you to, like, get rid of their free will to rape children?
I don't think anyone... personally, for me, free will is free will for anyone, whether they choose to do good or not.
So you think it's preferable to have a free will in which allows for pedophiles to grape children rather than to have a free will in which does not allow for that?
No, but no, that doesn't make sense because whoever chooses to do that, they're doing it of their own free will. Free will.
Yeah,
is
yeah, but like
having free
I
will.
would say that like we in these types of scenarios would want to restrict them. Like I want to put people like that in prison. I want to restrict their capacity to be able to do this. Right? It seems
Sure.
like God doesn't share that value.
But how can God share that value when the world has rejected God? God has the solution for all of that, but people have rejected God. So people can't reject God and then blame God for it.
Yeah, so wait, what are you saying that is caused by us rejecting God?
Stuff like that. Like you said, you're saying that God doesn't seem to care to want to restrict the free will of pedophiles, right?
Yeah, like do you think it's preferable to restrict the free will of pedophiles raping children? Like, because I would say I would love to restrict them, right, from being
As
able
in,
to do
like-
that because I would prefer that those things wouldn't happen.
And
And it
you
seems like
said,
your God isn't sharing that same value.
but then
Right? Your God values and prefers the ability for them to grape children over the non-ability.
Okay, but then why do you say that?
Huh?
Why do you?
Because God allows it.
But then God cannot negate human free will. He can't force any
Why
human
not?
to do. Because he's a gentleman. He doesn't force anything upon anyone. He
Okay,
can't. He can't force people. He won't force people because the reason why,
Appreciate the
which is what,
galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
the reason why I was explaining, because actually was when I was talking about when God made human beings before.
Wait,
moved on.
he doesn't force us to do anything. Did he force me to exist?
No,
No. So you're saying that I could have chose to not be conceived?
no. Guess another
So
thing.
so I was forced to exist.
Wait. Another thing that people don't realize and know is that God only made in the entirety of human mankind. Only made.
I'm asking, did God force me to exist?
I'm getting there. I need to.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
No, but it's not. That's why.
Yeah.
Let me explain. See, it makes so much sense to you, but you don't understand. You don't know God.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? I know God, so but you can't tell me what I know and what I don't know about
Sure,
God.
I'll wait for you to get there, man.
Yeah. So, God, in the whole entirety of human mankind, only made two human beings. Can you guess who those human beings are? This is another thing that people don't know.
Adam and
guess?
Eve.
Yeah. He only made two of them. He only made two human beings. Every single human being that has come from that point was not made by God. It was made by other humans. Therefore, once again, God, the only two people you can say God forced to be on this earth is Adam and Eve. Because why? Because Adam and Eve could have chosen to not have children and they just carry on with their life. That's
Okay,
it.
so this still runs into my point that God forced them to exist.
Sure.
Okay, so then it's justified for God to force them to exist, but it's not justified for God to force pedophiles not to grape children?
But then he didn't. But then he made them. But then he didn't because okay. Well, wait.
No, why is it okay to force one thing but not force the other?
So then, would you say that if we have children, that we force them to be to exist? So in other words, you were forced to be here, same as me.
And in a certain sense, we do force their existence, yes.
Yeah. So then, is that bad?
Whether or not you consider it bad is secondary, right? We're talking about whether or not there's force implemented.
Yeah. Okay. Wait.
Do you agree? Do you agree there's force implemented then?
As in, like being coming to Earth without consent. Sure.
Yeah. So like, I appreciate the wind force. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So, and you're saying that, all right, there is a force implemented, right? If why is it okay for God to force us to exist, but not to say force pedophiles to not grape children?
Because when God made us to exist, we were made in the perfect world, and God chose, wait, I'm getting there. God wanted us to choose life. And if we chose life, every single human being that came after Adam and Eve would have only have been in life. There would be no sin, there'd be no corruption, there'd be no death. So God was made us hoping that we would have eternal life and have good things. As such, the result of pedophiles being able to do pedophile stuff came from the fact that Adam and Eve chose wrong. So God cannot override man's decision because he gave man dominion over the world. From that point on, God cannot force anything,
Wait, so
whether
again,
it's good or bad.
so you're saying from that point God can't force, right? But you're not grounding why it's impossible for him to do so, especially because you've already established that it was
no,
possible. Hold up,
No, I am.
especially because you've established that it was possible prior to that point.
No, because he gave man dominion over the earth, and he gave, and also
Yeah.
because
So that's his choice, is it not?
yeah, and once
He could have chose to give them dominion over the earth insofar as that they decided to not grape children, right? Like that's
But I didn't-
is that not possible?
no, because he gave them free will to choose the right thing. It all comes down to human beings and choosing the wrong thing. That's where all of this has come from. If they chose the right thing, none of this would be happening right now. That's what I'm trying to say. God is not the overseer of human beings making the right or wrong decision. He presented them an option and they chose wrong. So that's what I'm saying. From that point on, whatever happened has been down to human beings, and Jesus cannot intervene without man's permission. That's why.
Yeah.
He-
So why can Jesus not intervene?
because in when he made man, he said, "Let's make man in our
Why
own
can't
image."
he? Is it because of some desire he's established? Because I
I'm
could just
getting
argue
there.
that he could have just not established that.
I'm getting there. He said, "Let's make man in our own image," and in our own image means to be like him. So then he wants to give them the choice to make their decision. So if he forces a pedophile to or to stop doing that stuff, he's negating.
He
the
said
free
he
will
wants
that
them to have his own decision. Why does he want a pedophile to have the choice to be able to rape a child?
But he didn't. That's what I'm saying. He didn't want them to do that. They chose.
No, he wants to allow them to do that.
No, he doesn't.
He does. He does want to allow them to do that.
So
He wants them to have full free will, correct?
So what you're saying is yes, but he wanted them to have full free will to choose the right thing, to choose him. That's where the original free will was.
If he wants them to have full free will, he wants them to be able to grape children.
Look.
That is the conclusion.
That's fine for you. You can conclude that because we're going.
No, that's what your view seems. That's what your view seems to be. I don't see what you're disputing there.
Look, that's fine. Because I'm explaining God cannot override free will. And I'm explaining the reason why that happened is because Adam and Eve chose wrong. Sin came into the world and has corrupted our minds. And that's why people choose to do stuff like that. So God cannot intervene in stopping that, because if he does that, then he's stopping people from making their choices, whether it's a good choice or a bad choice. That's all it comes down to.
Yeah,
now.
you said he can't do it because he's stopping people making choices. But I'm asking you, why is it bad for him to stop people from making choices here?
Because he made them in his own image. So to do that would be to deny himself. And
He made Adam and Eve into his own image, right?
Yeah.
But he forced them to exist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's okay for him to force them, even though he made them in their image.
Well, he made them.
He made them in his image, yet it's still justified for him to force them to do this,
To do what?
to exist.
Right? Sure.
Okay, so
Because he's God.
forcing particular conditions onto human beings is okay.
Well, it's how he made it. He made them. Is no different from like if you had
I'll ask a different question. I don't think we're getting anywhere with this.
Sure.
Could God have created environmental conditions insofar as that we would have never sinned? Like, is it logically possible for God to create environmental conditions insofar as that I would choose to never sin freely?
So this one is a bit. This one's a bit. So he couldn't. If he
No? What's the
No, what-
contradiction?
no wait. I'm arriving.
Okay.
It all depends on truthfully, it all depends on what he wanted. So, because he wanted to make man in his own image, that's why the option of good and bad, the choice between good and bad existed. If he wanted robots, if he wanted people to just choose good, that would have been his own choice, but he didn't choose that. So it literally comes down to, did he want to make man in his own image, or did he want to make humans a certain way that he would have wanted from the start?
Yeah, so you're saying it comes down to whether or not God wanted these things to occur, right?
No. If he wanted humans to have free will or not.
What was my question?
Your question was that could God have made it that our only choice was to choose good?
No, could he have made conditions, environmentally speaking, insofar as that? And Josh, I'm literally playing 2K right now.
Yeah, actually, yeah. The truth is, yeah.
Yeah. So no, he could have made conditions insofar as that we chose never to sin ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a logically possible world. So there's a choice between two worlds that God has: a world where there's free will and evil, and a world where there's free will and no evil.
But then because
Right?
God, no.
Does God prefer the free world with no evil or the free world with evil?
No. So the reason why it's called free will is to choose all available options, whether good or bad. That's true free will. So if there's a free will of only evil and a free will of only good, that's not true free will, because God being God knows that the entirety of
No, they
free
have the
thoughts-
capacity. Just given the environmental conditions, they never choose to do so.
But then it's not true free will because it's incomplete, because they can't.
No, that would be
choose
true.
evil.
That is true free will, right? Because it is the case that, again, they could have chose to do otherwise, right? Like that's still true, right? But it is the case that, again, the environmental conditions that exist, right, brought about this reality rather than a different one. Like, for example, this would be true under our world right now, right? The environmental conditions of the earth, say, as it relates to geography, cause particular conditions to occur, right? Like whether or not things happen, right? For example, right, in the context of World War II, I'm pretty sure that that Hitler wanted to put Jewish people on the island of Madagascar, right? But because of geographical reasons, he decided not to do that because it would have been like costly, right? So instead, he decided to like murder people. So
Right.
God could have prevented this action of him murdering people by making the geography easier to get past.
Right. And
So
actually,
essentially, this view would reduce down to God prefers them to have been killed rather than to have not been killed and
No,
put
I
on
will-
Madagascar.
I actually want to agree with your point of saying that actually he did make because I fully I understand your question now. He did make the conditions as much as possible that they didn't choose sin, but they still chose it because he says in the Bible, all of these trees you can eat from, all of them, all of these ones, apart from this one. So he gave them multiple options to choose the good tree and only one to choose the bad. He didn't do it 50-50. It was more like 97.3%, and he still chose the 3%. So actually, based on your question, he did make the circumstances as much as possible for them to not sin, but they still sinned.
I don't think you're understanding. So you're saying that it was logically impossible for him to create conditions to reduce sin down to zero.
But then if he did that, then he's basically forced them to pick the right thing.
No, not necessarily, because it is the case that you say that he didn't force you to do the pick the right thing, right, every single time, even though he reduced your possibility in the context of the garden, right, to only one. You could argue that because he didn't bring about 50-50, he didn't give me an equal chance at good and not good. Right, so you could just reduce your view there down to that you wouldn't have free will there, it seems.
But even if, let's say that he did put it down to 0%, does that mean that they would have absolutely guaranteed to have picked the right thing? Is that what?
Yeah, because he knows what's going to occur. So if he created conditions in which this was going to occur, right, or was necessary to occur given these particular environmental conditions, well, then again, it would have been the case that they would have chose to cause these things, right? They would have chose to never sin.
So then are you saying that God didn't do enough to make sure that they didn't pick the right thing?
Yeah, essentially, because you'd have to. Okay. It seems like you have to posit a contradiction between God, what's it called? Right, God causing particular environmental conditions to get us to refrain from sinning.
So right?
Then because you would say that either God has the capacity to get us to refrain from sin by causing different environmental conditions, or he doesn't have the capacity to do that. And if he doesn't have the capacity to do that, I would ask, what's the contradiction? Because the only thing that can limit God from being able to do this would be some sort of possibility.
So then would you be saying that from this, would that be one of many reasons why you don't believe in God? Because to you, it doesn't make sense?
Yeah, like you could just reduce the view down to, right, incoherent gibberish, right? Either an absurdism or a contradiction.
I mean, the truth is, I can just say that I think that with a lot of the topics in the Bible, to be honest, I think you're a very well-spoken person. You're very articulate. You're very sound in the way that you see things. You see things in a very, you have a good means of seeing the nuances and stuff. So to be honest, I think that no amount of kind of like explaining it to you would make you see otherwise. But what I did want to do to come on here is to debunk some of the false stuff that people believe about God. For example, what we talked about, people believe that God sent the flood.
I mean, you can do that on your own live, right? The purpose of this live is to do a debate, but yeah.
Sorry then, because I thought, I mean, I'm if you're fine, I'm happy to go back and forth. I just think that if we're going back and forth, I didn't know whether that was something that you would want to do. But actually, since you mentioned it, it makes sense. We were on a debate. I'm happy to carry on. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, up to you. I mean, I think I've run through enough problems that I don't think it would be even productive to go through any more problems. I think you have enough to think on here. If you'd like to come up another time, I'll always accept you, man.
Yeah, man. Sure, man. Cool, man.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request. If you do believe Christianity is true, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Plus, you can go to my link tree and find that as well. Otherwise, I do tap that screen and comment in the comment section. Everyone, I do appreciate everyone who does that, y'all. Spade, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much, Spade. I really appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person, y'all. Please only send a guest request if you do believe Christianity is true, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you seem old enough. Do you think Christianity is true?
Yes. Your question up there, you're saying if the Christian God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it? Yes, I would, because if you read the Old Testament, God commanded people to do, his people, because God has to do whatever he has to do to get his plan done. And if it means, and about free will, the other guy that was on there with you, he doesn't know what he's talking about, because maybe Satan did it, but God allows stuff to happen to get his plan done. And if it means people dying, that's what has to be done. And about Adam and Eve sinning, and the reason God made us, because he wants us to obey him lovingly and wanting to do it. That's why he gave us free will. He doesn't want us to be a bunch of robots. Because you were saying, why didn't he make...
So I have a question. Is ethnic cleansing sometimes good? Katie, I appreciate the $4. Thank you so much.
No.
Well, God commanded the ethnic cleansing of the Amalekites in 1 Samuel 15:3. So did God do something evil there?
Well, the reason why, because I read the Old Testament all the time, and the reason why he kills certain people is because they bring other gods in. Like King Solomon, for instance, he's a good example. God got mad at him because he married a bunch of foreigner women that were from other tribes that brought in idols, and he started worshiping them and making shrines for his wives, and God got mad at him for that. And so,
yeah, but what about the infants? Like he literally commanded, he said, put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. Right. So the infants, what did the infants do?
it's not about that. It's about God. God. Anybody that is like infants and not what I believe, the ones that like children, infants that get murdered or get, they're with God. They're gonna be with him in the new earth. They're gonna be back. They're gonna come back. God's gonna give them another.
Regardless of whether or not you think that these infants are going to be back, do you think it was good for God to command the killing of these infants?
Yes, because everything God does is perfect. And
okay, was it good for God to kill command the killing of the Amalekites?
Yes, because
some ethnic cleansing is good.
If that's what God wants, because sometimes I told you, whatever at that time in the Old Testament, the New Testament, Jesus Christ came and he's given us a new
Ali, is at the... Give me 1 second. 1 second. I accidentally unplugged my microphone. Give me 1 second.
That's okay. That's okay. No.
Yeah. So here's my question. It just plugged back in. So this would be the question: is ethnic cleansing always wrong?
I think it is. Yes.
Okay. If it's always wrong, and God commanded it in this circumstance, God did something wrong.
No. God never does anything wrong. Now, I may not agree with it because there's a lot of things that God does that I don't agree with, but that's what he had to, he always has a reason for it. And we're not to question God. We're just supposed to trust him and have faith in him because he's the one that knows what he's doing.
How do you know you're not following Satan?
Because I know, because God gave me a spirit, and that's the only way you can speak to God, and that's the only way God can speak to you is through his word, and the only way you're going to understand his word is through your spirit. Your flesh.
When did the spirit come inside of you?
I got born again in 1986. When I was.
How did you know that it was God's peace, not Satan?
Because he spoke to me. In fact,
how do you know that it was God speaking to you, not Satan?
Because at the time when I got born again, I had a demon in me. I was in a demonic state. I was doing things in my life that would curl your hair.
Okay, so you had a demon in you?
Yes. And
how did you know that it was a demon inside of you?
Because the Lord extracted him out of me. People were praying over me at the time, and I heard his voice.
How do you know that wasn't Satan just doing that?
Because my whole life changed after that.
No, so Satan put a demon inside of you, and then he pulled out.
I allowed the devil to come inside of me.
You allowed the devil to come inside of you?
That's how people do it. People have free will.
So how do you know he wasn't the one to pull out?
No, because my life changed for the good. And I've been worshiping God.
Well, good could be just dependent upon what Satan gets you to perceive as good. Like, do you think some humans believe that evil things are good? Appreciate that, IC. Thank you so much. Well, couldn't this just be evil, but you just perceive it to be good here?
No, because everything that happened to me afterwards.
Because the devil came inside of you. How do you know that it isn't just like the devil, right, getting you to believe these things and to believe that he left, but he's still there. He never pulled out.
Oh, he's still around. He's still trying to get me to go back to him. Believe me, because my flesh, your flesh, your nature, your carnal nature is nothing but evil and wants to do evil. But the Spirit of God, which the Holy Spirit lives within me, keeps me from doing that.
I understand you're saying those things, but I'm asking you how you know those things to be true. It sounds like you're just assuming it.
No, I'm not assuming it because I had a real experience with God.
Again, how do you know that that experience was with God and not with Satan?
Because my spirit knows it.
How does your spirit know it?
Because I'm in communication with God. Because
Couldn't
before,
Satan give you that same feeling?
no, it was a totally different feeling. I
But
know
he couldn't Satan give you two different feelings?
No, because because I was in the Satan's world and I know the difference between that world, Satan's spirit, and God's
He
spirit.
can give you different perceptions of a world to still get you to believe that you're following God when you're not actually following God.
Oh yeah, I know he can do that.
How do you know it's the Holy Spirit coming inside of you rather than Satan coming inside of you?
I have the Holy Spirit within me.
Again, that's just an assumption.
No, I know for a fact.
Okay, well, how do you know?
Because I'm at peace with God, and before I became born again, I used to I read the Bible.
Yeah. So I understand that you're saying
and I
God
learned-
gave you peace, right?
Yeah.
But I'm asking you, how do you know that it isn't Satan that gave you his peace?
Because Satan don't give nobody no peace. He came to steal, kill, and destroy.
Yeah, but he could also masquerade as an angel of light.
Yes, he
So
can.
in the same way that God gave you his peace, right? Satan could as well, right? I don't see why that's not
I
possible.
think, yes, I know that's possible because, there's a lot of people that the devil, he tricks them and they think, that they, know God, and then they don't, because then they slip back right into what they've been doing.
Yeah, I understand. You think that you know God, and you could slip into similar things, but through the context of Christianity. So, in the same way that you think that God gave you peace, right? That could be Satan giving you his peace, right?
No, Satan don't give nobody no peace.
Again, he can to masquerade as an angel of light, to make you think that he's God, to turn you away from the true God, right?
So you read the Bible, right?
I've read some of it, yeah.
Have you ever read Ephesians 6 where it talks about the armor of God?
No, remind me.
Well, it talks about the armor of God, that where you have to put on put the helmet for salvation. You got to put the shield of faith. And then you have the sword, which is the word of God. So when the devil tries to tell me, and the only way the devil can get to you or any human being on earth is through their mind. Because the devil is, the power of, he's the power of the air.
Yeah, a belief. So the way that the devil can get to you is to make you believe that he's God.
Yeah, right inside in your mind.
Because you want to believe in things that benefit you. Satan deceives you into believing, right, that it benefits you, right? You could just say that. I don't see why that's not possible, right? And if it is possible and you just believe based upon faith, well, these two views are just going to be likely as the other. So the idea that Satan came inside of you is just as likely as the idea that your God came inside of you.
So you don't believe in God, period. So how do you account for your body? It's so intricately made. Your brain, the way it works, your vessels, your blood. You think that just any person, you just evolved like that? No, a supreme being had to make you.
Yeah. So why does it work this way rather than a different way? Well, I could ask the same thing about your God's desires. Why did your God desire to create humans rather than to not create humans? In the same way that you assume particular conditions being met as it relates to your God's desires, you could assume those same conditions about a natural world. But I don't know. I don't know what the explanation is. It doesn't mean it's God, though.
I'll tell you why. Because I read the Bible and the Lord's already explained if you read the Bible and you ask the Lord to show you these things, he will. But you have to want to know these things.
I've asked throughout my entire life.
I'm talking about you have to want him with all your heart, with all your mind, with all.
I asked your God to come inside me, and he didn't.
Did you ask through Jesus Christ?
Mm-hmm.
Why? How did
I grew up Christian.
And what happened?
I never got any response. Right, I couldn't make any sense of the belief system, so I fell out of it.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay. Well, you're young. I wasn't born again until I was 30. And in all my 20s, I went through a lot of hell. And I'm telling you right now, the devil almost had me killed.
I'm
And
sorry to hear that.
okay, but the Lord got me before he killed me, because he had something, and God had already given.
I'm sorry, Ali. I don't believe that the devil was trying to kill you.
Yes,
right?
he was. Yes,
I don't believe that's coherent.
yeah, he tries to kill. All he wants to do is kill, steal, and destroy. He wants to destroy and kill everything, because he wants to take as many with him to hell, because he wanted to be God. That's why God threw him out of heaven, because
If he wanted to be God, wouldn't he portray himself as God in order to make you believe that he's God and to turn away from the true God?
No, because the Lord, he knows his own people, and his own people know him, and his own people know his voice.
Okay, if you're saying his own people know his voice, couldn't someone say that they know it's God, but it's actually Satan? Like, you could just be mistaken, right? Your knowledge is unreliable, isn't it?
No.
So your knowledge is reliable. If your knowledge is reliable, well, then your knowledge that it's that particularly, like, you wouldn't expect like a good parent to like allow their children to starve to death would be applicable to this circumstance, right? Like, children starve to death, God allows it to happen. You wouldn't expect that given that God was good, right?
There's a lot of things that happen in this world that God doesn't tell us, because the Bible only tells us 1/3 of what we're going to know. And the reason why God doesn't tell us everything in the Bible is because he said we wouldn't be able to handle it. So he only tells us what we need to know right now, and everything else we have to just.
Wait, here, I'll ask you this question. Why didn't God speak the Bible into existence himself rather than letting it be written by humans?
He did speak it into him. He did. Those people
No,
that wrote the Bible-
he didn't, because other humans had to write it.
Yes.
What I mean by speak into existence, I mean he speaks it, and there's a book that appears in front of you.
Okay.
Okay, that it can't be erased, that
Moses-
can't be destroyed, that can't be burned, right? Nothing.
Moses and all the prophets were all. God spoke to them and told them what to write. Same thing with the apostles, everybody that wrote the New Testament. They were all God inspired.
Yeah, when you say God inspired, that still leaves it up to a possibility that it is inspired by God, right, or inspired by the devil,
and if you
that
read-
they particularly interpret it wrong, they wrote it down wrong, right? There was some communication error. There were plenty of things that
there's a lot of
could.
things there's a lot of things in the Bible that are wrong, and even Apostle Paul even said, there's some of the apostles even write in their own books. They'll say, like Paul said, this isn't from the Lord, but I think the Lord probably is going to say it's okay, but this is what I think. And Paul even says it. Like Paul says, I'm staying single. I'm not going to get married, but that's my choice, because I want to devote my whole life to serving God. And then he talks about other things. I can't remember the scriptures, and then James and Peter, they'll say something on their own accord, even though they feel that that's what the Lord's telling them to say. So
Yeah, so again, the idea is that you believing that it's coming from God is not reliable. Okay, and if you don't believe it to be a reliable process, that you just believe it came from God, therefore it came from God, well then why do you accept that it would be the case that an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God that wants to communicate a message to us would communicate it through an unreliable mechanism, right? Like, I would expect a perfect being to communicate its message through a reliable mechanism. The Bible is not through a reliable mechanism because it went... not going through humans.
What would you consider a reliable mechanism?
Yeah, one in which wouldn't be subject to errors, if possible, to not be subject to errors. It was possible for it to not be subject to errors. God decided not to do that.
No, God wrote it through people because he wanted...
Yeah, and that's unreliable.
Well, he didn't make it easy, because he wants the ones that really want to get to know him to really search him and really make an effort to find him. And those people that do that will find him, because he says the closer you come to me, the closer I'll come to you. Because God, he don't want robots. He wants people that love him and want him. Because when he comes back in the second coming, we're going to know him. When I see him in person, I'm going to know him. You know why? Because I read his word every single day, and I know him like I know my
That's
friend.
an assumption. Wait, aren't there people that claim to have known him, claim to have praised his name, and that he's going to turn away in heaven?
Could.
I never knew you. Get away
Yeah.
from me. I never knew you.
Yep. Yep.
Right? So how do you know that you actually knew him if the process in which you identify information from him, right, is unreliable?
Because I believe that those people that he's going to tell them that not everybody that says Lord, Lord is going to come, is that I'm going to let them in. I'm going to tell them, get away from me, you sinners. That's what he basically said in the scripture.
Evildoers, yeah.
Okay, because there's a lot of people that claim to be Christians, and I even know some of them, and they're still out there doing what they shouldn't be doing.
Wait, but again, you could say that about every Christian. Every Christian does evil, right?
Well, I'm trying not to judge people.
Every Christian does sin, right? There's no sinless Christian.
Yes, we all.
So if there's no current sinless Christian, well, then why do you accept the idea here specifically that that there could? I mean, that there is. Like, I don't know why you would.
No, we're all sinners. The only reason why that we're able to speak to God and that we're accepted by God is about what Jesus Christ did on the cross.
He said because of their evil doing, right? He's not going to be near them, but everyone's an evildoer, yet he's still near some.
Well,
that doesn't make any sense.
Well, he said the only way you can come to me is through my son. You have to go through Jesus Christ to get to the Father.
That's compatible with Islam, but
that's what he says.
It's compatible with Islam, though.
Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father.
Yeah, Jesus makes these claims. How do you know these claims to actually be accurate?
Because I know, because the Lord spoke to me.
He just claimed it. Okay, so again, you just hear claims, you just have beliefs. None of these things are justified with reason. If it's solely predicated off of what you believe there, I actually had a God tell me that you're a murderer.
People have called me a fanatic. People have called me.
No. I had a revelation from my God, and my God told me you're a murderer. Okay? Right? Am I justified in believing you're a murderer?
If your God told you that I was a murderer?
Yeah.
Whatever God I don't know, because a lot of people think like right now, I have a lot of family against me for no reason at all, and it's because I believe in God. I have a daughter that doesn't even speak to me because she was a Christian, and now she turned away from God because he didn't give her all this money and lavish stuff.
I feel like there's a little more to that story than just you believe in God.
What do you mean?
I think there's a little more to that story of why she probably doesn't talk to you other than just you believe in God.
Well, because she was living because of the way she's living.
You don't. Oh, is it because she's lesbian?
No,
or bisexual?
No. I have a non-binary granddaughter, and I accept her and I love her, even though it's wrong what she's doing. But I love her anyway.
What's wrong with being non-binary?
Nothing. I don't. All these are, God says that there's a lot of things that are wrong. Like I don't believe in abortions. Okay, I don't believe in abortions, but I don't think people should be telling other people what to do with their bodies, because that's between God and that person. And if that person wants to go do an abortion, then God's going to deal with that person.
Ali, I just want you to know, right? If you're saying that you accept, right, your grandchild, right? I don't know why you'd misgender them right after. Like, that doesn't really sound like accepting.
Because I don't believe it.
But just because you don't, wait. So I'll misgender your God, right? Can I call your God the mother?
No, I'm just.
Why not? Why not the mother, the daughter, and the Holy Spirit?
Well, it does say in the Bible, and I told my non-binary granddaughter, the Bible does say that there will be no
grandchild.
My granddaughter, there will be no male or female in heaven. So I told her, you might have a point there.
What? I'm so confused what you're trying to say.
And she told me that. And she told me, she goes, really? I said, yeah. So God says.
Did you know God is non-binary?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So wait, what's the issue with her being them being
Nothing.
non-binary?
That's what I was telling her. I said, maybe you got something there, not being non-binary. I said, because it says in the Bible, God says that there's not going to be no male or female. We're just going to be all, we don't know how we're going to exactly be, but there won't be no gender there.
Okay. So
isn't that great?
Yeah, what's the reason why your daughter, right, doesn't talk to you?
Well, because she's,
If you're willing to say.
because I told her, because she's changed and she started being really very angry and doing all these things, being just terrible. And I told her that she's changed ever since she quit going to church and believing in God. And I told her, why did she leave God? And
I feel like there
she got
like
mad at me for asking her why she left God. And then she didn't want to talk to me anymore.
I have a feeling that's not true.
Yes, it is true. I asked her why she left God, and she wouldn't.
In relation to what though? Like there's clearly more to the story that you just left out there that you meant that there was vague.
Everybody, I don't know exactly why she, I've tried to do everything I possibly, I've given her money. I've done everything I can for her as much as I possibly can.
But you still misgender your grandchild.
Well, yeah, they get upset because I don't call her they or them or whatever.
Oh, okay. So the reason is because you constantly misgender their child.
No, that's not my daughter's. My son, he told me, Mom, you need to respect her identity.
Respect them.
Yeah, respect her being they and them. And I've talked to her and I told her, and she said, look,
them,
Grandma.
right? It's actually crazy how much you mistake it on purpose.
Well, no, I talked to my granddaughter. She said, Grandma, you're my grandma and you've always known I don't care what you call me. So you can call me Mo, because she was telling everybody to call her Mo instead of Monica. She goes, no, you call me Monica, Grandma. You can call me anything you want. Because she came to me telling me she was having female problems and she wouldn't go to the gynecologist. And I told her, Monica, okay, you're non-binary, but you're still got female parts. You still need to go to the doctor to find out what's going on with you. Just because you're non-binary don't mean that's going to go away. You could have
no one's disputing that you still have biology, right? That's not.
Well, and she said, "Okay, Grandma, I get it. I'll go. I just don't want anybody looking at me." The girl's 24, 25 years old, never been with a man or a woman.
Yeah, just literally not telling you about anything,
Well,
right? Or about their life. It seems.
I told her, I said, "Why don't you do this? Why don't you go sleep with a man and sleep with a woman?"
Okay, you don't need to say this on the live. I think at this point, we're just getting to like unnecessary personal stuff.
Well, talking about God, like I told you, I believe in God, and I don't mind sharing my life, and what goes on. My whole family knows about it, but because God is doing a work, and I'm allowing God to, having to go through all this, and God's going to save my family. He's going to do it. They're all going to come to know him. I may be dead, and maybe 20, 30 years from now, I may be even dead before they even know God.
Ali, I have a question. Do you believe in Adam and Eve?
Yes.
Do you think incest is bad?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think you should be fruitful and multiply?
Yes.
Okay, so how are Adam and Eve's children supposed to be fruitful and multiply without engaging in incest?
See, that's another thing that's not clear in the Bible about, what I've been told by other people that study the Bible, that they believe that there were other people there. It just doesn't, Moses didn't write it.
Well, isn't Adam the first man and Eve the first woman?
Yeah, but
right. So if they're the first woman and there's nothing in the Bible that indicates that there were other people at the time, it seems like through logical deduction, right, we would deduce that brothers and sisters had sex at God's command because God could have made more humans and made that explicitly clear, but chose not to. And screw it. He did it twice with the flood, right? He brought it back for a second time. He said, we need some more incest. And he said, let me wipe out everyone on the planet and Noah's family can engage in some more incest.
Well, like I said, the Bible's not clear about that because obviously God doesn't feel that we need to know that.
We got hate speech and hateful behaviors for that one, chat. Got to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do believe Christianity is true, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up too. And 500,000 likes if you want to support me. As always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Gotta hate speech, hateful behaviors for that one. Unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. She got hate speech. I don't know how she got hate speech. All right, let's get the next person, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you do believe Christianity is true, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
For sure. Do you believe Christianity is true?
Yes.
Yeah. If God commands you to kill infants, would you do it?
No.
No. So you disobey God?
Yes.
Okay. So why would you disobey God?
Because the God that I serve wouldn't ever command me to kill an infant.
Okay. Have you read 1 Samuel 15:3?
I probably have, but I forgot what it says.
Want me to read it off for you?
Yes, please.
Kate, thank you for the $6.12. Thank you so much, Kate. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kate.
So 1 Samuel 15:3 says, "Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Put to death, or do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, right, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys."
That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, that is pretty brutal. But like you did say earlier, your expectation for your God would be that he never commands you to kill infants, yet I gave you a verse specifically where he does command that. So what this tells me is that this is unexpected to be a good God.
Correct, but what is Christianity? How does that differentiate from Hinduism? Or not Hinduism, Judaism. Sorry, wrong religion.
Oh yeah, Judaism and Hinduism are not Hinduism. Christianity are going to be differentiated on the basis of Jesus in the New Testament.
Correct. And so to rebuttal your argument, Jesus redefined and actually said that the most important thing is to love your God and just to love others. And so he redefined First Samuel is kind of like the older Testament belief of who God was, of who Yahweh was. And then Jesus came and said, hey, God is not this, God is love.
No.
And
God didn't abolish the law. He fulfilled it, right? So the idea is that this isn't different. This is still God commanding this. And if you were alive in this time, you would still do this. Sonny,
Correct.
thank you for the $6.66. So if you were alive in that time and God commands you to do that, you would do it.
If I was alive in that time
and God commanded you to do it, you would do it.
I couldn't really say that because I'm not alive in that time. So that's not.
No, but it's hypothetical. Like, did you eat today?
I did. Yes, I did eat today. I did shake.
What would you have felt like if you didn't eat?
I probably would have starved.
You would have been hungry, right? So that's a hypothetical, right? It makes sense even though it didn't specifically occur, right?
Yeah, that's true. But I will say this: if my parents were Hindu, I would probably also be Hindu as well.
That's kind of also my point, is that you being Christian is solely dependent upon the culture you exist in. It's not dependent upon the truth value established by Christianity, but rather the society that you grew up in. And that's why I was Christian growing up. That's why my family is Christian, right? It's not because Christianity is true or Christianity has some sufficient evidence. It's because we grew up in a predominant Christian culture that pushed these values on us.
Yeah, I agree with that. However, I think that the most important thing of all religions really is love.
So if you believe the most important thing is love, that's sure. I mean, I don't dispute anything, right? Regardless of whether or not you want to say it's predicated on love or whatnot, I don't really mind. The point I would still demonstrate is that based upon the values prescribed by your God in 1 Samuel 15:3, you believe it's unexpected that they would be good.
That's true. I think it's important to differentiate human culture and the God that we serve.
Sure. Clay, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Clay. What do you mean by that?
So, in other words, humans have this idea, right? I'm kind of saying humans because we're all human, but humans have this idea that what their beliefs are 100% true. That if you go back to Galileo and heliocentric and geocentric ideology, right? Galileo was persecuted because he said that the Earth rotated around the sun, and it was true, right? So, like, if you fast forward 1,000 years, like, what actually is different between back then and now.
Those claims that you're referencing are empirically verifiable, whereas the claim we're referencing here with your particular God is not empirically verifiable.
Correct.
Understand? Like your claim here is never going to change in terms of the empirics. The only thing that is going to change is in terms of some sort of rational aspect of it, right? Like, whether or not we accept the view conceptually, right? And that doesn't change. That's still the same throughout the context of history, right? We just might have different arguments that we think of or something like that, you know?
So my, rebuttal to you, because, you're kind of going against First Samuel. Do you think any of what is learned in the Bible is do you think it's unimportant?
Yeah, I wouldn't look at the Bible to be like, yo, what should I do? Like in my life, if I'm considering whether or not something's ethical, right, I'm not going to go consult the Bible. Right?
Really?
I don't see it to be useful. Absolutely not. No.
Not at all.
Not
So
at all.
where do you
Zero.
think we get laws like do not kill, do not?
I think they're predicated off of our desires, right? Whether it be self-preservation, whether it be we want ourselves to do better, and oftentimes that means working together.
So you don't think that religion has anything to do with just moral?
Well, I mean, I would say that religion has
society.
influenced the values of the society that we exist in. Like, I'm not going to dispute that. I do think that religion has influenced it, but do I think that that's where we should get our morals from? No.
So where do we get our morals from?
Our intuition, right? Our empathy, our rationality.
But couldn't you say intuition, empathy? Couldn't you say that in itself is God?
No, right? Because the Christian God, I don't believe is likely to exist. And even if from a Christian perspective, you would say, I guess they consider Holy Spirit God. So in a certain sense, you could say that God's influencing it if you're Christian, but I wouldn't say it would be reasonable to say that it's God, as I don't see Christianity to be a reasonable view. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So do you believe in complete absence of, like, there's no other, some people
I don't believe in a God, no.
At all? Do you believe like even in like a simulation, like this is basically?
I don't know what explains why we're here.
There is. Are you interested in quantum physics?
To some degree, I think it's something very much not understood by the general public. Like, I think most people have no clue how quantum physics works, and then they just will misrepresent it, and it makes people confused.
Yeah. So there's this guy named Michio Kaku. Have you heard of him?
Yeah, I know exactly what he looks like, and I've seen him on podcasts and stuff talking.
Yeah, he wrote a couple books. I grew up watching him on the Discovery Channel. He worked in I think New York University, and he's a theoretical physicist who wrote something called the God equation, which Einstein was trying to work on right before he passed. And after he developed the theory of relativity. Anyway, he was talking about how there's multi universes and multi dimensions out there. And so
yeah, this is a possible theory. So each choice you make creates a different type of reality that becomes observed, right? And that kind of goes back into a different. I mean, actually, I'm pretty sure Blitz proposes a particular similar model.
Yeah.
Again, this doesn't dispute atheism by any means.
It just
even if it's true, by the way. So I mean, I don't know if it's true, but even if we consider it true, it doesn't dispute atheism.
Well, it disputes everything. Everything that we think, even as atheist or Christian, just is basically equal.
No, I wouldn't accept that at all. No.
Yeah. Atheism is basically just as ignorant as Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, or actually Buddhism. Out of all of them, probably makes the most relevant sense because it's basically is atheistic belief, but say, hey, you need to meditate because you evolved from a monkey and you need to have a higher consciousness and grow your frontal cortex. So
you don't understand evolution. So we didn't evolve from monkeys. Okay. We evolved from we evolved from the same beings that monkeys evolved from. So monkeys are we have a common ancestor with them. They're basically our cousins.
Right. However, our frontal lobes are definitely more developed than them. We have a self-awareness. Do you think monkeys have a self-awareness?
Some do.
Okay.
I don't see
How?
how I don't see how you're laughing at that.
I'm laughing at that because that was a very ignorant statement.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. How are monkeys self-aware?
They meet the qualifications. Certain apes meet qualifications, right, for self-awareness.
What is
whether it be
self-awareness?
through the context of Mir test.
What is
right?
self-awareness?
You're just aware of your own conscious experience.
So you think monkeys are conscious of who they
You're
are?
able to identify your conscious experience. Yes, I think certain monkeys are conscious. Do you want me
Okay.
to pull up some?
Yeah, please. That would be great. The first conscious monkey. I'm pretty sure that's a movie. It's called Planet of the Apes, where monkeys surpass humans in evolution.
That's in different times. So
Sounds- it
today,
sounds like-
today,
it sounds like you're
humans,
mixing
chimpanzees,
science
and
fiction
hold up.
and
Today, to date, humans, chimpanzees, and orangutans, right, are capable of recognizing themselves in mirrors. That's like the mirror test.
Okay, well that's great, but do you think recognition in
Yeah,
a
it's
mirror,
self-awareness,
is self-consciousness?
That's self-awareness. Yeah.
Okay, and I would disagree with that because I think
Okay,
just
that's typically how we define the
self-consciousness
terms, but sure.
and self-awareness is just basically mindfulness, being present, being in the present moment, understanding where we are in society.
You're now talking about understanding where we are in society is different than understanding like your conscious experience and who you are.
Or just where we are in this present moment.
Okay, I don't even know what you're trying to say then.
So in other words, there's no other higher intelligence being obviously on Earth other than humans. Or
There's no higher intelligence than humans on the planet, sure.
Okay. So you do agree with me with that.
Yeah, humans are the smartest on the planet.
And do you think religion has any role to play in that process? Or just not just religion, but just even just meditation, prayer. Do you think that has any specific role in society and morals?
Do I think it should play a role?
No, do you think it did?
Yeah. I already said this. Clay, thank you for the roses. Thank you so much. Religion has played a role in the values that people have had in society, obvious.
Okay, good. So you do agree then that religion is important for religion is important for sorry.
For what?
Religion is important for okay, I'm on the phone. Sorry. I'm oh my gosh. Sorry. My mom woke up at 4 a.m. So you what we were talking about? Sorry, you're gonna have to remind me.
4 a.m. It's 8:38, bro. For me, what 4 a.m? Where are you not in the U.S.?
No.
Are you like in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean? Like I don't even know what time that would be.
Yeah, I actually can't really tell you where I am right now, but I'm about to approach Iceland.
Oh, okay. So you are in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then I guessed that correctly. I'm like, good. Yo, thankfully I guessed that correctly, bro. I was like, dude, that time zone does not make sense. Hey, but good. That's cool.
Oh no. All right. Hope I don't lose you. Anyway, but no, it sounds like we have a similar belief, but I understand a lot of people who, at least to my experience, become atheists. Have you ever read Francis S. Collins? Do you know who that is?
No.
So he was basically, he's head of the NIH. He was the first person who sequenced the human genome in 2001, which the entire human genome was sequenced, which is a huge part of, very important part of just medicine in general. I mean, it's a really big accomplishment. And anyway, he was atheist his entire life. He was very smart. He had a PhD, I think he had a PhD in like mathematics and genomics, really smart dude. And he actually went from atheist to Christianity.
What was it? Okay. Okay. Cool.
And
why should I hold to the view?
So it was just interesting because most people like yourself kind of go from
L platform. Sorry, I was just fucking with that guy.
Sweet. That's right. So most people like you, they kind of look at Christianity and they look at there's a lot, unfortunately, no matter what religion you go into, there's going to be closed-minded people, and they're going to, Ted Bundy, he was raised in a very strict Christian household, if that says anything, right? So some people, they are raised Christian, and it kind of like goes the completely wrong way. They focus on the wrong thing. They don't, instead of love, they focus on the strict guidelines of who you're supposed to be, which is completely the opposite of what I was raised, of what Christianity actually is.
Evan, do you know what the first 4 books of the New Testament are?
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy.
New Testament.
Matthew,
and
Mark, Luke,
that's
John.
not even the right for the Old Testament, by the way.
Oh, what did I get wrong?
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers.
Oh, I forgot Numbers.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. I don't really.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I was just asking because someone asked me to ask you in the comment section. Yeah. So, is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about, Evan?
No, just I just recommend Language of God. It's a great book. Francis Collins, if you like science. But hey, it was great talking to you. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks,
For
guys.
sure. Appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. By the way, Dean, if you're in here, right, look at my fucking text, bro. Look at my text, Dean. I literally see you in the viewer list, but I'm not sure if you're here. Let me go to the next person, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes, everyone, before we do get off tonight. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
Are you going to vote for... whoa, sorry. Do you believe Christianity is true?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you kill infants if God commanded you to?
No, I wouldn't.
So you disobey God?
So here's the deal. I just want to keep this brief because, like yourself, I think you said you're 22. Are you 22? Okay, I've been a Christian all my life. And, I've been listening to you tonight for quite some time. And the questions you had are exactly the questions I've had because I've been a Christian for more than 30 years. And I was confronted with these questions like, I would read the Bible exactly like you're saying. On one hand, it's saying one thing, on another, it's saying something different. Of course, I would bring it up in the church. I would ask questions. I never got the answers. But now, what the problem I'm seeing is that a lot of people come across these problems and they want to throw the whole thing out. The best thing to do, just give it time, see if you can find the answers, because I eventually did. And, the Bible is being interpreted literally. So all the events in the Old Testament, people are interpreting them like things that actually happened. But if you're going to interpret them in that way, then it will never make sense because it will contradict itself. You will bend your brain trying to make sense of it. It won't. But the Bible is a very deep coded book. If people understand that, I like what the other lady said who was here earlier. She said it was never meant to be easy for you. It wasn't supposed to just be made black and white where everyone can just get it. You're supposed to dig very deep to find the truth. So, whatever you're reading, especially if it doesn't sit well.
If you interpret it as metaphor, how do you know what's metaphor and what's not?
Because you know God's character. So it has to all flow well. So if the Bible is saying God is a God of justice, he's a God of love, but you're reading something and it doesn't
How do you know how to interpret that statement of him being specifically for justice and for love. It seems like it all relies upon an interpretation.
No, because you know the truth. The truth is already within you. So just by me saying that, you know, where when we go out of alignment, you know already. Same way when a baby is born, when they are younger, they already know what's right and wrong. You don't even have to tell them. So you intrinsically you already know what's right, what's wrong, and what feels right. That's why you have the intuition. If something doesn't feel right, you know it within yourself.
So if it's from your own intuition, well then, does your intuition say that it's good to command people to kill infants?
And that's what I'm saying. Does that feel right to you?
No.
Okay, it doesn't feel right to me.
Okay, well then that tells us that it's unexpected to be a good God. And if it's unexpected to be a good God, it seems like the Christian God is unlikely to exist.
Why would you say that?
Because, right, it's unlikely that a good God would command us to kill infants. God commanded us to kill infants in the context of 1 Samuel 15:3. Therefore, it's not expected for that to be good.
Okay, why did you raise that question in the first place? Because the fact that you raised that question is because you know God is good, right?
No. The fact that I raised that question is because I know that the perception that Christians have of a particular perceived God that they believe in is that. So I'm critiquing that perception that people have.
Okay. So I know God to be good. So if I know God to be good, and that's what the Bible tells me, if I'm reading a story and it's not consistent with the character I know God to be, then I have to question it. Leave alone even my own beliefs. Fine, you might say, this is what I believe God to be. But even you, if you're reading any other book, forget the Bible. If it's not consistent, you have to start asking questions, right? So you have to figure out, why am I seeing this contradiction? So what is the truth? And that's what we need to start doing as a church.
Yeah, and it seems like if you do that, you fall away from Christianity, because that's what happened to me.
Why did I fall away? I'm still a Christian. But
Well,
now,
that's what happened to me.
and that's why I'm saying, you need to seek more. It's not supposed to be apparent. Even Jesus said, these things have been hidden from people, because some people just think seeking the Lord is something you do casually. No, he's not going to make it that easy for you. You have to go very deep in him for him to reveal the truth to you. Otherwise, that's why the Christians have all these questions. They have this perception of God, and not even just the Christians, even the atheists. You have this perception of a God who's ready to kill just about everybody, including infants. And that's just not the truth.
Sure. So if that's not true, right, then it wouldn't be the case that the God in 1 Samuel 15:3 is God. You agree with me there?
No, that's God.
So, but he commands you to kill infants, and that's not expected given your God, right? Given a good God.
Literally killing infants? That's the question.
Yeah, he commands you to literally kill infants.
I don't interpret it literally because it won't make sense.
What? How could you interpret this metaphorically?
Well, it's so deep. That's what I'm saying.
Here, I'll read the verse for you. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. That explicitly is commanding them to kill them. And then also, if you were to say this, you'd be then rejecting the idea that this is history.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so the Bible is not a book that involves determining things in history.
Absolutely not. It's not a historic book. It's a spiritual book, and we need to start taking it to be that. It's supposed to be.
Okay, so then how do you say that it historically identifies that Jesus rose from the dead?
I don't interpret it like that anymore. That's why I'm saying.
Okay, so you don't think there's historical evidence sufficient enough historical evidence to indicate that Jesus rose from the dead?
There's no evidence because it's not historic.
Okay, well, we agree there. It's not historic, right? There's no evidence. Okay, so then my question would then just be, are you basing your belief on faith?
No, by experience, because I've been a Christian for so long. So when if I follow the teachings of Christ, I have proven them long enough to know that they're true. So if he tells me that I'll reap what I sow, it's not something I'm reading in theory. This is something I've experienced. If he tells me that there are prophets in the church, I've received so many prophetic words, they've come to pass. So I'm not believing in something blindly, I'm believing in it because I've experienced it in my life.
You're saying you believe in it based upon an experience in your life, but you associating that experience to then be the conclusion, or are you inferring something, concluding something based upon this, is what I'm questioning, right? How do you know that this conclusion is accurate?
Why wouldn't it be accurate?
If you don't know it to be accurate, well, then it's predicated off of faith. If it's predicated off of faith and just a belief, you're just as likely to follow Satan as you are to follow your God.
I've already told you.
AK, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
And, most of the things in the Bible have actually been scientifically proven. So, for
Like
example,
what?
when it talks about the power of your words, I would recommend you go reading. There's this Japanese scientist who tested that using water crystals, and he found that to be true.
Wait, what power of words? Tell me what specifically.
Like what you keep saying is what you produce.
No, what does the Bible say about your words?
It says exactly that.
What verse?
This power of life and death. It's somewhere in Proverbs, if you can Google that.
And what does it say in Proverbs?
Power of life and death is in the tongue, and there are many other scriptures around the tongue.
Power of life, doesn't that most likely relate to like a political leader commanding someone to kill someone?
No, it's referring to you and how you speak of yourself over and over again.
How do you know that?
I've already told you, it's been scientifically proven.
I take that as metaphor, not science.
Well, that's your conclusion.
Okay, well then you could say that's your conclusion. Why? Who's to say that you should accept the idea that it actually relates to the idea of science rather than my interpretation otherwise?
So how do you want me to prove it to you? I've already told you, there's a scientist who's tested this in a lab, but you don't want to believe me.
No, the conclusion that you're talking about is not derived from scientists. The conclusion you're talking about is a post hoc rationalization of Christians in this time period.
I'm just going to tell you to go read on that.
What's the study?
The guy is a Japanese scientist.
What's the name of the study?
He's called something Mesoto or something.
That doesn't tell me anything about how to find it.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, well if you can't find the study, if you can't tell me what to look up, I can't read into what you're saying, but
Okay, it's just that I can't come out of this, otherwise I'll be logged off of the live.
yeah, I wouldn't be able to hear you. So you can DM it to me. I'll make sure to look for it. But I appreciate you coming up. All right, everyone, let's go to the next person. Everyone, please only send a guest request if you do believe Christianity is true. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, like always, or you can go into my link tree in my bio and you can click on it there. We're going to try and get to the next person real quick. Tim, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. If you want to have access to the sub-only chat for the last bit here on the live, make sure to subscribe if you have not already. Everyone, I come on here every single day, and we do these debates. The sub-only chats will be increasingly more common again, as it is the case that we have the main account back and we have somewhat algorithm push. I mean, it's not algorithm push like really, but it's like better than it was. Yo, what's up, Howdy? Oh, okay, let's try the next person, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you do believe Christianity is true, y'all. Excited to be back on the main account. Yay, more sub chats. Yes, I've been missing the sub only chat, but I haven't been able to do it because of TikTok just being fucking annoying. But it seems like we have been able to do it today, so I'm excited. I'm excited to be back in the sub only chats. Yo, what's up, Howdy? Hello? Hello? Seems like I'm just talking to myself at this point. All right, let's get this next person up here, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Appreciate it, Emma. So yeah, will you? Do you believe that Christianity is true? Tara, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Tara.
Yeah, I believe it.
And why is that? Or not? Wrong question. If God commands you to kill infants, would you do it?
Back then, I slaughtered them.
No questions asked.
No questions asked. Back then in the Old Testament, I slaughtered them.
How do you know that it's coming from God? And Kuzi, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
Am I a Hebrew?
Sure.
Well, I mean, in order for it to be accurate, I have to be a Hebrew.
Kuzi, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, well, if I'm a Hebrew, yeah, I'm doing it.
Okay. So, again, how do you know it's coming from God?
Because I'm a Hebrew and that was his chosen people who he was talking to at that time.
Yeah, but how do you know that isn't the devil? You cut out. I can't hear you. In the meantime, keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 500K before we do end it today, y'all. Let's try to get to 500K, everyone.
Yeah, Moses. If I'm following Moses back in the day and I got to kill whoever it is that God tells us to kill and slaughter them, I mean, I don't understand why people think God is not the God of destruction. Why do people think that God is weak? Why do people think that God is not able to go to war and be a lion?
Shell, thank you for the 10-month subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate
screw
it.
up,
So
man.
you think it's good for, wait, so you think God screws up?
No, I'm saying people screw up.
So again, right, why is it good for God to kill these infants?
Well, I mean, if you know anything about war and if you know anything about slavery, his people were enslaved for a long, long time by different humans.
And does that mean that he should kill infants?
If he says it, then yeah, and there's a reason for it.
Oh, okay. And do you think that's justified, just to clarify?
It's justified as long as God says it.
Okay. So if God commands you to eat babies every Wednesday, would that be good?
Today, no.
Why not?
Today, no. Because Jesus.
No, but God commands you to do it.
Yeah, but Jesus is God.
You just brought up divine command theory. If God commands it, then it's good. Then you just disputed it. So you don't hold to divine command theory?
I'm telling you that Jesus is God, and if he told me to do that, I would know that that's not Jesus because Jesus doesn't teach that, and Jesus
Okay,
is the
so, but
example.
Jesus does teach that he commands ethnic cleansing.
Sure, that's where it all came from.
Yeah. So you think ethnic cleansing is sometimes justified?
If God
Bro,
says that.
thank you for the subscription.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So yeah, so ethnic cleansing is not always wrong.
If God says that it must be done, let his will be done.
So ethnic cleansing is not always wrong.
As long as God says and prohibits it, I do not have any quarrel.
Okay. Do you believe in the flood?
Yeah.
Do you believe it's okay in any circumstance for God to torture babies?
When did God torture babies?
I'm just asking, in any sense, would it be okay or good for God to torture babies?
And I'm asking, do you have any documentation or something to tell
And,
me?
and I will explain that to you, but I'm just asking you the question, right?
Okay.
Is it good in any circumstance, or is it okay in any circumstance for God to torture babies?
If you told me that God tortured babies, I would look at you and say you're not believing in the true God. You're literally worshiping something else other than God.
Okay,
which is a
that's
spirit.
exactly the point I want to make, and this is
Okay.
why, right? Do you believe it's if there's a parent that takes their infant's head, dunks it in the toilet, and drowns them to death? Do you think that's torturing them?
Do you think that God would have that parent do that?
No, I'm not asking. I'm not saying that God commanded the parent to do that. I'm just asking, in this circumstance, would that parent have tortured the infant?
Yes, that parent would have tortured the infant, and that would be wrong.
God caused the flood, right?
Yes.
So God caused the drowning of babies. God suffocated and drowned those babies, so God tortured them.
And yes, do you understand that those babies were hybrids, right?
Okay, but then my point would be that you said that in every circumstance, it would be the case that if there's a particular being that tortured babies, that it would not be your God, and that it would be something else that someone else is worshiping. Well, you're
Absolutely.
worshiping a being that did just that tortured babies through the context of the flood.
But how can you say that whenever he's being truthful to his word, which is that his seed from Adam, that will go all the way till the end, that it will not be blotted out. And
He
that
doesn't
is
need to
exactly-
torture babies by suffocating them.
You don't know what God needs. None of us do. God
So
just
it's
reacts
good
to
for
the
God to
outlaws.
torture babies in this circumstance?
God didn't torture those babies. God
God
did
did
exactly
torture
what he said.
babies in this circumstance.
He took out the
He
enemy.
intentionally drowned them.
He took the enemy out.
Yeah. So
What do you know about
that's
warfare?
also what the parent drowning their infant could also say the same thing.
You're looking at apples to oranges here, buddy. I'm
No, I'm
telling
not.
you this.
Give me the
You're
apples to
talking
oranges.
You're talking about parents doing things to their children and torturing them. I'm talking about the flood. That's two totally different topics you're touching on here. Are we talking about the flood or are we talking about parents torturing their kids?
The reason why I'm bringing that up is to show a parallel between the two.
There is no parallel.
Because
You're at one extreme to the other.
And because in this scenario, this is torturing. Okay? If it's torturing in one scenario, I'd ask you what's the relevant difference between these.
What would you prefer?
I would ask you what's the relevant difference between these two circumstances to say that one's torturing and the other one's not.
Okay, well, I can tell you this. It was a pretty quick death. They got lucky. God forgive them. Love it. I love that God is so good to the enemy still. They didn't get tortured. They got blown the hell out, and it was quick.
So if a parent drowned their infant,
go.
you would argue it's okay because it's a quick death.
Never said that it was okay if a parent drowned their infant. What I'm saying
So why is it okay for God to drown an infant?
What makes you think that it's not okay for you to bring you into this life and take you out? Who are you?
Isn't that what a parent would be doing?
It doesn't matter. Who are you? That's
Wait. So it's
what I'm
okay for a
saying.
parent to kill their infants because to
not what
drown their
you're putting-
infants because
you're
it is the
putting what I
case that
just
they
told
put them in the world.
I just told you that it wasn't okay.
Drew, they put them in the world though.
But you're not listening.
You said it was okay for God to take them out of the world because they put them in the world.
Yes.
Similarly, right? You were put in the world by your parents. Would it be justified for your parents to kill you? Like, no.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So then, how are you driving a
But who
distinction?
made my parents? But who made my parents?
You'd say that it was their parents.
And then who is their parents?
Their parents.
And then that goes all the way to Adam andEve, right?
Yeah, under your view.
So if God created Adam,
And it also
God
goes to
created Eve,
incest.
well, at the end of the day, you can touch on incest all you want. What was done
So is
was
some
done.
incest good? Mike, I
can tell
appreciate
you
the subscription.
this.
Thank you so much.
The law changed, okay, and it didn't change because it wasn't expected. It was.
Wait, is some incest good?
Back then, obviously, it was because you're here.
Okay, so God could have created a world where there wasn't incest, but he prefers the one in which there was.
And God could have created it perfect, but we chose to fall, just like everything else.
No,
And
so
there's
again,
actually
God
alien-
prefers. No, I'm just clarifying though. God prefers incest over no incest, correct?
Obviously, it was necessary because of Adam and Eve.
No, God could have
No,
created
no.
more humans insofar as that there
Was
doesn't
Adam-
need to be that.
But listen, was Adam and Eve related?
I'm not saying Adam and Eve were. What I'm saying is that they're children, right? In
Oh,
order for their
okay,
children
but-
to procreate, listen, in order for their children to procreate, they would have to brother, sister, fuck.
Okay, right. And what do you think about that? You
And
think that
does God think
possible?
brother, sister fucking is preferable?
In this day and age, absolutely not. In the Old Testament, in Genesis.
No, in
beginning,
that
it was.
circumstance, did God prefer that brothers and sisters had sex?
In that circumstance, he created Adam, he removed the rib, he made Eve, and he had him have sex.
Yeah, and I'm just asking you, right? In that circumstance, did God prefer brothers and sisters to have sex?
I'm telling you this. Adam and Eve had children, those children had those children. But what I want to get
And
my
their
point
children had
across-
children together.
Exactly. But listen to me. I'm
Yeah,
not-
so
there's a
did God
really-
want their children to have children together?
What can I just ask you one thing that will blow your mind possibly?
Okay.
Okay. Will you just please give me this? Okay. In Genesis, Adam and Eve, they did their thing. If you read Genesis and you listen to what the serpent is and what it does, Eve actually has sex with the serpent as well. That is where you get your hybrids of humans that are not from the same lineage as Adam.
Where in the Bible
I
does
am
it say
from the
that?
Same lineage. If you read your Bible, Genesis 3:6, you will look at it and read it, and you will see that they talk about the seed of the serpent and Eve, and that the two will despise each other. When they talk about the seeds, they're talking
All
about
right,
the
let's pull this
children.
up. Hoppy, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Hoppy. 3:6. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make
Keep
one
going.
wise, she
Keep
took
going.
off the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her.
Keep
and
reading,
he
brother.
did eat.
You'll get to the serpent part, and it'll tell you.
Where does it say that? I just saw the entire thing. It does not say that. 3:6 what? Where is it at where he specifically says, right, that fucking Eve fucked the snake? Because now God's okay with bestiality. And I'm just kidding. That's not God. God probably disagreed with that, but yeah, give it a second, everyone. Drew, we can't hear you while you're off the app, just letting you know. In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 750,000 likes before you end it, y'all.
All right, I was gonna look at it because I know it's in there. Go to the curses, bro. If you really want to know, all you people on here, listen to what I'm saying. Go to the curses. Notice he curses the serpent first, then he curses Eve, and then he curses Adam. When he curses Eve, read what it says. And I'm telling you, that's why you have your different blood types.
Drew, I'll give you time to go look it up.
But I can't talk to you, bro, because
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You can go find it and then come back. Unless you think it would take you like 5 minutes or something, you know? In the meantime, everyone, tap that screen. Let's get it to 750. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. We should be live here for a little bit longer, y'all. A little bit longer. But yeah, keep tapping that screen, y'all. As well, in the meantime here, check out the videos I've just posted, everyone, if you'd like to. Matt said he read the curse and it says nothing. So yeah, it's truly unfortunate.
Go to 314.
314, okay.
And work with me, man. If you really want to know, I'm sorry that I got to go through all this. I don't have
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Brain.
So the Lord said to the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly and you will eat dust all the days of your life.
And continue, please.
That's it for
Okay,
Genesis
then go to
3:14.
Go to 3:15. You're almost there. 3:15. Eve.
And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between
Now
your
go to the
offspring
King James.
and hers.
There it is. There it is.
He
The
will
offspring and hers.
crush and your head, and you will strike his heel.
What did it say? Literally offspring, brother. It's talking about her offspring with the serpent.
Let's read this real quick. Okay.
Where do you think the Nahash came from? If you literally read about the Nahash, they were called literally the snake people.
Matt, if you want to send a guest request, yeah, I actually do think you're right here. It does seem like it's referencing the serpents. Between him and a woman.
It is. That's why when you asked me the question in the Old Testament, if I would slaughter him.
Reading with Rachel, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
If I was a Hebrew, I would have slaughtered every one of them. Because I'm telling you right now, there is a different race of human.
That's still crazy. That's still crazy to say that you would kill infants. Right?
Okay, but listen.
Regardless of whether or not you think that they're
Listen,
that you
when
think
you're
that they're a
talking
different
about-
type of
look,
human, that
you have to look at
doesn't
this.
mean it's justified to kill infants.
But what if they wanted to kill you? Would you defend your family? Would you defend your household if there was somebody?
I
that
wouldn't
could be
kill
brutal?
infants. I wouldn't kill
No,
infants.
I'm asking you a question, man. Would you protect your family at all cost?
Yeah, if people are trying to infringe and kill
What
my
do
family,
you think was
yes.
going on back then to the Hebrews?
The
and
infants
God's
weren't
people?
doing that.
Look, listen to me, brother. They not only were they told to slaughter the infants, they were literally told to slaughter the cattle and every beast of the field that they owned. You think God's playing out here, bro? He's not playing, man. When the plagues happened in Egypt, the firstborns were the ones to die. You think, dude, that God's this whoopee cushion. You guys are going to realize, man, the enemy comes out here and he kills the Christians just as much as the Christians can go out there and kill them. But I'm telling you, after Jesus Christ came here, he made the Jews and the Gentiles all available to be able to go to heaven. We are all anointed with that power. So the Jews are not the only ones these days. Everybody has that in them. With that being said, back in the day, if I was a Hebrew and God told me to slaughter everything over there, I'm fucking doing it.
I think that's so crazy, bro. I think it's so crazy. Matt, what's your response to the? Do you have a response to the serpent?
Yeah.
Child, yeah.
You're reading it in English. In the Hebrew, it says the snake's seed and her seed.
What is the seed?
Zaraka is snake seed. Zara is her seed. So it's separating the seeds. So don't read the English. That's the problem, right? We in English
bro.
say
That's the problem is what you're doing, homie.
No,
That's the
no,
problem.
because I'm reading the Hebrew.
You're misinterpreting exactly what it
I'm
says.
reading
If you
the
go
Hebrew.
off what it
The
says,
Hebrew is clear.
you're
Verse
taking
2
exactly.
says-
You're the
reading
problem.
Drew, listen.
Reading the Hebrew.
No, I'm not listening to that dude. I'll talk to you, but that guy, I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
I know.
Wait, no,
exactly
he knows way more of what he's talking about than I know as it relates to this.
Then why
It's not
can't
even
he
close.
say exactly what you said? Because it's the truth. He can't acknowledge the
Wait.
truth.
I said,
Hold
up. I said, I don't know. It seems like that because I can only read the English. Matt can
well,
read
I don't
Hebrew.
care, bro.
Okay?
That's what it says. And now this guy comes up here and talks.
Drew.
bullshit.
Listen.
I don't know bullshit. I'm talking in Hebrew. Zaraka means the snake seed, and Zara means her seed. Hello, it's English, which is why no Jewish person that knows Hebrew gives your interpretation.
Bro, go to the King James version, man.
I don't
go
read
back
the King
however
James
far
version.
you want.
The King
Go to the
James
book of
version
Enoch.
is one
It
of the
talks
worst
about the
versions
fall
to
in
read.
heaven and producing offspring with humans night and day, bro.
The King
Don't
James
tell me
version
that
is one of the
ain't
worst
truth.
versions to read. And if you knew anything about a biblical manuscript history, you would know that nobody should be reading the King James version to actually get their biblical.
Where do you think you got
history.
the law from, man? Where do you think you got the terminology "reap what you sow"? And I'm sure you use that 100 times in your language. You got that from the Bible, homie.
No, I don't need the King James history on the English language to believe that the King James
Let me
is
ask
the
you
best
a
version
question.
of the
What's
Bible.
this guy? Do you believe in Abraham Lincoln existed, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that?
Because I visited his tomb. Because I
Visited his
lived
tomb.
20
You can
miles from his
visit
tomb.
where Jesus Christ was crucified with thousands of eyes watching this, and it's recorded and it's
Which tomb,
withstood the
sir?
stand of
Which
time.
tomb, sir? There were
You cannot
about 3
sit here and
tombs that
say
claim Jesus
that
Christ.
you believe
Which
Abraham
tomb?
Lincoln
Which
existed.
Wait,
tomb?
Drew,
You
let
visited his
him
tomb.
Which
respond.
tomb, sir? There were about 3 tombs that are claimed to be Jesus Christ. Which one do you pick?
Lithium,
Homeboy,
thank you
whatever
for
the
the
Bible
dollar.
says, wherever the Bible
Bible
says
didn't
that,
say
that Noah
the Bible
Ark
didn't say a
landed,
goddamn
that's where I
thing.
think it is. And
The
that's
Bible
why
didn't say
you
a
can't get
goddamn
there to
thing.
find it.
It doesn't say a damn thing about where he was
At
buried.
the end of the day, I'm going to leave y'all with this. It was a pleasure. I got to go to sleep. God is
Oh,
real.
you're gonna
The
run away,
Bible's
bro?
real.
Come on.
Listen, okay, then talk to me, man. But I'm not talking to this guy. Like, I don't know what the
No,
hell
no,
he's
you
talking
should
about.
because he's actually able to respond to the
Hey,
biblical
Koala,
aspect.
thank you so much.
He's not
Right.
even using
Wait,
anything
Drew,
that I'm saying
Drew,
to be
Drew,
credible.
he's literally
and it says it
Drew,
right there.
Drew, let me respond. He's giving you a response to the biblical aspect. I can't do that as
Thank
I'm not
you,
even
man.
close to
Thank
as
you.
familiar
This
on
is
the
where
Bible.
this is where I say to people, look, man, the truth is inside you, and if you don't want to find it, it's not that God don't know who you are. You know exactly what you need to do. He's put that inside you already, bro. And if you guys are still questioning these
Dude,
things,
you're just
that
assuming your
literally-
fucking belief to be
Now it's
true
preaching.
regardless of
It
the
is.
intellectual
You know it's
critiques
true.
of the
You know it's true,
position.
and everybody that's a Christian right now knows it's true too. At the end of the day, that's what I stand for, brother.
Drew,
I'm on
Drew,
that team.
Drew, you're literally an insane man that is following his delusions
Oh, I
because
love
his
it.
Bible told him it's okay to literally
love it.
slaughter people and to ethnically
That's all.
cleanse groups of people, right?
Exactly.
I'm trying to get you to realize that is not fucking real, okay?
Okay,
That's
because
what you're not
because
understanding.
so and so, but
Man,
so and
thank you
so
so
and
much,
such
man.
and such gets on, and he says a couple words and flips them around, and all of a sudden everything that I just showed
No, hold on.
you
No, hold
isn't all of a
on. I
sudden
came
true.
No,
on
yeah,
and
because
actually
Matt,
in that
hey,
book.
hey,
Your
Drew,
question.
Drew, because Matt knows Hebrew, you don't.
I gave you the answer to the
What that
question.
boy
and
knows,
then
he don't know
your
the truth.
response
So
to
why
me-
would I
does.
listen to this?
Your
He does. You're
response to me-
bullshitting, right? On
Hold
my
on.
live,
I'm
Drew.
telling you, and he's
response to
taking
me
you down
was
with
the
him.
ad
Drew,
hominem.
Drew,
And-
be quiet and let him say something real quick.
Hold on. I came on and I gave you an answer to what you posited. Your response was not to critique my opinion, it's to say that I was wrong and then to call me stupid.
But
That's
homeboy,
why I know
you
that.
sat
that
there
you
and
have-
asked me for the verse. I gave it to you. It's in the book. That's what it says. And now
It's
you're
in your
telling me,
English
oh, but
version
in the
of your
Hebrew
book.
it's this. Look,
It's in
man,
the English
it is
version
what
of
it
your book.
is. It says what it says. And now you're
It-
trying to
no,
go
it-
backwards
no, it
on some
doesn't.
bullshit.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say what you say because you're quoting the English translation. If you go to the Hebrew, you'll see clearly it separates the snake seed from her seed, which is why no Jewish interpretation gives what you said. Nobody.
Shannon, thank you for the
And
subscription.
you
I appreciate it,
think
Shannon.
that interpretation hasn't been talked about. Like, have you guys ever heard of that? From what I heard, you guys didn't even know
I
that
have
was in
never
there.
heard of any person that is actually
Wait,
educated.
wait. I didn't know that was in there. Matt did.
Okay, now let me ask you this, Matt. Do you believe that fallen angels actually came down and had sex with women? Because that is in the Bible as well.
Of course I don't.
Oh my gosh.
Why the fuck would I believe in fallen
So let me
angels?
ask you this: what is that in the Hebrew?
What, a
Hey,
fallen
you're
angel?
misunderstanding. He doesn't believe the biblical.
I
events
understand
are
that, but
true.
what I'm asking him is a
Lithium,
question.
thank you for the
Is that
dollar.
in
Thank
the
you so
Hebrew?
much.
Hold on. I'll tell you.
that
What's in it? You
Abby, thank you for the
consider-
subscription. Thank you so much.
You consider fallen angels to be the Bene Elohim, which is the Hebrew word for sons of God. That's what Genesis 6 says, Bene Elohim, which you interpret as fallen angels. Fine, that's your interpretation. But the Hebrew says Bene Elohim, which will translate over to sons of God. That term, Bene Elohim, is used throughout the Hebrew Bible all
Do
the
you
time.
think that Lucifer is a son of God?
No, because nowhere within the Hebrew Bible is a person named Lucifer actually mentioned. The closest you get is a person named Hasatan, which means the adversary. That's the closest
So
that you
you're
get.
saying that when it's referencing the sons of God, that they're talking about the good angels?
Oh, jeez. Did I say that?
Well,
Did
I'm
I
asking
say
you a
that?
question. I just need you to
No,
clear that up for
no.
me, if you don't
I
mind.
said the term that you're using for fallen angels is a Hebrew term called Bene Elohim. Literally, it means sons of God. It is used throughout the Hebrew Bible. Christians interpret that as fallen angels. Jews do not. But the term simply means sons of God. That could mean angels. In fact, it might even mean angels because if you look at Job chapter 1, God has a council of angels. And guess what they're called? Bene Elohim. He has a council of angels. So, and actually in the Hebrew Bible, Banu Elohim includes both bad angels and good angels because it's used in the
There
book
you
of
go.
Job
That's
to
good.
be good angels.
Very understanding. Thank you for that. So with that being said, the sons of God are also evil, right?
They can be, I guess,
Okay.
yes.
Now, with that being said, that would say that that would be Lucifer, and that would be the other third of the angels that fell with them.
No,
They name them.
because no,
They name them.
because the Hebrew Bible does not talk about a fall of angels.
Hell,
That's
they
in the
don't.
New
It goes back
Testament.
to the Enoch talks about it, and that is a
There is
legitimate
no book of
source.
Enoch in the Hebrew Bible, sir.
The
There is no
book of
book of
Enoch
Enoch.
was taken out. What are you talking about?
Because no one, including the Jews or the early Christians, believed it to be scripture.
Dude, hey, man, I'm gonna tell you what, if that doesn't help you guys, look, this stuff has survived for a very long time for a reason. If it was bullshit, we wouldn't be talking about it in 2024.
It is bullshit,
on
and we're
you
talking
guys.
about it because it's bullshit. That's the reason.
It's not bullshit. Hey,
Yes,
guys,
it is,
read the
dude.
Bible. I love
Wait. You
I
can't. You
love
could say the same thing for Hinduism. You could say the same thing for Judaism. You could say the same thing for Islam. Yet you don't say those same things for any of those religions. Why? Because you literally it would go against your view here.
You know the one thing they don't got that we do? Go ahead and say it. Jesus, baby. Fulfilled the prophecy. Defeated it all.
He didn't fulfill shit, dude.
He's got the key to every door. He can unlock it all. And when you mess with the Lord, I'm telling you, when he goes to war, you don't want to see that side of him. So good luck.
Because
man.
of that delusion, you literally would kill infants. Like
Hey,
that's the
homeboy.
crazy view. That's the crazy thing.
I literally am so fulfilled in my life that I only could wish that you get this fulfillment. And for each and every one of you guys, all 3,000.
Phil, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
feels
Kay
good. Jordan,
Kuzi, thank you so much for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Kuzi. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh,
W
He
Kuzi, he left. Wow, he's so fucking angry, bro.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm fulfilled because my ideology, my beliefs, don't tell me that I actually have to go and like murder infants. Like, I don't know how you can say that you're fulfilled and you're saying, oh, by the way, if I lived 2,000 years ago, I'd be out here just fucking slaughtering babies. Like, what the fuck?
Literally insane, bro.
Right, I appreciate. Yeah, and by the way, and as I said too, right? I mean, his claims. I came up and I gave him academic answers, and he couldn't disprove them because he knew that I was right. Because I gave him exactly what he asked for. He wanted me to give a critique, and I gave him that, and that's exactly what I gave him. So, okay, thanks for having me up.
Matt, do you want to dunk on platform real quick?
Oh, sure. I'm happy to talk to platform.
Yo, platform, send a guest request real quick. Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much.
No, Lindsay, you're good, Lindsay. It's all good.
Is he not gonna send a guest request? Aw.
Well, that's sad.
So sad, so sad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
For sure. Do you believe in Christianity?
Now, Parker, I'm just going to be honest with you. I see what you're doing. I'm not going to answer that. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to answer your question here. You say if Christian God commanded you to kill infants, would you do it? My answer is no.
Thank you,
I'll tell you this. I ain't very freaking knowledgeable about freaking Christianity stuff, but
Are you
I'll tell
Christian?
you this much. If you are going to kill infants and you're going to claim that you're doing that as a work of God or something like that, you're not doing that. That is merely the opposite of that.
Yeah. So essentially, when your God commands like people to kill infants in 1 Samuel 15:3, that's not actually a God. You're just following your delusions.
Technically.
Oh, all right. Well, we agree. Appreciate you coming up, man. W. Wilson in the chat, everyone. W. Wilson. Fucking hell, dude. W. Wilson. Honestly, bro. Straight legend. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I can't hear.
You there, man? All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you believe Christianity is true, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Platform's still not in the guest box. Anyways, I was just going to add him up and drop him. I literally wasn't even going to talk to him anyway. I just wanted to fuck with him again.
Don't feel bad, Lindsay. You're good.
All right, let's get this next person. We'll give it a second, y'all. I only got a few more minutes left on the live, everyone. My volume button is stuck. That's so tough. That's so tough. By the way, is anyone live right now, everyone? I want to raid someone, but I don't know if anyone's live.
I haven't looked.
Is there anyone interesting live? This is my cleaning podcast. Based. Oh, look who's in the guest box.
Not me. I got something to say to Matt.
Bye.
It's fun, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it is fun.
That's interesting. It's so fun. Monet, thank you for the confetti. Thank you so much. What's that platform?
Back. That is the best.
It is actually really fun, dude.
That is so funny.
I accidentally added Anne. Anne doesn't disagree. Now, platform, I'll accept you this time. Send a guest request, man. I'm actually serious. I'll let you say what you want to say to Matt.
Yeah, I'll listen to.
Hi,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
For sure. Do you believe in Christianity?
I mean, yeah, I consider myself a Christian.
Yeah, if God commands you to kill infants, would you do it?
No.
So you disobey God?
Well, I'm a sinner. I disobey God every day. Like, I'm not a good Christian.
Yeah,
You
so
think that's cute?
yeah, so you would disobey God.
This is one of the things I would back out of, yeah. Considerably, yeah.
What do you mean?
Like,
you back
I
out of this. So
wouldn't do the infants. Like,
then
okay.
then
I've
how
never
do you
been
know that?
spoken-
So then,
Okay.
well, my point would be is that you don't have faith that God is all good, because if you did, you would do this, right?
You see, the God that I follow, which is my God, is all things good. And killing infants is not good. And if that's somebody else's problem, if somebody has a problem with that, then that's not real Christianity.
So
I'm
if you
just
believe
gonna
it's
say that.
bad, well, then God's commanding you to do something bad in 1 Samuel 15:3.
You know, I feel like the hard part of it is that in the Bible, it's so many times like God does, like, through the works of other people, he does kill children. He kills so many innocents. And the facts is that that really fucking sucks. And if I was God, I would make sure that no infants die. But
Doesn't really sound like you're Christian.
well, I mean, I am Christian. I'm an ominous Christian. So I'm not like affiliated with like, you know, like Baptist or like Bible, but like
Denominational.
I basically believe
not
that all
denominational.
religions are right in their own way, but I choose to practice at the Christian church. Does that make sense? I know
Not
that's
really,
hard
to be
for
totally
most
honest
people
with
to
you.
understand, like, but that's what works for
Because there's
me.
contradictory views.
Yeah,
right?
every
they can't
every
be
religion
true
has
simultaneously.
contradictory. Like, I can't, but I'm not ready
You
to
shouldn't
sit
hold the
here and, like,
contradictory beliefs. Like, can a squared circle exist?
I'm not ready to sit here and like pretend like that there's going to be one religion that's perfect. Like, it's really difficult to like the correct religion for one person is the person that they find closest to God in. Does that make
So
sense?
you're just doing whatever you prefer. Well, if I prefer to
No,
believe,
that's not whatever I prefer. I still follow like the idealistics of like common Christianity, which is like, you know, like how like your neighbors, your family, and like, you
No,
know,
but it's
like
just
I'm
whatever you
still-
decide to
I
believe
still
in.
pray to God. I read Bibles. I read
Yeah,
lot of
but
different
as
types
a
of
Christian, it's
Bibles.
still just whatever you decide to believe in. If it's whatever you just decide to believe
Well,
in,
it's
well,
really hard
I can
because God
decide to
didn't write
believe
the
that when I
Bible.
die. Hold up, I can decide to believe that when I die, I'm gonna go to a Pokemon world where I'm gonna beat the Elite Four, right, and win all
Okay,
the
Parker,
all the
that's
gym
just,
badges.
that's just not appropriate. First of all,
Why is that
that's
not
not what I
appropriate?
believe. I believe that there is a heaven and hell. I mean,
Wait, why is that not appropriate? That's my belief.
I mean, never mind then. You're correct, Parker.
No,
You're correct,
clearly it's
Parker.
not about being correct. It's about demonstrating to you that it's the
I
same
mean, you're
standard of
correct in your
evidence that you
belief. If
used.
you want to go to Pokemon Land, go ahead, bruh.
Yeah, but you realize that's incoherent and gibberish, right?
I mean, and for to the aliens, in
Like,
the
that's what you
sky,
sound like
all
to
the
me.
religions are incoherent and
Yeah, yeah, and that's what you sound like to
stupid.
me.
What?
That's what you sound like to everyone else.
What?
That's what you sound like to me. That's what you sound like to everyone else.
No,
That
that's
is
just
exactly
really that's really disrespectful to my beliefs. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay,
Like
how
I
is it
was raised
disrespectful?
I was raised in Christianity. It was toxic as
I was
fuck.
raised in Christianity as well. I don't care.
Yeah, it was toxic as fuck. So my family had like this Christian camp, and like I have a lot of church trauma, and it was really hard for me to find comfort in the Christian church. And like now I'm sitting here and like some white boys telling me that my fucking religion's wrong.
Yeah, and I gave you reason.
Huh?
I gave you reason. You haven't responded to a single thing I've said.
You haven't really asked me many questions.
Yeah, and I, with not even asking you many questions, still showed how your view was incoherent.
Huh?
Yeah, without asking many questions, I still showed how your view was incoherent.
I mean, I'm gonna sit here and you can ask me questions, Parker.
I already did.
Go ahead. I'm not gonna kill infants. Even like I would rather go to hell than kill it and then listen to a God that's telling me to kill infants.
Okay, so again,
Like you can call me a bad Christian. I know I am. I've confessed in the church.
yeah, but the point I'm saying is that
Is God would never command us to do this. This is why
1
it's such a
Samuel
stupid-
15:3.
It's such a stupid question. No, now after Jesus has already sacrificed
1
himself.
Samuel 15:3.
Okay, we've
I
already
never
talked
get the
about how the
point.
Bible was not written by God. It was written by men told by God to do so.
Yeah, God wants his message to be unreliable.
I mean, all humans are unreliable. Everything is fucking unreliable, Parker. Unless you've seen something with your own, okay, honestly, the problem here is you're gonna use logistics to explain something that's not logistical. The
I don't
whole
even mean by
point of
that.
religion is to have faith and to believe in what's good and to not believe in what's bad.
If it's just to have faith, well, I want to have faith that I'm going to go to a Pokemon world after this. But you consider that disrespectful because I used the same
No,
standard of evidence
no.
that you used.
No, I didn't. I actually took back on that, and I said that as long as you have faith in something, then you're not hopeless.
Okay, well, I have faith that I'm going to go to a Pokemon world after this, and Infernape is my Pokemon that's going to be for my starter, Chimchar. I picked up Chimchar.
Okay.
All right, Pikachu.
Mm-hmm. All right.
No issue with that. Like, you just think that's completely fine
I
for
mean,
us to
I'm not
believe
gonna
in,
sit here
like,
and judge
clearly
you, Parker.
fiction.
I'm not like you. I'm not going to
Yin
sit
Yang,
here
thank you for
and
the
make
subscription. Thank you.
problems out of nothing. You really,
This
it's like,
isn't a problem out of nothing. This is literally, this impacts the society we live in. People believe in
I know.
literally.
and
No,
I
listen.
personally have
People
chosen
believe.
to take a different path. And
I
you
understand, but
said
people
I find something
believe.
wrong in that.
Yes, I can show you. People believe that
Yeah, show me.
reptilians. Yeah, people believe reptilians live underground, control everything without any evidence. People believe in baseless conspiracy theories that vaccines aren't safe and effective, right? Based upon no evidence, right?
Yep.
People believe, right, that the election was stolen with no sufficient evidence. Right?
Yeah.
These are all things derivative of a society that is consistently normalized believing in things with no sufficient evidence.
There's a difference between, there's such a big difference. Like, there's such a big difference. I'm not gonna lie.
And that is?
When you are in such a hopeless place in your life, to the point where you're completely alone, living in your car, you don't got any money, and you think to yourself, like, there was a point in my life where I did not believe that nobody was looking out for me. And then all of a sudden you remember that you're here, even after all that you've gone through. Like, this isn't baseless, just like how reptilians living under the ground are. This isn't, the whole point of religion is to find some sort of peace in this mess that we live in. And you seem to have a lot of issues with that. And that's respectable because I've had a lot of issues with that too. And I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that you're wrong for how you feel.
We have issue with it because it's not about confining just to peace in yourself, right? It's about having morality and beliefs that will impact other people. You being a Christian means that via Jesus and it's like a great commission, you are commanded to go out and spread his gospel. You are commanded to try to convince other people that what you believe is right. And
That's not what I'm not sitting here because somebody's telling me to.
well, I
I'm
mean,
not telling
Jesus tells
Parker
you that.
this. I'm not
It's
saying
not
all this
somebody.
stuff because
I mean,
was
it's
told
Jesus.
to.
Well, no. It's
I
not
mean-
Boxed
somebody.
up, thank you.
It's Jesus.
I mean, it's me, bro. What about
No, what about Jesus? Hello, I mean, he's the essential figure to you, right?
Yes,
I mean,
Jesus, yeah, Fuck
Okay,
yeah.
so
I mean,
do you not hold to his
Jesus isn't telling me to say these things.
Jesus is telling you to go out and spread the gospel, to spread his word.
Jesus is a huge part of what Jesus shares is to tell your friends and family, or to spread the word of God. Yes, but the problem is, like, I can't sit here and have dinner with Jesus. Like, I mean, for all I know, that's just a church trying to gain more power through word of mouth.
No,
Because
that's not what I'm talking about. You're talking about faith as like an inner peace, as like
you
getting
have to
perfect.
find faith yourself. Nobody can teach faith. Faith is something that you have to learn.
Why do I need faith, though? Why
No,
do
I'm
I
not
need?
sitting here and telling you need faith. I'm just sitting here and saying that I have faith.
Well, then, okay, but your whole point, like 5 minutes ago, was to talk about
I
how
told you that
faith
I'm a
is so
bad
important.
Christian. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm trying to preach on all y'all.
Well, then I'm not understanding why you came up in the box then, because
Because the question that was originally here was, if my God asked me myself to kill an infant child, would I do it? And the answer was no.
yeah, and so you would disobey your God.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I've disobeyed
Yeah,
God
because
so
your
many times.
expectation
God's
for it
complaining
is that
about
it's bad.
forgiveness, bro.
Do you think God
Like,
is
this
evil
really
for?
hard for y'all to understand?
No, Jordy, listen. Do you think it's good for God to command ethnic cleansing?
What? Can you speak up a bit?
Do you think it's good for God to command ethnic cleansing?
I don't think. I mean, I don't. Bro, ethnic cleansing sounds really fucked. I'm not gonna lie.
That's exactly what he
Could you
did.
give an example of ethnic cleansing?
Yeah,
Bosnia.
him calling for the killing of the Amalekites.
Yeah, that. But
Okay, yeah, I heard you guys talk about this like hours ago, bro. Like, for all I know, that was just some angry man in power who was like, God told us to do this. Let's go fucking do it.
No, do you want to hear the verse?
Read it to me, Parker. I'm all ears.
Okay, for sure. So 1 Samuel 15:3 says this, right? Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. That's
Yeah.
commanding of ethnic cleansing.
And you read that from a Bible?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
What I'm
15,
saying?
Samuel,
Yeah,
1 Samuel 15:3.
That's what I was saying before. God didn't write the Bible.
But this is a command from God.
Command to a man that a man wrote on paper.
God, no, it's God telling a prophet and the prophet telling Saul.
I mean, are you saying that because one verse in the Bible may or may have not
Oh,
actually
it's not just one
happened?
verse. I'm sorry. Hold on. It's not just one verse. There are dozens of verses.
Well, okay,
like
yeah,
that.
it's a whole story. I know the story, but like, if that story is true, then you have to rely on the fact that the story of Adam and Eve is true. Story of God splitting the seas is true.
No.
Like,
We are
it's
not
really
believing-
contradictory because
no,
what
Jordy.
Parker likes to do is pick out different verses
Jordy.
and really dig in.
Jordy,
I'm sorry, right? We're not saying that we believe in this. We're critiquing your view as if it were true, not saying we believe it to be true.
Jordy, you have to believe it because you're a Christian, and so unless you
No, I don't
believe it's not
have to
history,
believe what a man wrote on paper. And also, like I said, I'm an omnis Christian. I don't actually identify with
I don't know what that.
with any
I never heard
particular
that before. I
written
don't know what that
Bible.
means. What's an omnis Christian? I don't know what that is.
An omnis is one that believes that all religions are correct in some way.
Well,
They're not
that's
stuck
illogical.
to one Christian.
How can Islam
I
be
consider
correct?
myself Christian because I practice in a church.
Hold on.
a
How can
Christian church.
Islam and Christianity be correct at the same time?
I can't sit here and tell you exactly every single
Hold
detail I
on.
read about
You're
in
the
Quran
omnis
and
Christian.
fucking
You're the one that
Bible.
believes that all religions are correct in some way.
I need you to
How-
do your own research on these things. Right?
I'm not
If
the
you're gonna
Christian
sit
here, Jordy.
If you're going to
You're
sit
the
here and
Christian.
debate
I'm asking
regarding
questions.
religion, you have to educate yourself.
No, hold on. You're making a claim. I'm telling you to verify that claim, and you're saying do your research. No, that's not how this works.
No.
You have to give me the reason why I should believe it.
It's not specifically, this religion is kind of just like this. No, it's not that. It's believing that all religions have some stance because they are fucking because all religion. I'm sorry, it's almost 1 a.m. and I'm talking about this shit. It is the fact of the matter is that every religion was created by men. And throughout history, if you go back through all the fucking Mayans and the Greeks, like, everybody was finding some sort of religion, and they didn't even know each other existed.
Yes, but those
Bro, I know
religions
God
were very
exists. I know
different.
there's a
Very
God. I don't
different.
know what his name is. It could be Allah. It could be fucking Zeus. I don't fucking know. I choose to follow Jesus. I call him by Jesus. I call him by Allah. I call him by God. I don't understand why you're gonna sit here and tell me that my type of religion is
Because
wrong.
it's contradictory, that's why. Because
It's
clearly
all
you
religion is
believe
contradictory, bro. That's
Yeah,
exactly
and that's
what
exactly why you shouldn't hold to it. Like, what?
Fucking life.
then it all can't be true. You just claim that all religions have truth in them.
Yes,
and I'm-
good job. You're finally getting it.
But that can't be the case.
Jordy, I'm
my
sorry,
gosh,
but you're just
no.
like irrational then.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't.
Right? Like if you
Everything
believe that they're all
there's so much
contradictory,
shit on this
wait,
planet
wait,
that's
Jordy.
irrational, and we're all okay with it.
Jordy, if you believe that they're all bad, right? If they're all wrong, I mean not bad. If you believe that they're all contradictory, well then you are irrational for believing it.
You have to find faith yourself, Parker. There, whatever the fuck it is,
Jordy,
it's definitely
Jordy, I'm
there.
sorry, I'm not gonna believe in things irrationally. I think that's bad for society.
Okay, Parker.
That's why I come up here and I argue these things because people believing in the same shit that you
What
believe
you're
in,
doing
right,
is
makes our society worse.
literally- What?
Yeah, you people believing in stuff the same way you do makes our society worse.
No, it doesn't.
That's why I come on here and I
Parker.
debate. That's why I spend so much time on this platform. It's because of the dumb types of belief systems, right, and ways of forming beliefs that people believe that are associated with the same types of things that you do.
Like what? Give me an
You
example.
believing in
Parker.
things with no sufficient evidence.
I don't. Oh my gosh, bro. What are you trying to say right now? You
We're
calling
talking
me
about
some
stance
crazy
independent
Satanist
truths,
because
right?
I choose to go to church on Sundays. Like, I'm so sorry.
No, it's
that's
because of your
damaging
belief.
to you. You're so comfortable.
It's damaging to the
bro.
society we live
You
in.
have so much time on your hands, and this
Mm-hmm.
is how you fucking verify it. You validate it, bro. You sound so.
I validate it. I'm arguing against you because you negatively impacted the society that I live in, that my children are going to have to live in the future, and that my family lives in.
I go to school. I don't know what your problem is.
It's
Let me
still
live my
incoherent.
life. And you're so.
Wait,
concerned,
Jordy.
bro.
I'm not going against you being able to live your life, right? You don't have to come up here. You don't have to have this conversation. Vara, thank you for the subscription. Thank you
Okay.
so much. But I'm
Okay,
going to
then
argue
stop
against
having
this with
stupid
as much
debates
power as I
like when I was a
possibly can,
child. Like,
right? Because
no,
it
nobody's-
negatively impacts the society that I live in.
Bro, you're so dumb. I'm gonna be so for real.
You have no arguments. You're irrational. You believe in contradictory beliefs. You call me dumb, but you believe in things that are
I don't-
contradictory.
You have no
Bro,
argument.
that literally, that is the whole point. That is the whole fucking point, and y'all still don't understand.
Yeah, so the whole point's that you're irrational. There you go. That's the whole point of
it's
this
not.
live,
It's
is that
me
you're
trying to
irrational.
it's me trying to find the love that is shared by God. Like, I really don't understand. Like,
Which
Have you
God,
ever stepped
Jordy?
in a church? Like, have you stepped in a church?
I
like,
grew up
once?
Christian.
Yes, many times.
Like,
I
like
went
a
to
good
church
one?
twice a week as a kid.
Like, as a kid, yeah, but you were there on. But have you ever stepped on a church by choice?
Yes.
Like,
I've been to the Vatican, so I mean,
I even did so when I was agnostic. I went to my friend
I went to
AJ's
a
church at
church,
the time.
like-
He was, I'm still friends with AJ, but he was Christian at the time. He took me to a church.
Yeah, I went to a church like a few
Gooey,
months
thank you for
ago.
the subscription. Thank you,
have you
Gooey.
ever? Okay, I mean, you guys can live your life, and I respect that. I really don't understand how I'm the lost one.
Jordy,
Like,
did
I'm
you
just
Because you believe in things that are
trying to find
contradictory.
Jordy, did you just not hear the man who was up here before you,
No, I didn't.
who without a qualm in his voice said that he would unalive a baby if God told him to do it?
I don't know what God he's following.
The same God that you believe in. He's a Christian. He believes
Oh my
in
gosh!
Jesus and
If I have to
Yahweh.
repeat myself one more time, I swear.
Do
I
you
don't
believe in Yahweh?
I don't believe in
What,
one
are you going to like
religion.
implode, bro?
I believe in the God that is. I don't know his
I
name.
don't know what that means. That's I don't know what that means. How can you call
I'm
someone?
one girl. I'm just a girl. Okay, that's all I gotta say. I'm just a girl. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know the entirety of how everything was made. Nobody else can.
We're not asking you that question.
That's not the question you're asking.
Oh my
Like, what?
gosh. Oh my gosh. You guys are
Jordy,
insufferable.
who are you mad at? We're not insufferable for
No,
anything.
it's just annoying as fuck.
Jordy,
that we're
I
saying you're
can't-
irrational?
Jordy, you're getting upset because you can't.
I'm not even upset. I'm just icked.
We
Yes,
we
no.
can
You guys
literally
ick
hear you
me.
upset.
we ick you.
It's
really?
an ick.
Yeah, because you don't like being.
Okay,
so
you're an ick.
concerned.
You know what's an ick?
Parker has
It's
nothing better to do with his time. I don't know.
says the one who
I'm
sits in
sorry.
my guest request in my box to talk to me on my panel where I'm giving you a voice. Okay? You can
Okay.
go back down to the
Thank you
comment
for-
section and hear me and listen to me, and everyone's going to hear my voice and no one's going to hear yours. But fundamentally,
okay,
you saying I don't have enough time when you sat in my box and waited to come up on my live that
I
I've
sat
been
here for
running,
like 2
that I
minutes before you
established. Get a
picked on
fucking
me,
grip,
bro.
Jordy.
What?
Get a grip.
I have a grip, bro.
No, you don't. Acquire one on reality, right? You
Oh, I
waited
got
in
a
my
grip,
guest
bro.
box. Darrow, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. At least when you're in here and you're waiting to get on my live, waiting in the guest box, you can at least learn something.
Oh, I'm not sitting here waiting for you to teach, bro. I'm gonna be so.
Well,
for
you
real.
already were, right? And you did, right? Because that's what I did on this live. I did. I taught you.
Oh, what did I learn?
You learned that your view is contradictory, it's irrational, right? And that there's no reason to hold to it. That's what you learned.
Okay, no, I'm pretty sure all those things are false.
Yeah, but you have no
My
arguments.
view is
You
not
have no
irrational
response.
because that would make every view irrational.
No, it
Two,
wouldn't. No, it wouldn't, because you have no
the
standard of
whole point
evidence.
of
Other
religion is
people
to
have
faith
standards
in
of
what you
evidence.
believe in. And 3, I'm completely valid to my religion.
No, you're
I really
not.
don't understand.
No, you're not. You're just saying it's valid.
I'm not valid to my religion.
You said all religion is contradictory. You said, wait, valid? Wait, saying something is valid? Hold up.
yeah.
To say something is valid, logically speaking, is to say that it's not contradictory. But you argued earlier that all religion is contradictory. No, by definition, it is not logically valid.
Parker, I'm not gonna sit here and like turn you on anymore. I'm leaving.
What?
Go to bed.
Jordy, you're so angry, and it's hilarious. It's hilarious. She's so mad.
Yeah,
For what reason?
Yeah, that was wild, though. That was wild.
That's so crazy, bro. The shit I have to deal with, bro. That's
Yeah,
crazy,
I know.
bro.
I know the shit you gotta deal with. All right, I'll let you go, Parker. I have a great night, okay, bro?
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, bye, dude. Take care of yourself.
All right, everyone, we're gonna get off for tonight. Tomorrow we will be on at we're gonna be on like all day tomorrow, chat, like all day. I can't even hang out with my girlfriend tomorrow, so literally all day we're gonna be live. Okay. So I love everyone so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the Dow, especially dealing with those fucking people. Adrian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50 on Venmo for Logic. Yo, I appreciate it. Adrian, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. W in the chat for that. We're going to go raid Tommy because I don't see anyone else live that we could possibly raid. So let's go hit up Tommy with a raid. Everyone look up my_dude. MY_DOODE. Chelsea, thank you for the win force. Look up my_dude. MY_DOODE. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. My_dude. MY_DOODE. Again, I appreciate it, Adrian. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a great night, everyone. Peace out, y'all.